Good afternoon, and welcome to the Cover One Roundup. I am your usual host, David Fox. With me, soon to be revealed, is not going to be Uber Hansen. He will be here for the second half of today's coverage. Welcome to the Day 3 coverage here at the Cover One YouTube channel for Day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are going to be with you rounds 4 through 7, and if that seems like a lot, it is. And here to help me, at least through this first part of this, through these first couple of hours, is someone that longtime fans of the show, of the Roundup, might know, longtime fans of Cover One might know. Our resident Lisan Al-Gaib, it is Kyle Salagi! He's
Hello.
back, folks!
Hello,
Crayon
everyone.
costume and all! When I realized that I was going to be doing Day 3 coverage and realized just how long that would take, I then said I'm going to need some help because not only am I not going to be able to do the whole show because I have to work later, but also, like, I don't want to just have Uber do all 5 hours and I only do half or whatever. So I gave Uber a bit of a break, and I brought other people on to be tortured with me. Kyle, how are you?
I'm doing great. And when you did ask me a couple weeks ago, would you be available or interested in doing this? I said, can I wear the crayon costume?
And the first thing I said was, I'd be so disappointed if you didn't. So,
right.
yeah,
And as you learned throughout our several years of podcasting with each other, I am one to commit to a bit.
That is, if nothing else, if you have no other traits in your repertoire, it is that you can commit to the bit. So I am always appreciative of that.
Especially a visual bit on an audio medium. Yes.
Well, you know, for this is live, right? Like this works more for this sort of thing, sort of, if you want to justify that in any way. Let's look at what some people have to say. First of all, thank you all for joining us. We are very, very happy to be bringing this to you all. Fabian LD, hi Mafia, hello from France.
Bonjour.
Français. Chassé. Let's see. Spin, long time fan of Cover One.
Shout out.
Good news is, if anyone really wants a player, Bean can move up anywhere he wants in the 4th round, especially after pick 10 of the 4th. All right, so Dawn Aponte, the what is her official Chief Football Administration Officer? Jeez, she is now jibber jabbering and basically saying that the draft is now reopening for the 4th round. So it seems like, shocker, based on the comments here, that the consensus is people want the Bills to take another wide receiver. And, you know, I do too, quite frankly, if we're being honest. I think that I like the Keon Coleman pick. I wouldn't say I love the Keon Coleman pick. I think that there's a lot of unrealized potential with Keon Coleman, especially being so young and 20 and only having like 2 years playing college football. So get somebody else that can come in and compete and, you know, get some snaps right away. I like Jamari Thrash from Louisville. He's somebody that I think, like, you look at his play style and maybe his size and you sort of assume, oh, this is a slot guy. But I think, like, he was outside at Louisville quite a bit. And so I think that he can definitely function on the outside. Javon Baker's another guy that I would be into. Kyle, any thoughts so far?
Yeah, I was hammering for a this goes to show my NFL draft knowledge.
Yes.
At least for, you know, in comparison to NFL front offices. But again, a lot of people kind of had this grade on Javon Baker. I was kind of inching for a Javon Baker trade up at the end of the 2nd, and here we are at the start of the 4th. Javon Baker still available, so I am all for trading whatever package you need to get because the Bills have several draft picks today. I don't necessarily think that nobody thinks that they make every single pick that they own currently. So I think that they are going to move around a little bit. Will that be for a wide receiver? I guess that remains to be seen. The wide receiver is still very much a need. I would be happy with Javon Baker. We are in the range where I'm happy with Troy Franklin. I was not happy with the idea
Yeah.
of Troy Franklin at 28, just given kind of the he is very much a ball of clay, right? And you have to mold him into whatever you want. At 28, like, I guess, sure, like, that's the profile they typically go for in the first round, but they trade down. Here they are at the top of the fourth, still have the opportunity to get Troy Franklin, which that's a swing I am more than willing to take right now. But yeah, wide receiver in general, I guess if I had to pick one, Javon Baker, but there are, like you said, several that are still, good value here that would be very beneficial in this receiving core currently headlined by
Keon Coleman, Curtis Samuel, and Khalil Shakir.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and like, I've been to online from basically the end of round 1 to now, because I've just been arguing with people about all these different specifically with trading back. Mm-hmm. I know there were a lot of hurt feelings, I guess.
You're not gonna like my take on that.
I know. I already know what your take is, and I it's fine. We can argue about how wrong you are, like, right now. But okay. I'm gonna talk first.
We got plenty of time to kill.
So, yeah, I understand. I honestly feel like a lot of the negativity was informed not just because it was the Chiefs that they traded back with, but also because it was nearing midnight on a work night and people were just agitated that they stayed up for what is essentially nothing. Meanwhile, I don't work on Fridays, so I was like, ooh, a trade back. Let's go. Right, ooh, a second trade back. Let's get even crazier.
I'm playing Madden right now, yeah.
So, it is what it is. What is your most informed, or I don't know, is informed the right word with you?
Never is.
What's your take on the first round strategy here?
So I think I'm of two minds. One, It is objectively sound, arguably good strategy. I think what Brandon Beane did, right, like, got to a point where it had the same or similar grade on every single wide receiver available, or not every single, but, he was in the tier where everyone was in the same tier. So he really did not care which one he got. He knew he was going to get one of them. Obviously, preference now would suggest, or the player that he took would suggest, that he preferred Keon Coleman, but just reached the point where he was like, okay, I could take my guy here, or I could continue to trade back and improve my standing at other points of the draft, and then take the player I want in a couple picks anyway. That's fine. That is good strategy. My issue is it comes down to, I fundamentally disagree with the idea of helping the team you cannot defeat in the playoffs in any conceivable way. Now, I understand the counter arguments of, okay, if the Chiefs don't trade up there, they stay put at 32, or they trade up elsewhere and they get the player they want anyway. Sure, that is a hypothetical situation to use.
So I'm going to interrupt your rant right here because I got to use the graphic. I'm not going to do that for every pick, I promise you. That's good. There's too many picks to do that. I'm going to lose my mind if I do that. The Panthers used the first pick of the fourth round to take Jatavian Sanders, tight end from Texas. The Panthers continue to, I don't know, exist. Like, I don't know.
Trying. They have nothing, right?
And that's like, they made a lot of moves this offseason to kind of just bring their roster up to, like, a reasonable degree. And that's fine. And I like Dave Canales as their head coach in general. But it's just, at the end of the day, like, it's Bryce Young. I can't. What am I supposed to do here?
You're supposed to be excited. He went to Bama. He was good.
Oh, I got another one. Okay, here we go. This is fun. I love using graphics. I never get to do this with my show. Graphics? I know. Tilt put them in, and I'm gonna use them, man. I'm telling you, this is crazy.
The game has changed since I retired, David. I used to have to make my own stupid graphics in Photoshop. Remember the Obi-Wan Kenobi one?
And it was great. I loved all of those. The Denver Broncos trade up to 102 from 121 to 102. They get a 7th round pick in addition to, I have to rewind on my feed because I didn't read that fast enough. And with the Seahawks get 121, a 5th, and a 6th. So there you go. I don't know who the Broncos can take here, but it certainly can't be worse than Bo Nix. Because,
relax.
Listen. I like Bo Nix.
Why?
He's interesting. He could be like a Baker Mayfield type. But that's not who you take at 12th overall. Like, oh my gosh. All right, hold on. Now they're making that.
I have a rule in life that if your full name is 5 letters, don't trust you. Bo Nix does not pass the test.
All right. This is worth using the graphic for. Here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded up, and they have selected Bo Nix's college teammate Troy Franklin at wide receiver. So
I like it.
I don't mind that. I think that makes sense for them. They need something. I mean, it works. It works especially knowing that you still have Cortland Sutton for. I mean, he's a little bit older, but like Cortland Sutton can still play.
Mm-hmm.
You clearly have something you want to say though.
No, I just have a lot of Marvin Mims stock in Dynasty. So.
Oh, that's fair. Hey, listen. Like Sean Payton has made a career out of using 3 wide receivers pretty effectively, in my opinion. Like back in like those early Saints days when they had Colston and Meacham and some other guy whose name escapes me, and also Lance Moore. There were Jeffrey Henderson. That was the other guy. Like all those guys were able to get a reasonable amount of shared targets. And honestly, getting Troy Franklin at this point in the draft, pretty good. Even if you had to trade up for him, like, who cares? Like, you're giving up a 5th and a 6th, who cares? Like, that's totally fine.
Walter's right in chat. I'd rather Baker anyway. Exactly. Yeah.
I honestly, yeah. But, yeah, when you get a chance to pair guys that are already familiar with each other, that makes
total
sense.
sense for them.
Yeah. All right. There's so many comments. I'm not used to having this many people watching me at this point in time. So let's see. Spin says, isn't it lazy that it's only 5 hours? Hell, let's go for 10. No. If there are people who have the ability to watch a show, like live coverage of something for 10 straight hours, go outside. Truly, go outside, touch grass. Man, wow.
That's my issue in life in general. I can't even commit to watching a TV show at this point. Like, I want to watch Shogun, but it's like, that's 10 hours.
I've recommitted myself to watching and finishing shows now. I've been like this close to finishing The Americans for like a year and a half, and now I'm like on the last 3 episodes. So, Kyle, how are you gonna go to the bathroom? Or are you just gonna marathon, man? Just power.
We're going for it, man.
Love it.
I got the bladder of steel. They made a movie about it. It was called Man of Steel. It was actually about me in a crayon costume in my bladder.
Sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So this is interesting. This is already an interesting start to this particular part of the draft. Troy Franklin and Jatavian Sanders, I guess. Like Troy Franklin's more interesting than whatever Jatavian Sanders is going to end up doing, I think.
Why are you a Jatavian Sanders hater?
I'm not a Jatavian. Well, I mean, part of it is Carolina, but really, it's just like this draft really felt like Brock Bowers and then everyone else.
Yeah.
Right. Like it wasn't last year's tight end class with like Kincaid and Laporta and Mayer, who is now getting supplanted by Brock Bowers. Because we're going to have here's the thing. We've all been in this situation now with the Bills where for like years we heard, well, they might lean more towards 12 personnel. They got to do this 12 personnel thing. And now we don't really have to think about that so much. Where like they'll use 12 personnel, but this is going to be an 11 personnel team as they've often been. Now the Raiders fans get to endure that ridiculous idea for a whole offseason as they try to figure out, do we get Michael Mayers and Brock Bowers on the field at the same time? It could happen, and it could be great.
Got to give it up to him, though.
It's not going to work.
Well, You got to give it up to competent Raiders, though, right? Like this is not a
This is a good draft for the
franchise.
Raiders
Yeah.
so far. Like this is Brock Bowers being available to them was like, okay, we kind of just have to get this guy at this point.
Right.
And then getting Jackson Powers Johnson in the second round, come on. No brainer. Whoever their quarterback of the future is. And next year's quarterback class doesn't look great at the moment, from what I've heard. But whoever their next quarterback is, because it's not Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, I think that it's going to be a much better situation than most other Raiders quarterbacks have walked into. So there's that. The New England Patriots have made a pick. I'm not going to use the graphic because screw the Patriots. They take Texas A&M guard Layden Robinson. The only thing that I am seeing on the NFL Network broadcast is that he had 1 sack allowed through a bunch of snaps. He had 5 sacks allowed on 1140 pass block snaps in his college career. So cool. Good for them. They get another offensive lineman.
They're having a decent draft, though. They're doing
I agree.
what they need to do, right? Drake May. This is going to be a hot take, David. I know everyone...
we might be in sync here. Go for it. Do it.
It's the obvious take. Drake May was the obvious QB2. Obvious.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not even... Okay, so I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that as a jumping off point.
Okay.
I'm going to use this as a jumping off point. So you look at the state of the AFC East. I feel comfortable with where the Bills are, at least in theory. There's a chance where things might fall off. It's possible. But in general, I feel pretty comfortable. It's still a good roster. It's still a good coaching staff. The Jets are all in on this year, and if it doesn't work this year, they're kind of screwed for the future. The Dolphins are now going to have to make a decision on Tua, and if they make that decision where they pay him, top of the line quarterback money, that's going to be problematic for their future.
Best of luck to you.
Yeah, truly, best of luck to you, because your defense is going to be rough going without Christian Wilkins. And Jalen Ramsey isn't getting any younger. And you'll also have to pay Javon Holland at some point, if you can afford it. So the Dolphins might be in trouble. The Patriots, on the other hand, if we're talking about, future of the AFC East, if you're talking about in 5 years who might actually be able to compete for the AFC East, I don't think it's the Jets and I don't think it's the Dolphins. It might be the Patriots. And there's a whole bunch of other variable factors that have to go into this for it to actually work for them. But in general, taking Drake May is a pretty good start. Taking Jalen Polk is a pretty good start. Having an actual offensive coordinator is a good start. There's reason to have hope if you're a Patriots fan, which I could not say to them for the last couple of years.
I wholeheartedly agree. It finally looks like they have a direction, right? Because it's like with Mac Jones, it was just, even when that pick was made, it was just like, okay, you're trying to elongate what most people have kind of agreed here is a closed window, right? Like you're trying to kind of LARP Tom Brady here.
Exactly.
And you're not going to LARP Tom Brady. You cannot do that. And obviously that experiment failed, and now we're at the point where they just did a hard reset. And again, if I can't have Caleb Williams out of this draft to do a hard reset with, Drake May is the guy I want.
100%.
Jaden Daniels is an interest.
Here's the thing.
Gonna be it.
I've been a Jaden Daniels guy since he was at ASU. I love Jaden Daniels. I do not understand why he got picked ahead of Drake May. Doesn't make any sense to me. Not even a little bit. We do have another pick. The Arizona Cardinals at pick 104 are taking Dadrian Taylor Demerson, safety out of Texas Tech. If I knew anything about this guy, I would say something. But from what I've seen, basically everyone is just saying, wow, the Cardinals draft is amazing. So good for them.
Second year in a row.
I mean, listen, here's the thing, Monty Ossenfort, who's the Cardinals general manager, is one of those Patriots guys. And what's funny is Patriots coaches, like Belichick coaches, have a history of just being really bad. The most successful non-Belichick head coach from that tree was Bill O'Brien with the Texans, and he kind of left them in shambles. But the personnel guys, not all of them are bad. In fact, some of them are pretty good. Jason Light in Tampa has been there for a long time, and he's had some really good drafts. I think the Bucks are having a really good draft this year as well. John Robinson, like before he traded AJ Brown, was a thought of as a really good general manager. And Monty Ossenfort is another one of these guys who, through the first draft, maneuvered that top pick super well to where they traded back, got more picks, and then traded back up to get the guy that they wanted. Mm-hmm. And in this draft, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., come on. Like that was the most obvious pick in the world that they needed to make. And I understand the feeling, oh, well, you could trade back. No.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is that guy, man. You don't pass on an opportunity to pair Kyler Murray with Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, you cannot overthink that. So that was really great. I really I'm liking this Cardinals draft. Okay, apparently everyone else knows who DTD. Apparently he's DTD to the fans of the world. Apparently he's great. So
damn,
apparently. And wow. The Cardinals needed some more help in the secondary anyway.
Right.
Especially they just completely tore down this roster and had to rebuild it from scratch. And now you have a defensive back that Jonathan Gannon can go and work with. So I like that a lot for them.
Yeah, and like just going off that, you look at their third round yesterday. It's kind of viewed as a weaker running back class, but Trey Benson is one of the names that I did see getting a fair bit of love. Trey Benson's going to be fun in that offense, and then they get the Illinois tight end, right?
They got the extra offensive lineman at tight end, basically, which is like I feel like there's always one in a class. And Cardinals end up getting him, and especially in that style of offense, right? Like that sort of Shanahan-esque sort of offense that Drew Petzing runs. Something like that is important. So, and especially when you have him with Trey McBride. I was
going to say, you pair that with Trey McBride, yeah.
Trey McBride is good, and he's going to be good, and I'm going to take him way too high in way too many of my fantasy drafts this year.
Yeah, he's good, though.
He is good. All right. The Chargers are making their pick, so I'm going to use the graphic. All right. The Los Angeles Chargers have drafted defensive tackle Justin... Oh, boy. Eboigbe.
E-boy. E-boy?
E-boy. Let's say E-boy.
E-boy? Can't have E-boys. Jim Harbaugh is not going to be having E-boys.
Defensive tackle from Alabama. This is classic Harbaugh pick, right? Like, get some more beef, because he doesn't eat chicken, right? Because chicken's a nervous bird. Although he eats chicken now, so. This is exactly what Jim Harbaugh needed to stay in college football, because he's just
Jim Harbaugh lore.
He's weird and wacky, and he's totally self-serious too. He's completely unaware of how strange he actually is to other people, and that's like exactly what a college football. That's not an NFL coach.
No, it's not.
Like
right.
not of today. Like NFL coaches need to be like young and hip and like cool and stuff.
Marketable,
like that's
right.
Right, like Dave Canales. Like Dave Canales is a modern NFL. It's like
had it up now. He's got like bad boy energy.
He's the dad at the sports bar who just has a take on everything. Like it's perfect. It's amazing. He should not have come to the Chargers, but whatever.
I think he's going to get that bad boy LA energy, man. He already got the tat. Might start untucking the shirt. I think you're going to be like...
Is he going to be living in an RV, like, by the beach soon enough? Like, is that going to be his end
I
goal?
hope so.
It seems like something he would do, honestly. Just live in an RV. Not because, like, he can't afford it, just like, I just like living in an RV. You know, you could take it anywhere, and I could even bring it onto the field if I want. And, like, people would laugh at that, and he'd be like, no, like, I could bring it on the field. Yeah. Like, it's totally a thing I can do.
Would we be shocked if the Chargers aren't paying their coaches well enough to afford housing in Los Angeles?
Is that a Dean Spanos problem or a Los Angeles problem?
Both. That's why it was a cunning joke.
Both. I agree.
Maybe defamatory though. I might get cover one, take it off of the web.
You know.
It's whatever.
Let it happen. RJ says Javon Baker and Estime are still out there. Braylon Allen too. Yeah, so far I'm liking how this is falling for the Bills. And like you said at the top, like they have like what 4 5th-round picks to work with, like and 10 overall picks in this draft. I can't imagine they're actually drafting 10 players in this draft. So move up to get someone that you like, Brandon Bean. I'm all for it. Uber coming in. Why didn't Kyle tell me we were going to cosplay crayons? Because there's only so many crayons in the box, right?
Because I bought all the crayon costumes is why, obviously. There's an inventory at all the local party cities, and Spirit Halloweens are out. Have been out. Hurricane Kyle comes running through, and they're like, "Oh, here comes Crayon Man," and I'm like, "No, it's Cerulean Man."
Cerulean.
What language is it?
Yucaborts.
What'd you call me?
I don't know.
Is that a slur?
Who knows at this point? Pete, that's gonna take us off. Pete Nana says Brugler has a Boygby. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, E-boy.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shut up, my God.
Kyle was cosplaying his favorite food. He's not wrong. Spin is not wrong.
Man, did you? Okay, hold on. Were you like a weird, like, you know, eat this weird thing as a kid? Like, did you eat crayons or paste or batteries? I know there are people who like licked batteries as a kid.
No,
you were not a battery licker. I wasn't either. This is something that like was made known to me once in like a conversation, and they tried like brushing it off as just like part of the conversation.
Something everyone does,
right? And truly, and I was like, whoa, hold on. You licked batteries? Like, what are you?
And he died of battery acid and Elmer's glue.
And he was like, yeah, and the double volt were like way different too. Like,
good to know.
It's like, what?
He conducted a proper experiment at least. Had the control,
my gosh.
Shots it. You love to see it.
Oh man! All right. Spin says if we take a safety, it needs to be a free safety. So I'm gonna push back on that. Okay. First of all, I think you already have 3 safeties on the roster that are worth playing, in my opinion. You've got Taylor Rapp, you've got Mike Edwards, and you've got now Cole Bishop. And I think if there's anything we've learned from having Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer as the starting 2 safeties for the majority of the last 6 years is they want to just have interchangeable guys. Like, this is not about having free safety, strong safeties in like a traditional sense. This is, you just need safeties and they're going to figure out what they want to do with them. Like, that's fine. There's no, don't get fixated on a role, basically, is what I'm trying to say here.
I agree. You want that interchangeability.
Roy Collins, 9-volt juice on the tongue as a kid was cool. Ay. All right.
Are you okay, Roy?
People, man.
Oh, the cops are coming. They're here. Why'd you call me a slur, David? And they're taking you away. Rightfully so.
RJ says, love seeing the Bert and Ernie of Cover 1 back together again. Already completely off the rails. This is exactly why I brought Kyle back on. Because we won't go for 10 hours because but we probably could. We would be exhausted and losing our minds by like hour 7, and that would just make it better. Honestly.
Oh, it would be. And like, I've tried to do other Cover 1 shows before. You have a more, I guess, palatable personality, right? Like, you can do other Cover 1 shows. That is the
first time anyone has ever said that to me in my entire life. Go on. Like, I have it on video now. Right. Go on.
You can do, like, other Cover 1 shows, and you can, fold into the fabric of it more easily. I've tried to do Cover 1 shows, and it's just, like, my jokes don't land. No. They, like, just go over them.
I mean, you started the show with Rob. And I remember watching those shows, and it was like I thought it was funny. I thought you were always funny, and it was just like Rob was just like,
yeah, Rob's
yeah.
Okay.
All right, we've got another pick in, so let's get it. All right, we actually have 2 picks that we get to announce here. So the first pick is the Tennessee Titans taking UNC linebacker Cedric Gray. Kind good for them, I suppose. And the Giants are drafting right now at pick 107. They are taking tight end Theo Johnson from Penn State. So yeah. I mean, I don't really know much about. I mean, the Titans are an interesting team, right? That whole division is very interesting. The AFC South, right? Like between the Jags, the Titans, the Texans, and the Colts, right? It's a very interesting division with a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of young quarterbacks, and I think everyone's favorite is the Texans. I would say that that's a reasonable thing to say because he's a good player. The Texans is a good player. I'm so smart.
Right.
I am so smart. I'm so smart. Oh my god, I gotta do this for another like 2 hours. This is great. So the Texans are a good team. They're a good roster. They made some really good moves in the offseason. I like what they did. And obviously CJ Stroud is fantastic. But oh my god, there's so much battery discourse in the chat. I'm actually losing my mind. I did not know.
You're making good points.
I did not know the hell that I would be unleashing in the chat by bringing that up.
They're making rational points. Again, you got to give it up to them. People say don't read the YouTube comments. When it comes to everything in life, no better place. No place I'd rather go.
So, but you look at like there's a chance where the Texans just like maybe aren't quite exactly what they were last year. And like they were a good team last year, but they weren't exactly a great team either. Like they were a team that really ran the ball even though they couldn't run the ball. Like they ran the ball a lot even though they couldn't do it. You look at the Colts who almost made the playoffs despite the fact they had to play Gardner Minshew for most of their season. If you have a healthy Anthony Richardson, a healthy JT, and Josh Downs with A.D. Mitchell and Michael Pittman, like, that's a heck of an offense you got going there. And that defense is also, like, pretty good, despite Gus Bradley being their defensive coordinator. We've got another pick to be made. I'm not going to use the graphic. Cornerback Kyrie Jackson from the University of Oregon, the third Duck. Everyone, the fourth round is getting their ducks in a row. In this round, he goes to the Minnesota Vikings. And it looks like, was there another pick? Yes, another pick. Oh, another duck. There's 4 ducks in the fourth round right now. The Falcons are going to be drafting at pick 109. Oregon defensive end Brandon Dorius. A lot of ducks. A lot of ducks in the fourth round. A little weird. It's interesting that they're all going off the board, and that Bo Nix was the first.
You were right, though, with the ducks in a row joke. I'm very mad that I didn't think of that. That was
every once in a while, I get ahead of you. Not often, but just every once in a while. I got to keep you on your toes.
Well, the thing about, Kyle jokes is you need to reach slightly higher than the low-hanging fruit. Just like,
right.
to the vine above.
Exactly.
Like, okay, I did expect it, but I didn't. And, like, that was good. But yeah, no, I mean the Ducks, interesting, like you said, interesting that Bo Nix is the player that kind of not even kicks off the run because the run doesn't start until several rounds later. But yeah.
All right, we have a disappointing pick to announce. I will use the graphic here just to. I keep forgetting that I can't talk through that. But,
right.
The New England Patriots at pick 110 are taking UCF wide receiver Javon Baker.
Of course they are.
Jalen Polk and Javon Baker.
And he's gonna be in.
It's gonna be bombs away for the Patriots. That's a very interesting pair of young receivers. Look at that. Look at New England doing something for their offense.
I don't like
that's crazy.
Hold on.
I never got over my New England hate. I mean, them losing to Mac Jones last year made me so fucking irritated. I'm not going back to that. I can't. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a long time.
It's
But
not fun. There's still good receivers on the board, but
there's
you
still
do
plenty
hate
of good
to
receivers.
see. Yeah, there's still a lot of good receivers on the board, but and again, just other positions as well, right? Like it's nothing's even to say that Javon Baker would have been the pick had he been there for the Bills.
Right.
But that said, it does. It
hurts.
hurts to see like a collective draft crush of Cover One and of a lot of people. You know, a lot of people love Javon Baker to see him go. You want him on your team, and he goes to a division rival that just drafted the second best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah.
In addition to Jalen Polk, I don't love it, but whatever.
I'm gonna play one quick round, just one very quick round of true or rubbish.
Okay.
Hang on,
Let's
I gotta
see
use this.
the true or rubbish. Let's go.
In 2025, Drake May is the second best quarterback in the AFC East.
2025.
2025. This is great. This is great audio. Just sitting and thinking, just nothing else. It's
I'm
great.
gonna go rubbish. I'm gonna.
Oh, you coward!
Rubbish
I
all
know.
after all. It was all rubbish.
Because look, I love Drake May. I've made that clear. This live stream. I think he's very good. I think he will ultimately be the second best quarterback in the AFC East. 2025 seems a little steep for me, just given the growing pains I expect him to go through this year.
I think that's fair. I'm gonna be obnoxious and say that he's absolutely gonna be the second best quarterback in the AFC East because I don't believe in Tua. Yeah. That this is more of an anti-Tua take than it is like a pro Drake May take, honestly. But
right, no, and like again, ultimately 2026, sure, it's a different conversation entirely. 2025 is just a little too soon.
I think you're being cowardly, but
perhaps
whatever.
A middle name, right up there with Cerulli.
Right up there with Cerulli.
Yes, Kyle Coward, Cerulli, and Salagi.
There's a niche.
How did Josh Rosen discourse start in the chat?
I don't know why Bill W here brought up Josh Rosen. Did you want Josh Rosen? I assume you did.
I wanted Baker.
You wanted Baker.
I wanted Baker that draft.
That's fair.
Though I was in the camp of a lot of people, I did not want Josh Allen.
Yeah.
But I was wrong. Often am.
I said this, I think the day of the draft would be the day after, because I got one of those Facebook memories, right? That Facebook plagues you with whenever you log on. Like 11 years ago, you said this, want to share this with people? And it's like, never. I never want to do that. Except for this time where I posted on Facebook in 2018, my favorite team just took the worst quarterback in the draft or something like that. Yeah. And it was Josh Allen. But, and it's funny because I responded to somebody else who, first of all, thought I was a Cardinals fan, which was weird. I don't know why someone
Interesting.
I don't know why someone I don't know why someone thought I was a Cardinals fan. But I think I remember he also was like saying like, oh, well, at least you didn't draft Lamar Jackson. And I was like, first of all, what are you talking about? Second of all, like Lamar Jackson has had many games where he is the best player on the field. Josh Allen will never be that. And I looked at that and I was like, that is so perfect. That is such like a cold takes exposed moment. It's great.
It's great. Though I will say, I don't want to pat I'm not patting myself on the back here, but just like
you can't. You're in the costume. It's too restricting.
And I have my arms in here. But just like I remember in 2018, as Josh Allen was kind of showing flashes here and there, he'd have the occasional hurdle a dude or just whatever. And people were like, oh, I didn't know he was this good of an athlete. It's like, then what did you do? Like, did you watch him pre-draft? Like he was this in Wyoming. He's Wyoming Josh Allen. He was a great athlete. I don't know what you saw, but no, I for one was not surprised by his athleticism. And no, I think most people quickly change their tune on Josh Allen besides the national media. How did we get to Josh Allen?
Listen, so I'm gonna break from that, and because we've got a trade alert. these graphics are way too cool for what we're doing right now. Like they're I don't want to say I blame David Tilt for like trying to make us too cool. Like not cover one, like us specifically. Like anyway. So the Green Bay Packers have traded 126, which is a 4th rounder. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? Did I pick? Oh, that's a very confusing post. I gotta find a different way to look at that. Hold on. Oh jeez, this is brutal. Okay, so the Jets traded 111 with the Packers. The Jets are now picking at 126. Okay, so the Packers are at pick 111 now.
Okay.
All right, that's all you needed to know.
Thank you.
I don't know what I was looking at. It was a very confused, very weirdly worded, very weird. Anyway.
That we need it. Well, we don't need graphics, but you should have said we need more Roundup, in line with the spirit of the Roundup graphics.
I'm not going to say no to, like, really cool, amazing graphics like what we've got here, but, it just... To go from the very cool graphics to you in the crayon costume is just... It's an exercise in contrast, right? If we want to be sort of pretentious and artistic about it, it's an exercise in contrast. Brian Gutekunst is shaking people's hands in the war room, so I'm guessing he took another quarterback to replace Jordan Love with. That's my guess. No.
No, he's not the Atlanta GM. It's okay.
The fact that they tried to justify taking a 23-year-old Michael Penix, who's about to be 24, by the way, by saying, oh, well, the Packers did it with Jordan Love, and it worked out for them. Jordan Love was like 20, 21, whatever he was, and like way more talented than Michael Penix Jr.
And had a very promising skill set that a lot of people love.
What are we talking about? It's just the weirdest thing in the world.
No, there's no comparison between the Michael Penix pick.
There isn't.
None whatsoever. Jordan Love was this kind of like raw athlete that like you had Aaron Rodgers aging and you wanted to continue the cycle, right? You wanted to evolve from Favre to Rodgers to Love, and it seems like that's what they've done, right? I for one very much love. I don't love Jordan Love, but I very much like Jordan Love. I think he's their franchise quarterback for sure. Michael Penix is completely different because you reached on him at 8. Despite, maybe you didn't reach on him, right? Maybe that's where his stock was the entire time, and it was just...
Bo Nix went at 12, so maybe they didn't reach on him. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I just read comments. Grand Discourse is back.
All right, so hold on. I got to interrupt you because another pick is in. The Packers...
You can't talk over it.
I know, it's annoying. Green Bay traded up to 111. The Jets get 126 and 190. The Packers select Evan Williams, another Oregon Duck. Safety from Oregon.
Good.
It's like 5, 6 now? 5?
Several Ducks.
It's many Ducks. Next. Donald might be next. Daisy's right behind him. I'm telling you.
Don't. If Daffy falls to the Bills, we are cooking.
I mean, they've got 4 5th rounders. You can get Huey, Dewey, and Louie if you wanted to.
Oh boy. I can't think of any more fictional
We gotta go
ducks.
back to Grant.
I can't think of any more fictional ducks.
The Raiders are making a pick now. It is Mississippi State defensive back DeCamarion Richardson. DeCamarion Richardson? Corner, yeah. Okay, one of those. Yeah. Mississippi State defensive back. Okay. It's not bad. Oh, Darkwing Duck. That's a good pull. That's a good pull.
Little before my time, though, sadly.
Is it?
Yep, wasn't a Darkwing Duck.
I always forget you're actually younger than me.
Sadly.
It's weird.
I feel very old, but
I feel old too. That part of that might just be because like gay years are very different than heterosexual years.
Is the time different?
It's kind of like dog years except worse,
Okay.
This is great. There's so many things we've covered in this first like we're 45 minutes into this. We've covered so many different things, and some of it has been football. So I'm proud of us. The Ravens are making their selection. They haven't actually made it yet. Has Twitter leaked that yet? I haven't seen anything.
I have not seen anything. I'm just going to continue my Michael Penix rant. So regardless of what his stock actually was, right? Like, this is a soon-to-be 24-year-old quarterback that you are pairing with a quarterback that you just signed to a massive contract. Like, yeah, I understand Kirk Cousins isn't, a spry chicken or a spry duck. He's aging, right? But like, if you do, if you want to draft the developmental quarterback, Michael Penix does not fit that profile in the slightest.
Like, what are you expecting to change with Michael Penix at this point? Like, he's one of these guys where it's just like, he is who he is. Like, I don't really know what you're expecting to have happen here. Okay, we're gonna do a two for. Two picks have been made, and one of them's important, at least in my mind. With the 113th overall pick in the NFL draft, the Baltimore Ravens have taken Devontae Walker, wide receiver from North Carolina. I kind of like that for them.
I do like that.
Yeah.
I again, we're in the 4th round now.
Right.
Kind of
this is a reasonable place for Tez Walker to go. Right. And especially a good place for him to go. I think that makes sense. In addition to that, right after them, the Jacksonville Jaguars have taken Mizzou offensive tackle Javon Foster.
What's his RAS? They are RAS spamming this draft. They need to see his RAS.
Yes, they are. Let's see. That's Evan Williams. That's Tez Walker. I'm sure. Oh, come on. Where is this? Kent Lee Platt. Update us. Come on.
I'm just gonna ask. What's his name?
Doesn't he know that we're doing this? Why isn't he meeting my very specific needs at this moment?
I'll tweet at him right now, and he'll be like, but no, they are RAS spamming.
Skippy the true brat says, I can't believe y'all forgot Scrooge McDuck, except he owns the Cowboys. I'm keeping that, and I'm using that for the rest of my life. Just saying. Just the tip of canoe also. Oh no, wrong one. Just the tip of canoe says, don't forget the autocorrect duck. Very good point. Scott Bishop says, just joined. What's with the crayon costume, or is it fashion I'm not aware of? Well, sounds like someone streets behind. So
So just for those unaware, this is a callback to when it was a Halloween episode.
It was a Halloween.
I DM'd David. I was like, hey, I'm wearing a costume on the Roundup tonight if you want to join. And he was like, yeah. He thought it was football related stuff, so he came with as Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I just showed up in a crayon costume.
I did come as Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's right. I remember doing something for that. I couldn't remember what I did. Yeah, that makes sense.
Roy Collins. we're not gonna write the Roy Collins costume, but that's a great idea.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's a great idea for Halloween.
It's a great idea. We're not going to put it on screen, but it's a great idea. Now you're trying to bring the hood back with yes. After that.
Yes, just to show how good of an idea it is. It has promise.
It's promise. All right, so Tez Walker, Javon Baker, and Troy Franklin now off the board at receiver. I still like Jamari Thrash. I think this is somebody that fits with. I mean, he's just a good player. Like this is the thing. After a certain point, you just draft good players. Draft a player that you think is worth taking at that point. I think Jamari Thrash would be great to have for this team right now. But we'll see what happens. Do
we think they go receiver in the 4th round? Or do we think they like the talent at the bottom or closer to the bottom of the draft and they think they can kind of attack another position when they're coming up here?
I think that it's possible they take a 4th rounder here. I think it's also possible that, they look at someone like Mo Kamara from Colorado State as, there's basically no other edge players after that guy gets taken. So, even if he's not, a great fit for this particular defense, it's sort of if you need to get someone, you kind of know what he is. And actually, that was somebody that we picked, me and Uber picked on the Roundup for our mock draft. was Mo Kamara with that exact same reasoning. Somebody compared him to Cliff Averill, and if you look at, I think it was Mock Draftable, or Mock Draft Table, those spiderweb charts, and they always have comparisons for like their most like closely related athletic comparison. Cliff Averill was up there, so I liked Cliff Averill when he played. If Mo Kamara is something similar to that, I'm all for it. Roy Collins asked a great question. Luke McCaffrey still available? He is not, because apparently he's a 3rd-round pick.
Absolutely. In this draft?
Totally.
In this draft where nothing makes sense, yes. In a draft where Bo Nix is the 12th overall pick, yes, Luke McCaffrey is the
6th quarterback taken. Six quarterbacks were taken in the top 12.
Sean Payton is so lucky that the Atlanta Falcons bozoed harder than he did.
Well, are we sure? Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that?
Well, I mean, only time will tell. But like the shock of that, the shock of the Falcons pick, kind of overshadowed the Broncos.
I guess.
I don't even want to say ineptitude, but just
I think it's fair to say that, because like there were connections to Bo Nix and the Broncos, like that had sort of been in the air for a long time, and there were definitely connections to the Falcons and Michael Penix, but there was never 1st-round buzz with that. Never. At no point did anyone have Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall. I still can't get over it. It's just one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen happen. Recent 303, thank you for the super chat. $1.99. In Embedded, the Bills showed interest in Brendan Rice. I'd be fine with Brendan Rice. That's a very reasonable like depth receiver to have. If that profile works well, I'm good with that. Yeah. What a weird draft, man. What a weird draft. This is what makes this weekend so much fun. You think you spend all of this time, you get so sick of all the discourse for the last 3 weeks, because you're like, I've heard it all, nothing's gonna surprise me. And honestly, if someone had said, look out for Michael Penix Jr. at 8 to the Falcons, I would have said that we've reached it. We can't do any more draft discourse. We've jumped the shark. This is not gonna happen.
It's again, but obviously there was more demand for quarterback than we were led on to believe, right? Where it's
apparently
just like, okay, obviously, like a normal mind would suggest, like, okay, if you want Michael Penix that bad, you can trade down, or you can take another player there and trade back up. But obviously not. If Bo Nix goes several picks later, then no, obviously there was a lot more buzz around quarterbacks going early than we were led to believe. Which, look, when it comes to a quarterback, if you are very confident in your guy and you think he's your franchise guy, you take him there. You take him wherever you can. But again, just the circumstances on paper do not add up for Atlanta. I do not get it. To punt on a quarterback for several years, and then when you ultimately do take a swing on quarterback, you pay Kirk Cousins and you draft Michael Penix. Like, that's a hell of a combo, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays. see if it works out for you.
All right, we're gonna do a twofer for picks. Here we go.
Okay.
Many people ask us the
wrong one. My bad.
Okay.
All right. The Bengals at pick 115 took tight end Eric All from the University of Iowa. At pick 116, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jordan Jefferson from LSU, a defensive tackle. Eric All, like, at some point the Bengals had to take a tight end. Like, they had to take a tight end at some point. They signed Mike Gesicki, and it was funny seeing Bengals fans being like, "Oh, this is a great signing." It's like, have you watched Mike Gesicki play, like, ever? Like, you're getting a semi-successful version of Kelvin Benjamin. Like, good for you guys. Getting Eric All just sort of seems like, all right, you found another guy. You still have Drew Sample. I guess this is just different Drew Sample.
I prefer Eric Few, to be honest, but I mean, if
you go with all that you have, right?
I guess if all's available, you take all. But again, you don't want to be gluttonous. You don't want to be greedy. Yeah,
Maybe
really
you
greedy
don't.
pick by the Bengals here, but whatever.
Yeah. So and then the Jags with yet another pick take this LSU defensive tackle Jordan Jefferson. I don't really know much about those guys. Yeah, and again, we're at a point in the draft where it's like I don't know what's what. I don't know who's actually good and who isn't because there's only so many players that I'm willing to watch. And honestly, at this point, like I'm actually at a good point with the Bills in their draft because I'm like, I watched Keon Coleman already, so I already knew I had takes on him. And I watched Dwayne Carter, and I really liked Dwayne Carter. So I was like, oh, love it. And then, Cole Bishop, it's like, there's so little, like, genuine takes you can have at safety because so much of it happens off screen for TV broadcasts. But also, it's a defensive back that goes to Sean McDermott, so... Yeah, I just sort of
you have
assume,
a base understanding that
like 9 times out of 10, that's gonna work out for you. Like,
unless you're a first round pick, which Cole Bishop is not. He, of course, is the great white safety. So
I need to know for those who don't know, who are not as online as people like me and Kyle are. Chris Sims, the son of Phil Sims. Chris Sims is a very strange NFL analyst who
good description.
he's just a strange NFL analyst. And last night, after the Bills selected Cole Bishop from the University of Utah, the Utah Utes, he tweeted, "The Bills get a player, the great white safety," and understandably so. Many people commented and replied and quote tweeted him with, "I'm sorry." What'd you say?
Yeah. Look over the glasses at him.
I literally I contributed by saying he literally said and then a picture of Michael Scott saying this is a white from The Office. And so in my mind, I really need to know in Chris Sims' mind who is the great black safety in his mind.
See, I thought...
Is it like the great black safety in this class? Is this like a reference to the great white shark from Moby Dick? Is this the great white hope? I'm so confused here.
See, I thought it was just a play on great white shark, right? Where it's like, okay, sure, great white, and then starts with S. It's a bad joke. And then Aaron Quinn in our chat said, I think it's a play on great white hope. I didn't know what that was. I looked it up. Sure, like maybe it's dumb regardless.
Yes.
It's a stupid.
It's a very weird thing to say online. It's a very weird thing to say online publicly, and not even like think about it. Not even be like, oh yeah, I guess that is a weird thing. Just like no, like he just stuck with it. He was totally fine with it, and that's what makes Chris Sims who he is.
Mitch writes Great White North, where it's like, yeah, like we're at the point where like I don't know, it's so stupid and bizarre that it could. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah,
it's like that meme. Like, does he know? Like, what is going on?
All right, we have another pick coming in, an important pick, in my opinion. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I kind of just enjoy cutting you off. The Indianapolis Colts at pick 117 have taken Wisconsin center Tanner Bortolini.
You had him in your mock, right?
I did have him in my mock. This was someone that we felt like was an Aaron Kromer type of player. Just blue blood, offensive line program, fit his size or just sort of size mold. Basically, like that athleticism profile that he tends to enjoy. It's a good pick by the Colts because, they have... Oh, what's that dude's name? He was like the last good pick that Ryan Grigson had before he was canned. Ryan Kelly, that's who it was, the center from Alabama from years ago. And I think there's probably a point where he will probably be looking at a different team, and this regime obviously was not anywhere near where he was drafted, so I think that Bortolini, they kind of look at him as like a genuine future of their team. So the Seahawks have also made a pick. At pick 118, they select linebacker Tyrese Knight from UTEP.
The
Is
Miners?
that is the I knew you would know. I knew you would know. I can never keep straight UTSA and UTEP in terms of
they're
mascots.
the Roadrunners down there. in
Right,
UTSA.
UTSA is the Roadrunners. UTEP is the Miners. Okay,
Yep, I know my,
your
my-
college mascots.
at least when it comes to Texas, right? Don't get me started
right.
on the Texas State Bobcats.
University of Albany.
Great Danes?
That's right.
Hell yeah. They're not even on NCAA football 14.
I had to watch a game for them once because they played like Central Michigan when I was working at SIS,
Okay.
and I was like, University of Albany. I didn't even know that was like a football team, much less like a Division I football team. And I saw their mascot was the Great Danes, and I was like, that is phenomenal. That's awesome.
Look, we want to be a dog, but not too fierce, right?
Right, just like something that's like adorable, but not like you
Right,
know,
it's-
golden retriever. What
The
about the
dude
Great
was like,
Danes?
how about Coyote? They're like, too fierce. Coyote,
Too much,
Little,
it's too much.
Too much for me, right? We want to be a little more palatable, right? That's the
Yeah.
second time I've used that word this episode, this podcast. But just you want to, you can't go fierce.
Right.
Huskies is like not fierce enough. What's something in the middle? We need a big dog. Great Dane.
Ooh, we have a big trade alert. We have a big trade alert.
Uh-oh.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded pick 120 to the Dolphins for a 2025 third round pick.
Huh?
They're trading a future third to move up in the fourth?
Yes. Okay.
That's bizarre. Someone get Chris Greer and lock him in a room for like 5 minutes just so he can like actually think through what he's doing every once in a while. That is bizarre. Seriously? I need to see if Uber is updating his trade value chart because I need to see the return on that. I need to see how that skews. That seems insane to me, right?
I think he's just tuning into this show and he's feeling the vibes and he's just having a great time and he's like, what? Let's do something interesting.
If we are affecting Chris Greer's draft, I feel fully justified and vindicated in everything that we do.
He's
in
feeling
life.
the vibes.
Yes. Why can't Bean do that? Because Brandon Bean's not that dumb. Like, I don't care
We
what
all
you
love
think
that
about
one.
Brandon Bean. That's not what he does. Okay, we have another pick. I'm not going to use the graphic here, but the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 119. Kyle, what position do you think they took?
The Steelers?
Yes.
Oh God, probably wide receiver.
They did not take wide receiver. They took another offensive lineman.
Okay, that's fair.
This is the third offensive lineman they've taken.
They're
That's-
having a good time.
They have taken offensive guard from South Dakota State, which is the...
Jackrabbits.
Yes! Oh, I love you, Kyle. Mason McCormick. Man, that is nuts. Hold on, let's see. I'm talking about getting the third round pick.
Oh, yeah,
Sure, yes.
If somebody
but-
offers that, yeah.
Yeah, if someone offers that.
If someone calls you and says, "We'll give you a future third to move up today." Yeah.
I don't think that highly of Brett Veach. I don't think he's that dumb either. Right? Like, man, that is weird, man. I don't get that at all. That's such a weird pick. Who do they think? Who are they taking? Like, truly, who are they taking with this pick that they
What does he
needed
know?
to take? That they needed to. I'm flabbergasted. I literally can't even talk right now. This is ridiculous.
Well, whoever it is, I think we can safely say is going to be an all-timer. But
So let's briefly talk about the Steelers,
we
right?
got a Hall of Famer here. Why? What do you want? What do you want to talk about with
So-
the Steelers? Russell Wilson?
No, because Russell Wilson is irrelevant. But Justin Fields might not be. I mean, he probably is, but he might not be. But rebuilding that offensive line in this draft, 3 offensive linemen, it's crazy. They got Fontenot in the first round. They get McCormick, and they got someone else. Who did they get? Who did they get in the second? Oh, it was Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia. Take me home, country roads. But like this is a crazy revamping of the offensive line, and they took Broderick Jones last year at tackle. Like this is a very, very young offensive line. They clearly. It makes me think of the Lions taking 2 corners at their first 2 picks and also trading for Carlton Davis, where they just looked at a position and they were just like, never again. This is not happening again. We can't go through this again. I will lose my mind if something like this happens again. Man, that's crazy. That's just crazy. And I'm still also talking about Chris Greer trading a future third to move up in the 4th. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, this might shock you, David. You're not.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at. Go ahead.
I was going to say Chris Greer's brother is the general manager. I think it's his brother. Mike Greer is the GM of the San Jose Sharks in the NHL.
Okay.
Also just had a historically bad season. And
yes.
he doesn't appear to be a very good general manager. All-timer Sabre, though. Love Mike Greer.
Yeah. So here's the actual breakdown of this Dolphins-Eagles
Thank
trade,
you, Uber.
which is interesting. So the Eagles don't move back in the 4th round. They just don't have a 4th round.
That's fine.
They traded this pick in the 4th round to get a future third. That's interesting.
I'd do it.
So based on the Uber draft value chart, this skews pretty strongly in Miami's favor, which is interesting. Okay, this is a little. I'm gonna say this now for the 3rd time. This is more palatable. Yeah, if this was just a move back, that would be different.
A future third to move up a couple spots. Yeah.
Right, but this is different. It's different. This makes a little more sense. It's still an overpay, in my opinion. This is very weird, but still.
If you rationalize it with, like, we had a 3rd round grade on this guy this year, or like a higher grade than a 3rd round grade, sure. I still don't love the strat, but...
So, here's the best part. Because we've got the pick now for this. The Miami Dolphins at pick 120 after trading a future third to get pick 120 from the Philadelphia Eagles. The Miami Dolphins select Tennessee running back Jalen Wright.
I do like that. I
knew you were going to say that.
I like Jalen Wright a lot. Interesting to pair with Achane, but
Mostert, God
him.
bless him, led the league in touchdowns last year. And I personally benefited greatly from that in several fantasy leagues. But he's older, right? Like,
Correct.
He had injuries last year, so did Achane. But that's just because Achane
oldest starting back in the league.
Is fragile. But, they needed a future running back to go with Achane. So you get another speedy back, I guess.
Yeah, I like him a lot. It's interesting. Would I give up a 3rd round pick next year to take him? I don't know. I don't know if I would, as somebody who does like him. But regardless,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Like, if that's what I have to pay to get this player that I really like, sure.
Well, and not only that, but how is he really going to contribute a lot this year? Like, I feel like McDaniel is going to ride Mostert until he just can't anymore, along with Achane before he goes to right. And so you're giving up a future third. Like, is that your justification? Like, oh, well, someone like that would have been like our 3rd round pick anyway in 2025. It's like, is that the logic here? Is this the sort of convoluted train of thought that Chris Greer is going through right now?
That's something that helps you sleep tonight, right? Like when you look at next year's, library of picks and you're like, we don't have it. They might even have an extra third. I'm not sure. But like, even if they don't, even if you did, if you made your 2025 third round pick today and it's Jalen Wright, that's that's a fine rationale, I think. I'm just very confused by there's a dude named Christopher Galley in the chat. That was the name of my high school art teacher. So
Are you sure it's not him?
He didn't strike me as a Bills fan. But
He's got the profile pic of what seems to be an artistic rendering of Iron Man and the Hulk.
wasn't a Marvel guy.
Or wait, no, this is just an actual picture.
Shout out Mr. Galley.
This is an actual picture. He wasn't a Marvel guy.
Was not a Marvel guy.
Okay,
He's
well
not.
then it's probably
Sad.
not.
Sad.
he just straight up says, I'm not. All right, fair enough.
That's exactly what he would say.
Oh,
no, like
man.
that's a fine pick. They're gonna, they're announcing it now. How do you?
Oh, no.
What happened? No.
Oh, my heart
No.
is
What happened?
broken. Oh, this is brutal. Okay, we're gonna do a double. We're gonna do a double selection here. All right, here we go. I gotta use the graphic. With the 121st overall pick in the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks have taken A.J. Barner, tight end from Michigan, at 122. Their last pick in this draft, the Chicago Bears have taken Torrey Taylor, punter from Iowa.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Fourth
man.
round punters.
Ryan Poles, buddy,
Yes.
you were doing so well.
And he's still doing well. What are you
Oh,
talking
come
about?
on. Stop.
Great value.
Fourth round punter.
Franchise
We're
punter?
not doing this. We're not pretending this
What's
is
the
a good
rat?
pick.
Pull up the rat.
Pull up the rest. Oh,
The
God.
last show I was on, we were on, the last live Cover One draft coverage, they drafted Matt Ariza, and we dedicated several minutes to talking about his relative athletic score. So
Yes.
I think we can talk about several other aspects of that coverage, but the RAS matters for punter, assuming they don't have off the field issues.
God.
Fourth round. Wow.
Fourth round for a punter. A punter. That's insane to me. I'm okay with drafting special teamers on day 3. But it's gotta be like round 5 at the earliest. You cannot.
Yeah.
You can't do this, man.
If there's
This
a
is
dude,
ridiculous.
there's benefits to drafting your kickers and punters, right? There's benefits to getting that really cheap, cost-controlled, long-term contract. But fourth round,
That's ridiculous to me. That's insane. The Texans pick is also in. We're gonna With pick 123, the Houston Texans select Ohio State tight end Cade Stover.
okay.
Which I liked Cade Stover, and I feel like anytime I watched Ohio State, he made a couple of catches and just like did exactly what he needed to do every time. So pairing him with Dalton Schultz is nice. So good for them, I guess.
What about Brevin Jordan?
Ooh, I forgot about Brevin Jordan.
How could you forget about Brevin Jordan?
Playoff hero Brevin Jordan. Playoff hero. He had a really long touchdown catch and run in a game that was a total blowout. I wouldn't call that hero, but he was very good. And he's an interesting prospect, but
Interesting prospect who's on his second contract.
Shut up. I don't care.
He might be in his final year of his rookie deal.
I've got the NFL Network feed on my second screen, along with TweetDeck, and of course with a punter being taken, they go straight to Rich Eisen screaming about punters being people too.
Okay.
Classic moment. Let's see. So people are talking about TJ Tampa, the cornerback from Iowa State. I have not seen a reputable source or analyst say that they would want to take TJ Tampa. That seems like one of those players where it's like, let someone else make that mistake, you know?
Right. We're looking at like a Keely Ringo thing here.
Ooh, Keely Ringo.
Is that your
There's a
guy?
poll.
He's on your team.
Is he on my team?
Ringo? Yeah, he plays for the Eagles, correct? Now I'm going
Oh,
crazy.
that's right. Yeah.
Did he not play last year?
Not really, no.
I was gonna say, is this mystery? Like, some blast from the past here?
Cespinar says, or Kespinar, I'm not sure. ESPN's pro comp for TJ Tampa is Kyer Elam. Why does ESPN hate him?
Hey, to be fair, they like that. They like that profile.
No, they don't. That's the thing. They don't like that
They
profile.
like that profile in the draft. They don't like it in practice. New DB's coach, though. Hey, well,
listen. There's still a chance for Kyer Elam. I don't know how good it is, but whatever. All right. So we're at a point now where I can now see the Bills on the ticker. What is happening here? They're showing a video of Kate Stover doing something to a bovine animal.
Please, context.
It looks like he's massaging a cow.
More context. That wasn't good context.
No, that's literally what it is. He's literally massaging a cow. I don't know how else to say it. If you're watching NFL Network, rewind your feed. That's what that looks like. I gotta find this now. I gotta find a video.
Can we buy the rights to that video quickly?
Okay. So there. First of all, Google auto completed it. So,
so
that's a good start.
Okay.
Let's see. I gotta be able to find this. Where is this? Okay. Comparison. Blah blah blah. Okay. This is ridiculous. This is what this is turning into. I gotta share. I did not think I was gonna be sharing my screen here. All right.
I have the ESPN coverage on. Maybe they'll show it. Oh my god. Yeah, that is what he's doing. Fair.
I could not think. What else am I supposed to say this as?
Yeah.
What else am I supposed to say?
You could have said shaking a cow, but that's even worse.
No, that's way worse. That is so much worse. That sounds like a crime.
Yeah, no, that's not. Look, I wouldn't draft any furries, but that's
furry. Hold on, let's make it an official.
We're not opening this can of worms, David.
You just did though. You mentioned it.
I did, and I closed it. I kind of took the lid off a little bit.
Furries do not deserve rights. That's all we have to say about that.
Okay.
Man, just ridiculous. This whole process is insane.
RJ makes a good point. It does look consensual. That's a. We don't got a Deshaun Watson on our hands.
Oh God.
And Houston did its homework on him for sure, right? They're not. Again, speaking about opening cans of worms, they're not going through that thing again.
We have another pick, and it's another Oregon Duck.
Oh.
Did you want to finish that exclamation? I cut you off.
No, I do not.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Actually, thank you.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be drafting running back from Oregon, Bucky Irving.
Who? Tampa?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Also, this is going to be after the Niners pick, and I have not seen. Oh wait. Oh, we got to run the graphic again. At pick 124, the San Francisco 49ers are taking Wake Forest safety Malik Mustafa.
Okay. Nice.
So, Malik Mustafa is was sort of everyone's quintessential, this is the guy I want in the fourth round, right? This was somebody that consistently showed up in the fourth round of mocks. And a lot of people like because he's super physical and wants to deliver a bunch of big hits. Cool. He's not the best tackler, though. So, cool, but I don't necessarily feel like that's... Yeah, there's something there. You like guys that are physical, right?
Exactly.
You want that mentality on your defense, but you also want guys that are physical and can also tackle, right? We're not talking... do you want like a Bob Sanders or do you want like DJ Swearinger? Like I don't remember that guy.
Of course. This stream is going to turn into, before 3 o'clock, this stream is just going to turn into the classic thing where it's just like, guys could just sit around for years and name old football.
It already is. Like, what are you talking? It absolutely. It's already that.
Was. Yeah, just like, hey, remember Lafayette Pitts? Yeah.
You will be on your deathbed. I will be around for some unforsaken reason. And you're going to look at me and you're going to be like, Lafayette Pitts.
Let Lafayette know. I never forgot him.
Lisa Nagaib!
Yeah. I just need Lafayette Pitts to make a cameo, open it up. I don't care what fee you put, I'm paying it. And then I'll get the cameo, and then he can close it. I don't care.
That's fair.
But yeah, no, Malik Mustafa, would have been nice to have in the 4th round here. Even, I would not be shocked if they do double dip on safety, just given the turnover at that position this year. Right. For the Bills, I would not be shocked if they double dip. Would have liked Mustafa, but again, we're in the 4th round here.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not heartbroken about losing out on any of these prospects.
That's fair. Noah Sheldon 500 says Coke Bishop is our Harrison Smith. He means Cole. Listen, from your lips to God's ears. I don't know if Cole Bishop is a Mormon. He's from Utah, so I guess I just assume. That would be great, right? Taking a Harrison Smith type player in the 2nd round would be great. I don't think that's actually what happened there, but I'm hopeful. So we have a trade. We have a trade. The Jets have traded pick 126 to the Detroit Lions. The Jets get a 2025 3rd-round pick. What is with these GMs just giving up future thirds? Do they not care? Does anyone care anymore? We live in a society.
Third round picks matter, people. What is going
These
on?
are top 100 picks. What are we doing here?
Again, it's I think it was who was it? Might have been No, it wasn't Rappaport. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah who just said, like, once you get past 45, it's very much a flavor draft. Yeah. Right? Like these team rankings differ vastly based on, whatever war room you're in. So like the idea of there being some teams that still have 3rd round grades on guys, and that's how they're rationalizing it with, we're just making next year's pick right now. Fine. But just from a asset management perspective, it's
bizarre. You can still use other picks. You can use future picks to get like veterans. Like the Lions just traded a 3rd round pick for Carlton Davis. Like, what are they doing? I can't make sense of this. Also, fun fact: the 4th round pick that the Niners just used to get Malik Mustafa was the 4th round pick they got from the Cowboys when they traded Trey Lance.
Well, okay. You turn Trey Lance into Malik Mustafa. We'll see.
It might be that genuinely could turn out to be the most like neutral trade in the world.
The most okay.
Right. Oh my gosh. Okay. The Lions war room all has number 89 Dan Campbell jerseys on.
I don't like that.
You don't like that?
No, I don't like when a war room is fun or when a war room is, Look, this is a workplace.
So the Bills are perfect for you then in that regard. They're just they're very professional. Just they're not Brad Holmes like pounding on the table every single pick.
No, I'm sorry. And if they show the war room and the Bills are wearing business casual today, if they've turned in the suits for quarter zips, I'm done. I'm getting off this podcast.
Okay. This is even more bizarre now. I gotta. All right. This is gonna be perfect. Hang on.
Please tell me.
After trading a 3rd round pick in 2025 to get to pick 126, the Detroit Lions have selected Giovanni Manu, offensive tackle from British Columbia.
Yes. We need more Canadians.
I disagree. We need fewer Canadians, but that's fine. So,
Canada's a great place. I can smell it from here.
there's some nice parts about Canada. I would not take many football players from Canada. That's gonna sound awful.
Hey, they do it different up there in Canada. Literally,
They do
have
do
a
it
whole
different.
league.
They do. All right.
What can you tell me about this offensive tackle from?
I
British
have
Columbia?
no idea what. I have no takes about this other than it's very weird that you took a Canadian player. Before we get any further, folks, this is our second guest because I guess technically Kyle is a guest.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we are welcoming our second guest for the day. He has been a featured guest on the Roundup twice now. This is his third time on the Roundup. Folks, welcome in Max Toscano. He is a writer for And the Valley Shook, which is the LSU page for SB Nation. He is a former analytics intern for the University of Connecticut football team, working under Jim
UBC.
Mora. It is not UBC, apparently. UBC.
University of British Columbia. What are we doing here?
God.
We had some Canadians on the team at the time. We had a receiver from Montreal. We
And they played in Connecticut. They were not. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it's like it's the Canada of America, sort of.
Yep.
Man.
That is what
Well,
they
no,
call
you guys
it.
are from Buffalo. What am I talking about?
I live in Florida. I'm not from Buffalo. I was born in New Jersey. I live in Florida now. Like, come on. So, Max, thank you for coming on to the show. This is a good, as you could tell, this is a much more laid back day. Much like how the rest of the league just sort of entertains and has a bunch of Europeans on to announce picks. Apparently, we're here,
and they're picking Canadians.
and there's a European announcing a Canadian pick. A Canadian player in an American sport.
Folks,
What-
this is what an invasion looks like.
This
I was
is-
gonna say, what happened to the game I love?
The liberal globalism is taking over our wonderful sport, and not having it. Anyway,
we got DEI corners on the Eagles now. We got like it's
hey, speaking of the Philadelphia Eagles, they just made their pick. So at pick 127, the Philadelphia Eagles have taken running back Will Shipley from the University of Clemson. I actually really like
he's
Will
gonna be good
Shipley.
there.
It's interesting that they spend a 4th-round pick on Will Shipley when they just gave Saquon Barkley a bunch of money, but
Yeah, it's you got to think it's like it's a succession plan / what happens when Saquon Barkley misses his obligatory 3 games in the middle of November.
like Matt Milano with the Bills. There's always one hamstring game that he misses. So
Right.
yeah. All right. So one of the reasons, other than him just being a very good analyst and generally easy person to do conversations with, but one of the other reasons why I brought Max on is because he's a Bengals fan. And right before the draft started earlier this week, in addition to T. Higgins requesting a trade, defensive end Trey Hendrickson requested a trade, and then also said he might retire, which seems to mitigate like your leverage in terms of like how you might get traded or not traded. I don't know. Very, very weird. But so what? There's been so far no movement on either of those fronts from anything that I've seen. T. Higgins has like been a topic of conversation around the Bengals for a long time now. So far, they seem like nothing is really going to change. They just want to keep T. Higgins and they want to pay him a certain amount of money that T. Higgins does not want to be paid. That seems like how it's going to go, and it seems like he's going to hit free agency in 2025. But what are your thoughts on how this is all playing out for the Bengals right now?
Well, I mean, it's very standard for how they do this. They'll let you play on the tag and they'll let you walk.
All right, hold on. Before you get too deep into this, I do have to interrupt you because it looks like the Bills just made their pick. And we do have, this is a Bills podcast, so we do have to just do that.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone want to make any guesses? Or
Kamara.
Kamara. Okay.
Falcon,
It's not. It's not Kamara. So, with the 128th pick in the NFL draft in 2024, the Buffalo Bills are selecting running back Ray Davis from the University of Kentucky, if my memory is correct.
Ooh, he's good.
Oh, see, I love hearing that. I love vindication for players that I do not know. So, all right. So before we talk about the Bengals, since you know about Ray Davis, why don't you talk about Ray Davis?
Well, I mean, I was watching. So Liam Cohen was the OC at Kentucky last year again, and so it's a cool offense to watch. So I was during the season, I was watching their game against Florida, and Ray Davis ran for like 5,000 yards and like 50 touchdowns, and he went ballistic. Like he's stout, he's strong, like he's under, I think he's under 5'10", like 220, bowling ball type, but he's got like long speed, he's physical, he has a great story. I not like I know he has a great story. It's like Dane Brugler talks about it a lot. I don't remember the specifics, but I know he has a great story just about overcoming adversity. But on tape, the guy is like the perfect complement to James Cook because he's gonna run between the tackles, he's gonna eat contact, he's gonna churn yards, but he's also got a lot of juice and can kind of do all the other stuff that the Bills offense is gonna need. He can catch the ball, he can protect, he can do all that stuff. Like it's a very intentional pick, and I really like this one, especially as you want to get Cook, probably not 25, 30 carries a game.
Right. The little notes that they have on Ray Davis on the NFL Network broadcast: natural runner, explodes into contact in reliable hands. I'm all for that. 4'5", 240. Yeah, he's 5'8", and 211. That's a built dude.
Oh yeah.
5'8", 211. That's a built man. I love that. That makes me happy. Yeah. All right. So you feel like this is an appropriate level of thunder to James Cook's lightning?
Oh yeah, it's not the kind of thunder that you have to change your offense when he's on the field, right? Like the report said, reliable hands, he can run routes, so you can access a little bit of different stuff in the run game while also not tipping your hand too much. And he's just one of those guys that you pick that can play ball. He's a guy that's good.
I like that.
That's what he is. And the Bills have certainly become a situation to me where a lot of these guys, like when guys go there, I start to think that they're going to reach sort of the higher end of their range of outcomes.
Sure.
Just with the staff and infrastructure, even if they have missed on draft picks, they've gotten a lot out of guys. James Cook, for example.
Right.
So I think, this is exciting.
Yeah, that's fair. It looks like the Jets have traded again, and the 49ers are on the clock. So they are at pick 129.
This is definitely going to be a running back. It just always is.
Almost certainly. Especially now that like two running backs just went off the board in a row. Now we're looking at probably a third. So back to the Bengals, because you started it and then it got right into the pick. So just go back to what you were talking about if you can remember.
This is so standard for the Bengals. They'll let you play on the tag. They'll if they don't have to trade you, like they'll just leave you on red and go about their day and ignore you. It's like there's a reason that when Trey Hendrickson requested his trade, there was the and also T. Higgins is requesting a trade too. Don't forget about me. It's like Trey Hendrickson has like no leverage either. He just signed an extension.
Yeah.
He won't retire because like he would retire maybe like what's he gonna do? Sit out for like 2-3 years at 30? Like
it doesn't make sense.
No chance. He will be brought back into the fold. He will be dealt with. But it's how they operate. I wish they had used a higher pick on a receiver to have that succession plan for Higgins. I wish they had traded up for like Ladd McConkey.
Sure. I think everyone wishes they had traded up for Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, but like once he fell out of the first round, I was like, you have to trade up. You have to trade up and take him. And the Bengals don't do that, which is
No.
it's they do what they do. It's a very easy team to cover in that way because you know exactly how things are going to
Yeah.
go. But it's
frustrating at times.
they're both Higgins will play on the tag for a year. Hendrickson will be brought back into the fold.
Mhm.
And that's going to be that. It's really kind of not that big of a deal beyond the initial he wants a trade announcement, which for 31 teams means something.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, but it just like you said, this is just such a classic Bengals process, right? To just sort of have these players and then, you know, in a lot of ways, this just reminds me so much of Jesse Bates from
Oh yeah,
a couple,
exactly.
right? Like they were like, we're not going to pay Jesse Bates, and then they took Dax Hill in the first round, and then they were like, that's going to be the Jesse Bates replacement, and we're not going to pay Jesse Bates, and it's like, but why? Why take Dak? It's just the whole process is just very. It's just a little weird. And
It
yeah,
is a little
good
weird
for them
less
for
than
like
yours.
committing to Burrow at least and not like dragging that out any further. But still, like there's other parts to this, and now you kind of wonder like, is this going to be the same process with Jamar Chase in a year? Like,
It's I think the Chase extension is kind of going to go exactly the way the Burrow one went, where it's going to be like, hey, why isn't this thing done yet? And then people are going to get a little worried about it, and it's going to get done, but it's gonna drag on late. But it'll get done. It's just that they don't guarantee money. They don't do contract sort of restructuring shenanigans that kind of help you be more flexible, and a lot of it's just because they don't have the liquidity.
sure,
Which is just like it is what it is. That's it's not like they are doing this to be. It's not like they're doing this to be the Oakland Athletics over here. It's the reality of the situation. I think they do a lot with their limitations. But at the same time, like you said, like if you could have gotten a Jesse Bates done early, like you could have gotten that under market value. Now they kind of did it with Trey Hendrickson,
right?
which is what he's mad about now. But he did sign the contract, of course, recently within the window being eligible for.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when that news came in, I was like, really? Didn't he like sign an extension with them? And like now he's starting like, what are you expecting to have happen here, dude? Yeah, it's just weird. All right. The 49ers have made their pick at 129, and it is a running back.
Of course.
And it
Wonderful.
is Isaac Guerendo from
no.
the University of Louisville. Again, I do not know who this is.
Fast.
So fast. Oh, of course. I should have expected that, if nothing else.
He tested like one of the freakiest running backs ever at the combine. He was kind of their number 2 to Jawar Jordan, but like I haven't really watched him beyond watching like Louisville games in the fall. But like he's a freak show athlete, track guy, big, and it's like if anywhere else I'd be like, okay, cool pick, and then there I'm like, oh, that makes me nervous because like he might go a little crazy.
All right. The the Ravens have made their pick, and it is cornerback TJ Tampa from the Iowa State.
That's gonna work out for them.
So, I feel like there's been a lot of thoughts on TJ Tampa, and not many of them have been very positive throughout this process, at least from what I've seen. But then you have a team like the Ravens, and it's just sort of, you kind of just get that feeling of like, that's gonna work out, isn't it? Like you go to the one team where it's just like that's gonna. Same thing with like them taking Nate Wiggins at pick 30 or whatever. It was sort of like there were all these concerns about Nate Wiggins being super skinny and not being the right size. Like historically speaking, that sort of size profile doesn't work for cornerback. And then you go to a team like the Ravens, and it's like, well, that's just gonna work for them, isn't it? It's like just somehow they'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll move him into the slot long term. I know Kyle Hamilton plays a lot there, but like when you get into like actual like dime and third down packages, when you kind of move him to safety because you don't need to fit the run. Like I feel like they're going to use him I think a lot of the negative buzz about TJ Tampa is him as like a true corner, outside corner,
Mhm.
as opposed to like a sort of a move secondary defensive back, which the Ravens have always been good with, right? Like guys like Chuck
Right.
Clark, guys like they've always kind of had those guys. So I think he's going to be a nice role player for them. So he does some stuff well.
Yeah. The Chiefs have also just selected. They are taking tight end Jared Wiley from TCU.
He's interesting. He's like 6'6",
Yeah.
almost closer to 6'7".
Big man.
He's tall. He's got some weight to him, but he's got really nice light feet. And kind of moves like a much smaller guy. Older, late breakout, so it's like sort of interesting. But like he's the kind of guy you watch on tape and you're like, why aren't you like 60 catches, like 850 yards, and like 10 touchdowns? So we'll see. Maybe they hit on him as like a long-term Kelsey succession plan, but like Andy Reid's always been great with tight ends, so it's
that's fair.
That's makes me nervous too.
Speaking of tight ends, the Bengals also took Eric All earlier today, University of Iowa tight end. That was obviously a need that the Bengals had, or at least that was a perceived need that the Bengals had, because they basically had like Drew Sample and Mike Gesicki, who's not really a tight end on the roster. I've said this before, and I'll say it now just to try and get some sort of reaction. I've often compared Mike Gesicki to just like a semi-successful version of Kelvin Benjamin.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I'm on the right page.
No, I mean, like it's Kelvin Benjamin if you kind of use him right.
Right.
Just like because he's like he kind of goes above the rim and dunks on you a little bit. And he's athletic for a flex tight end.
Right. But he's not like a yards after catch guy. He's not somebody that blocks well. He's just like this go up and get it type of guy. And
he does one thing, but he's like, pretty good at it. He's like he's just like he's that guy on the court in basketball that's like averaging like no assists, cannot make a shot, is an okay defender, but is just like a sick rebounder, and he's getting like he's averaging like 12 boards a night and doing nothing else. And you keep playing him because otherwise you're gonna get dominated on the glass. But like he's he's whatever. He'll be like a fun red zone target, do some stuff on third downs, and that's it. But like Eric All, he has not played in 2 years. So
because he was a Michigan transfer as well.
Yeah, to Iowa.
Yeah,
he's a project. But I mean, he's like he showed a lot of promise early in that Michigan career. He's athletic. He has good size and physicality, which is like finally for a Bengals tight end instead of like Irv Smith or like trying to draft, Dalton Kincaid and Sam Laporta last year, who are good players, but they're not like they're not attached tight ends.
Right.
So like I like that. I gotta go back and watch the tape on him from like 3 years ago. Now when Cade McNamara was the quarterback and Aiden Hutchinson was at Michigan, but like
what a time for that.
If he's got the size, so
sure. Yeah.
So and he played for Michigan and Iowa. So well, he practiced for Iowa. He like blew his knee out in like the first 5 minutes of the season, but
yeah,
it's not bad. It's not. There's no stakes here. It's it's day 3.
Yeah. We have another trade. I might as well just call this the Howie Roseman alert. So the the Eagles have traded back. They give the Detroit Lions pick 132 and 210, which is a 4th and a 6th respectively. The Eagles move back to pick 164, which is in round 5, and move up 9 spots from 210 to 201, and they also pick up a 2025 4th round pick. Because apparently the Lions just don't care about the draft in 2025. They've given up a 3rd and a 4th now to pick in just the 4th round. I can't make sense of this. I don't know. I love Brad Holmes. He's been a great drafter since he's gotten there. I don't get what's going on right now with like what he's doing specifically today, just like giving away these sort of picks. I don't really get it. Oh, it looks like the Chiefs made another pick. Washington State safety Jaden Hicks has been selected by the Chiefs. Yeah, that's sort of my feeling as well.
I hate it. It's not fair.
Just another guy for Spags to run around
Right.
and rotate around. Ugh.
They can't keep getting away with it.
Let's see.
Dude,
So,
I cannot believe we have another Patriot. That sucks.
I know. It's just so. All right. Speaking of Iowa and Iowa-related players,
Oh yeah, let's go.
love that you're excited about that. Torrey Taylor got picked with the Bears' last pick in this draft. They took a punter. What's going on here?
That guy's sick though.
That guy's awesome. I wanted Torrey Taylor.
Yeah, so did I.
What's a 4th round pick doing with the punter? I don't understand what's going on here.
We got Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze, and you're not paying attention to the rest of our draft.
That is fair.
It's like shit. I don't, because like the case for it, I think, is that like there are very few ways to get a surefire. Oh, not sure. There's no such thing as a surefire, but like a pretty
Right.
much surefire elite player at a position in the 4th round. Now you got to, if you're going to do that, you got to get a punter. So I think they're just like, we've got all these guys. We have a lot of things in place. Let's just take the sick punter.
It's fair.
It's like this guy might be an elite punter is a weapon. Like it's not to sound like Kirk Ferentz over here, but like it's. I mean, you pin guys down deep, you flip the field. It's a real thing. Even though the problem is that like all NFL punters are like the same, like basically like superstar. So like it doesn't matter. But like it's let's just say it won Iowa a lot of games.
Well, yeah, because they weren't winning them with offense.
Right.
The pick that the Lions made after trading up with the Eagles was Utah safety Sione Vaki.
Oh, he's fun.
Yeah. I feel like Utah has become one of those places where if I see somebody taken from that's a defender from Utah, I'm just like, yeah, that's probably a pretty good pick to make.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you hear the Lions announced him as a running back?
A running back? Sione Vaki?
So he played both in college.
Right.
And he was really, really good at both. Like, he was kind of raw as a safety, but, like, I was watching early in the season. I was watching a lot of Utah tape before their defense got hurt. Because, like, they were, like, before they all got hurt, they were, like, a top 5 defense in the country. And so they do a lot of cool stuff. I want to check it out. And this guy is, like, playing in the box. He's blowing up blockers. He's making tackles. He's, like, shooting through the line, getting downhill. Of course, he's, like, in the wrong place sometimes. He gets beat in coverage because he's off his landmark, all that stuff.
Sure.
But, like, he's such a freak athlete. That, like, you just, you kind of can talk yourself into it with, like, the right defensive coaching and the right role. But I guess if they're announcing him as a running back,
Right.
it's like, it's so Lions though. It's just like, let's just run the ball with him.
Speaking of running the ball, at pick 134, the New York Jets have taken Wisconsin running back Braylon Allen.
Ooh.
Man,
Another running back.
Interesting.
So they have Breece Hall,
Right.
who is now totally removed from his ACL injury as a rookie, and like for the record, was great coming off of it too.
He's
Like,
correct.
and now you get Braylon Allen. So I like having guys that you can actually rely on to like spell your top running back, right? This feels like maybe a bit of a luxury pick, and I guess the Jets are sort of in that position where they can do that because they're just sort of like this all just sort of hinges on Aaron Rodgers. So get guys that are going to just help as much as you can, and maybe take some pressure off of him if at all possible. But it like you said, it's the 4th round. It's we're kind of just spitballing here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just like him. Like, he was an elite player in the Big Ten running the ball as a 17-year-old. Like,
Yeah,
he's just he had a bad year last year because they switched the offense. Like, they went from Paul Christ under center, I formation, power, counter, like stuff that really
right.
fits him, to like Phil Longo spread out, like a lot of RPO, not his thing.
Yeah.
And like he was just a freak. Like, he looked like the next like Wisconsin running back. He obviously, we know he can handle volume. He's huge, and he's young. Like,
Yeah.
He's 20
I
years
just
old.
like him. I think he's good. I think you worry about recurrence of injury with Brees Hall, I guess, because like,
Sure.
remember when he went down, there was a huge drop off. Like, they had issues
Yeah.
because
They
of
did.
that. So like, you got to have another guy, especially if you want to try to manage his workload and get ahead of that a little bit. But it is a luxury pick, but at the same time, like, we're kind of in luxury pick range.
Yeah. Yeah. The final pick of round 4 is in. At pick 135, the San Francisco 49ers have taken Arizona wide receiver Jacob Cowing.
Oh my god,
So
it's like kind of good.
he is kind of good.
Mhm.
I've seen enough of Jacob Cowing and enough people talk about Jacob Cowing but like, this is the second wide receiver that the Niners have taken in this draft. When 2 of their showing Kate Stover massaging the cow again, I got so distracted. Oh my god.
Rightfully so.
So, but like this the second receiver that they've taken in this draft, and 2 of their receivers are on the trade block, like pretty publicly on the trade block. So, and both of those receivers, Deebo Samuel is like a receiver, and like he is a receiver, but he's more just like a weapon, right? Like, he's just somebody that can take over a game because he can go from all these different positions and be a home run threat from all these different positions, and murder someone from all these different positions. And then you have Ayuk, who clearly wants money, sort of in similarly to the T. Higgins situation, I suppose. But now you get Pearsall, who I think can function on the outside, but you'd probably prefer him to be in the slot if you can. And then Jacob Cowing is a slot guy. They're both good players. I just am a little confused by this team making both of these guys their selections at wide receiver, given where they are with their current pair of wide receivers.
Yeah, but it's going to work anyway.
I know.
It's like,
Right, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan devil magic. So it doesn't matter. It's like, if it were any other team, I'd be like, yeah, that's weird, but like, he's cooking. Like,
Yeah.
I think they think with Pearsall they can get an outside guy,
Right.
just because he is really he does have really good speed. He's explosive, and after Brandon Ayuk, like, I'm not really gonna doubt them necessarily, because I did not love Brandon Ayuk. I was just like, yeah, he's just like kind of a vertical threat. He's like not necessarily that great a route runner, and I don't necessarily think he has like the top end speed to be what he is in college in the league. And so they just developed him into one of the best route runners in the
Right.
NFL. So I think that looking at Pearsall, you're like, oh, can you get Brandon Ayuk out of Pearsall? Well, that seems a little rich. It
Sure.
seems like a lot to ask, but at the same time, getting Brandon Ayuk out of Brandon Ayuk is kind of the same. But yeah, it is weird. I think they just like Cowan because he just can kind of run routes and play, and I think that like if they can move him around and hide him from the things that are going to cause him problems and get a guy out of it. And I also think they're just trying to throw numbers at the problem.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, it's
They can't trade Ayuk. I think that's
Sure.
crazy. Like, and I think they're going to do it. I think it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. It is crazy.
Just I would trade
We're gonna
Debo Samuel for
we're gonna
third
give
before I get
we're gonna give Kyle a break here because he needs time to remove his costume so he can pee.
I'm about
So
to pee my costume.
all right, he will be back later. Yeah. So with I'm trying to convince myself that the Niners just aren't gonna go straight back to the Super Bowl. I guess. Which they might not, but it's tough.
if they trade Ayuk, I think that becomes hard. I think that's
Yeah.
like he really is like he's honestly like he really is like like a reduced fat version of like Devonte Adams at this point.
Honestly, it's not a bad
He's like I think he's
comparison.
like similar style and 70 to 80% in quality.
Yeah. The first pick of the fifth round, if I can find it. I just saw it. I gotta rewind. There we go. First pick of the fifth round is the Seahawks, and they take cornerback Nehemiah Pritchett from Auburn. Yeah, and I feel like at some point I heard a lot about like the Auburn defensive backs and there being like a lot of Auburn defensive backs and like none of them being all that like super intriguing. So I guess that's not super surprising that one of them goes in the fifth round, and obviously to a team like Seattle where you now have Mike McDonald who, if you're going to get a chance, someone like Mike McDonald is going to give you one of the best chances you can get.
Yeah. All these Auburn guys can kind of play.
Yeah.
I like Jalen Simpson. I thought he was the best of them all. I don't know if he's still available.
I want to say that he's
if he is
still
in the
available.
Bengals. Well, we can't take another safety, but I kind of want to. But
Let me see.
I thought he was the best one.
So let me see if my producer can come up with that. My producer is me. Jeremy Simpson, is that the name?
Jalen Simpson.
Jalen Simpson. That's why I can't find anything. Jalen Simpson is currently not drafted yet, so we'll see. We'll see
Good
what
player.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Nehemiah Pritchett's kind of a. I forgot. I wasn't. Simpson was the only one I really watched, but like I think it's either him or the other guy, DJ James. I'm pretty sure it's Pritchett that people think of as like a real press guy.
Sure.
And that's kind of his fastball, and that's all he throws. Which, like, when you look at kind of building a DB room with different skill sets, like McDonald likes to kind of do and fit it together, you get a guy with this. You get, especially right now in the draft, you get a guy who does one thing really well, or you just get a total project. And I think that makes a lot of sense.
Sure. All right, we're bringing Kyle back in. There we go.
I had my mic muted.
That's fine. All right, at pick 137, the Los Angeles Chargers are selecting Tarheeb Still from Maryland, cornerback. I'll be perfectly honest. There's like a lot of names that I often recognize, even if I don't know much about them.
Guy.
No, that's
Madden name.
That's
We're in Madden name
I don't.
territory.
I could not tell you that this was a person in this draft. So we'll see what happens.
Watch him be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but it's the Chargers. He's gonna be like great until like a moment when he needs to be great, and then he's gonna give up like a 60-yard touchdown. So they're showing some clips of Spencer Rattler right now, who is still available, which is surprising. Okay, it's surprising to me because he's like
a quarterback.
First of all, and also like from an actual film perspective, he's not a bad quarterback either. But obviously, there were a lot of issues personality-wise with Spencer Rattler. So
yeah. I mean, like he should not have done that show in high school.
No one should ever do a reality show when they're still in high school. I don't care who you
on
are.
a camera when you're in high school.
I just feel like that ruined his career.
Well, and then carrying that through Oklahoma, right? And then having Caleb Williams right behind you And then he started off struggling in that first year, and then Lincoln Riley's like, yeah, I'm pulling the plug on you.
Yeah.
And go right to Caleb Williams, and they didn't look back. And then they went to USC and definitely didn't look back.
To be fair, if I were in practice as the starting quarterback and Caleb Williams was behind me, I would not have that would not be fun.
It must be so weird seeing someone that talented as your backup in practice in college and just being like, man, I know I should want to be the starter, but like, this is making me feel bad.
I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to make a team first decision, be a locker room guy. I am not playing. You gotta put that guy in.
I want to give this team the best chance to win, and I am not it.
I am not it. I will
like
be the
Spencer
best
Rattler,
clipboard. I will be the best clipboard holder you all see.
Yeah, he will never lack for water.
I'll wear that colored penny jersey as much as possible, calling those signals from the sideline. But yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, it's like it's and the thing is, like, he was a 5-star. He was freakishly talented. We were all anointing him the number 1 overall pick after his freshman year, sort of rightfully, because like if he had just taken another slight step from the way he ended that year, it was like slam dunk. But you know, it's you gotta wonder why that didn't happen. I think part of it's just like he's not. I thought originally it's just like, oh, he struggles to process, he struggles in the pocket, but he doesn't now. Like he really has, like, he did a good job with that at South Carolina. I just feel like he's just kind of a bad vibes guy.
It's absolutely
Terrible
bad vibes. Terrible vibes. Honestly, it's just one of those guys where never do the shows. Don't do it. Avoid it. I know. Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of very talented high school.
Is another one.
Right. Oh my gosh, Tate Martell. There's a friend of mine who had some connections to Ohio State. Talked about when Tate Martell was there and just like, you know, had some things covered up, you know, like, and he got in trouble for like shooting paintballs in dorms or something like that.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's like that's about right.
Yeah, it's just like, just like it's so much easier to not do really stupid, inane shit like that in college.
Less fun, though.
Then I agree.
Yeah, but you do that with your friends. You don't do that with random people who are going to get you in trouble for it. It's not. I don't care about the paintballs. I care about the judgment.
Right. Exactly. The Arizona Cardinals have made their pick at 138. They have taken Xavier Thomas, the edge out of Clemson. Feels like yet another solid pick for the Arizona Cardinals in this draft.
That guy has been there for like 100 years.
Listen, this is going to be the case for a lot of these players, not only in this draft, but probably in the next couple of drafts, because this is, you know, we're getting into COVID players at this point. Like, the fact that Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. were first-round picks at the age of 23. Bo Nix started 60 games in college. 60! It's insane!
I mean, Jaden Daniels played with Brandon Ayuk.
Jaden Daniels played with Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall at Arizona State under Herm Edwards.
And
that feels like a century ago.
He's a year younger than Michael Penix and Bo Nix.
It's just
a year. All right, so I'm looking at Xavier Thomas, the stats right now.
Yeah.
In 2018.
Oh my God.
Yep.
He had 3.5 sacks. So he registered statistics in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Literally Chris Farley saying, what? Like, you know, a lot of people take 7 years to finish college. Oh my God. That guy was on the team with T. Higgins, Trevor Lawrence, Dexter Lawrence, Clelin Ferrell, and Christian Wilkins, who are like, well, not Clelin Ferrell for obvious reasons because he's bad, but like these other guys are on like their big second contracts.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right. So
on that team, there's got to be somebody really funny, like old, like somebody who's like washed now.
So the Washington Commanders have made their pick at 139. Linebacker Jordan McGee from Temple. I look at the size here. It's let's see, like 6'1", 228, 4.55 40-yard dash. This again, just like so typical Dan Quinn positionless defense, and they're gonna get the ball run on them 80 times a game for 1,000 yards. So good for them, I guess.
Small.
Small.
So on that team was Hunter Renfro.
Oh my god.
Granted, Hunter Renfro probably still looks older than
Yeah.
Xavier Thomas at this. All right, so the Bills are coming up in the next 2 picks. It's going to be the Chargers, and then it's going to be the Bills. There are still guys like Muhammad Kamara on the board. Jamari Thrash is on the board. Do we have a particular feeling on where the Bills are going to be going with
Thrash
this pick?
is good. Thrash, I had him as like
I like Thrash
I had him
a
like
lot.
like a late second guy.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still here.
He's
in
also
the fifth.
elite name.
Oh, I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Thrash.
good. Name alone. Exactly.
I feel I'm surprised Kamara is still on the board. I understand he's like this sort of weird, lanky, like
Right.
skinny, speedy edge rusher, but like there's still a role on some teams for that.
This is when you take your DPR, your designated pass rushers. Like
Right, exactly. Like it would not surprise me if that was the pick here for them. Yeah, I don't necessarily feel like that. To me, is the biggest position of need for the Bills at the moment is some sort of rotational edge guy. I don't know if there's another guy that's on the board that's available. Yeah, there's like a Mekai Wingo. You're the LSU.
Mekhi Wingo.
Mekai Wingo. There you go.
He should not be here. And like I was actually lower on him than most people, just because I really don't love the size. He's like 280.
Fair.
But he's really good. He's just really good.
Austin Booker, Kansas
Love
Edge.
him.
Yeah.
He's just I mean like he's a ball of clay, but he's like 6'6", and he's got like he's really good athletic. I don't know
The
why.
Bills like balls of clay though. That is
I
their
do.
that is their
Great
MO.
pick for the Bills.
Yeah.
A great pick.
Let's see.
Ooh, Dwight McLaughlin's still available. I love that guy.
Yeah.
He transferred from LSU after Ed Orgeron was fired, and like they desperately missed him. Like he's good. He's long as hell. Like he's such a Legion of Boom type corner.
I'll always love Ed Orgeron. I don't care how that ended. Just
he had 29. He will have 2019 forever, and
Forever.
I don't know the rest.
exactly. You need nothing else in your life. Just 1 year where you are quite literally the best.
Yeah.
And that's
And he
what
built it all too. It's not like he inherited like any of it. It's crazy.
right. Yeah. Oh, man.
And
All right.
he's like, all right, that's it, man. I'm out. Which is honestly the coolest thing he did.
Yes, 100%. 100.
It's like, all right. It's like that Seinfeld episode when George Costanza.
Yes!
left me.
Go out on top. Leave him wanting more.
All right, that's it for me.
That's it for me, guys. He's trying to go out on top. So, all right. They keep saying that the Chargers pick is in. Oh, there it is. All right. They take cornerback Cam Hart from Notre Dame.
That ball of clay.
There you go.
Like long, freak athlete, kind of not that great, but like
Sure.
we could be fun to fix.
Yeah. So then, all right. So then, multiple edges are on the board. Mo Kamara, Austin Booker, 2 different types of guys, obviously.
Booker could be an every down guy though if he hits the top of his range of outcomes. Like I like.
Okay.
He's good. I would take him.
So ESPN has Gabe Hall on here as well, and they have him listed at edge. I'm not. Is that correct? From Baylor, Gabe. Like, I feel like he was like this undersized defensive tackle, but I don't know enough to feel like
He's listed 6'6", 287. So he's like, they don't know what to do at that point because he's he's got edge length.
right.
I don't know. I who knows? Like, maybe somebody can develop him, just figure him out. But like, I really can't believe Booker's here.
I only bring up Gabe Hall, one, because I thought that was weird, but also because the Sean McDermott and Dave Aranda connection is very, very real. When Aranda was the defensive coordinator at LSU, like, that was when they took Trey White.
Yeah.
And that was McDermott's first draft. Yeah, a couple years earlier, or a couple years ago from now, they took Terrell Bernard, who nobody thought they were going to take a linebacker, much less, I guess, sort of smaller linebacker like Terrell Bernard, but that connection mattered. And I'm sure Aranda had a lot of good things to say about Terrell Bernard. Terrell Bernard's been good for the Bills in his first year as a starter. So the Bills are taking this down. They have like a minute 20 left. There's like 4 minutes for each pick at this point, right? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
They should get 30 seconds.
Honestly, they should. We like at most 2 minutes. Like just,
that would add, and if you don't get it in time, you lose the pick.
Yep.
We should add competitiveness and strategy to the draft.
Yes.
It's like,
all right.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
The pick is in. With the 141st pick in the NFL draft, the Bills' first of 4 fifth-round picks in this
wonderful
in this draft, the Bills are taking Georgia center Cedric Van Prang Granger. That's such a name. Oh my god, Cedric Van Prang Granger.
I can't believe he's still available. He's like good. He's just solid. He's pretty good.
Okay. Hey, listen.
Any C+ starter in the NFL.
Any offensive lineman that Aaron Cromer wants to take, I'm willing to support him in that venture. So I'm all for this.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's not better than Christian Mahogany, who I cannot believe is still available, but he's good.
Fair enough. All right, they have someone announcing this pick. So I don't know if this is another European. I don't know if they went through all the Europeans in the 4th round.
How do you get to be the international fan of the year for a specific?
It's a great question.
I tried to gaslight the Bills Twitter into thinking I was from Bogota, Colombia one time. Didn't go very far for I don't know why, but I would like to be the Bills international fan of the year.
Yeah. So Cedric Van Prang Granger. My gosh, that's kind of.
He was a big LSU target in recruiting.
Interesting.
Like, he was down to us in Georgia.
Yeah. Just under 300 pounds. Yeah. This makes sense for them. So one of the things that I've kind of harped on so far for the Bills in this offseason is the need for offensive line depth, because they were in 2023 one of the only teams, maybe the only team, I don't know, that had the rarity of having all 5 of their starting offensive linemen play and start all 17 games. And that's the likelihood of that happening in 2024 is basically 0. So you need to be able to get some other guys, because someone at some point is going to go down. And I don't know who that's going to be. I'm not saying I want it to happen, but it's a reality with that position in particular. Like, you need to have some guys that you can rely on and guys that you can develop. And it seems like this is somebody that fits that bill.
Yeah, and I do think that's kind of why he fell, though, because when you want to take these guys, you want guys with multi-position versatility, and he's kind of only a center just because of the size. But he's good. Like, he's a back. But if he'll either be a starting center, or if he's a backup center and not like a swing backup.
That was one of the lines on the NFL Network broadcast was like center only.
Yeah, that's why he fell. That makes sense.
Yeah,
actually. But he's good. Like, this is how you get value, because he could end up actually being your starting center. It's like, everybody overthought it, and we just took a center.
Right. Yeah. Kyle, thoughts on a center? I mean, it's the exciting pick that you wanted, right?
Right, I've been banging the table for this. You had him taking in your first mock draft. You had him taking Powers Johnson. You had him taking a center in the first round. Like,
that's true.
Look, I'm gonna miss Mitch Morse.
I am too.
That was one of the things that when I used to be your co-host, I was we were unapologetically pro Mitch Morse, and I think
Yes.
that you are going to feel the departure of Mitch Morse this year. But like, what's this guy's name? Grand
Cedric Van
Van
Pranger. You need to say it as southern as possible. I think it makes more sense that way.
Okay.
Like Cedric Van Pranger, something like that. That's
Say it in
terrible
an
southern
Xavier
accent,
Lee
but I'm going
voice
with
or
it
Lee
anyway.
But no, you get a developmental center, as Max says, right? Like a dude who, in theory, could start for you ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
That's good value here at the top of the fifth. If the reason why he fell is just like, oh yeah, he's just a center. Cool, that's what I want him to do. Like that's,
Right.
Yeah, that's why this was such a nice spot for him.
Yeah. It looks like the Indianapolis Colts have made a pick at 142, and it is wide receiver Anthony Gold from Oregon State. So
Fast.
they are double dipping at wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't think he's that good though. I think he's just fast.
I mean, fair. Kyle
There are
loves
better receivers on the board. Like, isn't Malik Washington still on the board?
Malik
Like,
Washington is still there. Jamari Thrash is still there.
Yeah, come on.
Like,
What are you doing? Like, he's
listen,
they've had an
teams
otherwise
teams
good
like their
draft, so-
zoomies. Teams
I
like
like
people
fast
that go
boys.
zoom. Kyle loves the zoom. You know, they it's just what they get obsessed with it sometimes.
Like
Plus, it's
fast
the
boys.
fifth round.
Yeah, but like it's the fifth round with opportunity cost. Just take Jamari Thrash. Like, although
Listen, I'm
Jamari
with
Thrash is kind of redundant with Josh Downs, but like
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
it's just like, but he's like 170, and he's not like
Yeah.
He's the thing is though, it's like
Do you feel like this is maybe somebody that they're taking and thinking about the new return rules, and maybe that's
that
part of the equation?
Maybe that's interesting. Yeah, like because I remember that would be the only thing that kind of really makes sense besides just the speed, because like he was like
I mean, I'm watching him return a punt right now for a touchdown, and that looks.
he was a good returner. Yeah, I actually think that's what it is. And
because then you don't have to use someone like a
Yeah.
Josh Downs in that position, or like God forbid an Isaiah McKenzie.
Oh yeah, is he still there? No, he can't be.
Is he still there? Or was he? He was one of those that was kicked off, right?
For that long.
Like they
Yeah, no,
removed
they
him
got
from
rid
the
of him
team. Yeah,
early,
that's
yeah.
right.
I think
That's
he's
right.
in New York, maybe.
Yeah,
actually.
he is actually. He's with the Giants right now.
Well,
I forgot.
Okay,
I forgot he got
sure.
kicked out for eagle hunting. That's not actually
Right,
true.
yep.
That was just the weird theory that went around for some
What?
reason. Like there was this weird thing where like
Buffalo Twitter's the best.
where people were like Isaiah. There were a couple of players, and Isaiah McKenzie was one of them, where it was like he got kicked off because he was like hunting endangered birds, like
He was
eagles or
hunting
something.
America's bird.
It was just like, where is this coming from?
well, I
It
mean,
was-
if you were playing the Eagles that week, that's the kind of competitiveness you need. Speaking of Eagles, did you see the Jalix Hunt's tweet about Eagles?
No.
Okay, so it's like
I can't wait.
I gotta pull this up because it's very funny. I can't type into Twitter Jalix Hunt Eagle because that's just who picked him. So like, all right, I found it. Okay, so it's from 2018. It's just like the Eastern Michigan coach is holding an eagle. He's like, oh, and happy 4th to you too. And then in the replies, Jalix Hunt, who's like in high school probably at this time,
Probably.
like said, quote, amazing bird, 2 sets of eyelids, 1 set being hard and transparent. When storms approach, instead of hiding, they use those transparent eyelids to fly into the storm. Debris can't affect vision, and they use the storm to rise above the storm itself, working to be like the eagle.
All good points. I love that.
So he gave like a whole like animal book
Gave a thesis.
paragraph
Yeah,
in a
he
tweet,
gave it
and then he was like, "I'm trying to be like."
His dissertation on eagles, and then yeah.
That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's great.
So if you want to get a betting edge, that's your defensive rookie of the year.
My God, that's great. All right, it looks like Falcons are gonna make a pick.
Oh, I wonder what they're gonna do. Take Spencer Rattler. Do it.
Oh my god. Hang on.
Bennett.
The Chicago Bears have traded back into the draft.
Future pick? That must
The
be.
Bills have traded back. So
Okay.
I'll get the details here in a second. The Bears have acquired pick number 144 from the Bills, and it's literally just now being reported. So I don't think there's any details right now.
For everyone in the chat asking, why can't Bean do that? Why can't Bean trade this year's
Hey,
picks for
there you
next
go.
year?
A
You
fourth
did.
next year from the Bears. That's
Sure.
what they get.
Cool.
I like it. A future fourth. What? So okay. Is there something that we're not in on? Does the NFL think the 2025 NFL draft is just going to be awful?
You got word of another COVID pandemic. This is like when all the CEOs stepped down.
I think it is.
Yeah,
Well, you look at the board now; it's not great.
it's not great.
It's not. It's not great. There's no. There are a couple of good receivers at the top. There's no position that I'm looking at right now. It's like, except for tight end, by the way, insane tight end class. I think is loading, but that's it. If this year we had like elite tackles, elite quarterbacks,
Right.
elite receivers, and next year it's like, yeah, guys, this tight end class, it's we got Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. He's like 6'6", 260, guys. This is the draft's headliner. Like him and Colston Loveland.
All right, so the Falcons at that pick 143 take linebacker J.D. Bertrand from Notre Dame.
He's pretty good, but
Yeah.
like in college, I don't know how he's gonna be in the league.
Yeah, it is what it is.
They
I'm
took Spencer Rattler.
oh, I want that to happen now.
That would be so funny. It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna sit Penix for 3 years behind Kirk. Then we're gonna sit Rattler behind Penix. and we got it. We figured out quarterback for the next 15 years.
Oh man. So Chicago is getting back 144, which was Buffalo's pick in the draft order, the pick that the Bears sent to the Bills in order to get Ryan Bates. This is all very incestuous, which is very NFL.
It is
honestly.
Haven't the Bears been like obsessed with Bates for like
Yes, because they tried to get him last year when he was a restricted free agent.
They tried to offer
They
him.
gave him an offer. The Bills matched it, and then they just straight up traded for him this year. Yeah, they've really liked Ryan Bates a lot, and then they signed some other guy to maybe be their starting center anyway. So I don't really know what Ryan Bates is going to be doing in Chicago next
Hanging
year.
out. Good vibe guy. They call him Rick.
Listen, Chicago, for the record, great city and a great food city as well. Just throwing that out there for those who enjoy traveling in the good old USA.
Oh, next year's running back class is awesome.
Oh, there
too,
you
by the
go.
way.
There you go. Running backs and tight ends.
Yeah.
Exactly what the NFL loves,
Well,
right?
I will say it's what the Bengals need. So
Sure,
it's
yeah,
awesome.
there's that.
It's awesome. This is a great draft for 31 team or for one team. I don't know what the other 31 teams are gonna do, but we're gonna cook. We're gonna get everything we need.
Yeah, this is interesting. All right. So far there's they say that is that it? Is that the pick? Okay, that is the pick. Yes. Okay. The Bears have traded back into this draft at pick 144 to take defensive end Austin Booker from Kansas.
Great pick.
Yeah. That honestly probably kind of worth trading back in at that point.
The Bears are cooking right now,
Yeah.
except for the number choices of their top 2 picks, which are disgusting.
Wait, what do you mean?
Caleb's wearing 18. Rome's wearing 15.
Oh, that's awful.
Awful.
That's awful. Why is he not wearing 13? There's no is there a player that wears 13? Are they
It doesn't even matter. He's
are they
Caleb
like
Williams.
are
He's
they
the
like
guy.
super reverent of like Johnny Knox and his time
No,
with
dude,
the
it's Kyle Orton. It's all about Kyle Orton.
Bears?
He you got to emulate the elites of your franchise's past.
Never forget the 2014 Bills and their run with Kyle Orton.
Dude, Kyle Orton looked like a plumber that they just got.
Hold on, wait. So this is a great story that a lot of Bills people know. I don't know if you know this, Max. Do you know the story of the end of the season when Kyle Orton, like at the end of the season for 2014, like when he was supposed to do his press conference there?
No.
So, end of the season, Bills just miss out on the playoffs, as they do. Kyle Orton goes to his, starts meeting with some of the reporters. He says, "Oh, hey, I left my wallet in my locker. I'll be right back, guys."
He just left.
He just left. He straight up left the building and was never heard from again. He retired. He literally was like, "I'm gonna get my wallet." And
the NFL. Wow, what a guy!
I swear, Kyle Orton is one of the coolest people to ever play in the NFL. Just.
Yeah.
That quarterback, wasn't he in the quarterback room with Jay Cutler in Denver?
Yes.
No, what a room!
No. They traded Kyle Orton to Denver, and Denver got Jay Cutler as part of that trade.
Oh God,
they swapped
from like one plumber who doesn't care to another one. Oh God,
it's funny.
Jay Cutler I feel like Jay Cutler could have been so good.
If he literally cared even a little bit, he could have been great.
Yeah.
But we'll still always have that like hot mic moment where he tells Mike Martz to F off.
Maybe when he lined up as a receiver for the Dolphins.
Just hands on hips like, all right, let's see where this is going. Nowhere, cool. See ya. All right, at pick 145, the Denver Broncos are taking Chris Abrams-Drain, the cornerback from Missouri.
Oh, he's still here. I love him.
Yeah. It's always so. This is like Missouri's 5th player that's been taken in this draft. I kind of wondered at some point, like, why or how Missouri ended up 11-2. Now I'm seeing why. Yeah. All right. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree, David.
Glad we all agree on that.
I agree, David. I'm in
idea.
conjunction with you on your read of the Missouri Tigers.
That's right. All right. Very quickly here, we're gonna do. Which one do I want to pick? There's like 3 graphics that I haven't used yet. What do we want to do? Do that one. Let's just do this one. Folks, welcome in. Uber Hansen is joining the show.
Like a magic trick.
Yes. I should have done that earlier, and I didn't. So, Uber, thank you for joining and also waiting while I jibber-jabber and talk to a man in a crayon costume. So...
you did it for like a year, David. This is nothing new.
Oh, did I say I was complaining? So... Uber, first of all, thank you for updating everyone on trades and trade value with your trade chart that you put together. Oh, your camera went out.
Bye, Uber. Nice to see you.
See, this normally happens like right before we go live. Now it should, but yeah, I brought him in too early. I should have waited. That's my bad.
It always breaks right before. I don't know why. All right, I'm back.
Yeah. So. Okay, what are your thoughts so far on day 3 of the draft, and probably more specifically what the Bills have done so far?
Yeah, I mean, the Ray Davis pick makes sense, right? They needed a second running back. I know people like Ty Johnson, but Davis probably has more upside than Ty Johnson, so you fill that hole. And then Van Pran, just on my basic research on him, starter at Georgia, played in the SEC, a pretty damn good center from all accounts. Like, that's a position the Bills might need, right? We're rolling right now with this idea that McGovern can play that role. That remains to be seen. So at least you kind of have a backup plan to go along with Will Clapp. So one of those can fight for that spot. I think they're both fine picks. Not like overly excited about them. I don't hate them. And then the trade, like the Bills have to get rid of some of these picks. Like they can't use them all. So while like my trade chart says the Bears actually gain more value on this trade, this recent one. I pick 144. It makes complete sense to make that trade. Like you just can't use all these picks. Might as well get some next year. So I like the trade a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Bill W says they already have 2 seconds and 2 fourths in next year's draft. It's a good starting place to be, honestly. Let's see. RJ says, so going into this draft, Bills needed a starting wide receiver 1, a center, safety, edge, running back 2, leave with
You guys got Cole Bishop. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Love Cole Bishop.
Good.
The great white safety.
The great white safety, according to Chris Sims.
That was a wild tweet.
That's the weirdest thing imaginable. And we leave with a safety, wide receiver, running back, wide receiver 2, running back 2, and a backup center. Next year's draft need. Okay, so this is actually a good point, and I don't know how it's taking me like 2.5 hours to get to this point. Max, you are a fan of Joe Brady. You've looked at Joe Brady offenses a lot. Joe Brady is now the Bills offensive coordinator. Given what the Bills have right now in terms of weapons, right? Like Keon Coleman now, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, and along with the running backs that they have, James Cook and now Ray Davis. Do you feel like what they have right now works within what Joe Brady wants to do offensively?
Well, I'm gonna give a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is yes, because you have Josh Allen. The long answer is like there's a lot of pieces that I think make a lot of sense, right? There's going to be a lot of using the middle of the field. There's going to be a lot of choice routes. There's going to be a lot of high lows. So just a lot of Sean Payton-y stuff. It's just a lot of what they do. They throw to the running backs a lot, so it makes sense to have 2 backs now that can catch. Shakir, I think, is going to be great in the middle of the field, as he was. Like we saw it at the end of last year. I think that's going to really continue to expand. He likes receivers who can block because he likes to run duo from 11. At least he did at LSU. And so, like, Jefferson and Terrace Marshall were really getting their hands dirty a lot, and Shakir can really do that at a high level. I think Kincaid can do a lot of the same stuff that Shakir can do in the middle of the field. So I think there's a little bit of a redundancy there between the two of them. I think Shakir might be a better blocker, but I think that makes sense. And I think as far as Keon Coleman, like, you have a ball winner for and part of this is that they had Jamar Chase, Terrace Marshall, and Justin Jefferson. But when teams played man against LSU, they just hucked up go balls down the sideline to Jamar Chase. And so it's nice to have a guy who can win at the catch point. So when a team plays man, they're just going to, throw it up on the sideline to Keon Coleman. And I think that kind of makes sense. I think he's done a nice job developing X receiver types, which I think ideally Keon Coleman is. And Keon Coleman is so raw. Like, yes, he's not, and that's a lot of times that's a bad thing and used in a bad way. But with him, it's good because he's so not maxed out. I mean, the guy was playing basketball 5 minutes ago,
right?
And he's really just learning how to play football. And I think that once we haven't really seen what Keon Coleman is yet because he's not developed at all as a route runner. Joe Brady does a great job developing these kinds of guys. He did a great job. Like, he was the guy who made the receiver room at LSU Chase and Marshall were freshmen the year before, but they were not much, and they took a huge leap with Brady. So I think that if they can develop him into a guy that can win on slants, because that's important too, like for that X receiver in that offense to be able to win on slants and be able to feed that against man coverage a lot, especially on the back side of anything you got to the other side. And just to have that guy be able to win at the catch point, downfield, win on slants for now.
Sure.
I think that if they can develop Coleman into that kind of guy, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think there's a lot of synergy there. But, the thing that makes me nervous about Keon Coleman is that if he doesn't develop, there's a chance he's just like slow Hakeem Butler, which is
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a risk. Like he's just so raw, and I think that the long answer is I think they have a lot of pieces that I think they can fit together, and also with Curtis Samuel, he had his best year with Brady in Carolina, just as that kind of move guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield a lot, which they like because McCaffrey was hurt a lot when Brady was there.
Sure.
So when they had to get that running back to throw to, it was him. So I think it can fit together. I just am curious about the how you negotiate both
Kincaid and Shakir together.
Shakir.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna catch up on some picks right now. At pick 146, the Tennessee Titans selected cornerback Jarvis Brownlee. Right, he's a corner, right?
Mhm.
Okay, it just said Jarvis Brownlee. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a corner, but yeah. So they take Jarvis Brownlee. At pick 147, the Denver Broncos take running back Audric Estime.
Bengals are off the running back market for this year, I think.
Yeah. And at pick 148, the Las Vegas Raiders have taken linebacker Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State. I feel like this is
Antonio Pierce likes him.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very rare time where I'm like, the Raiders are having like a pretty decent draft.
Good job,
Like, I
Raiders.
feel good about like what they're doing. At least makes sense to me. Even if you don't
Their
love
12
like
personnel's gonna
doubling.
be awesome.
Yeah, if okay, so we had this discussion with Kyle earlier, talking about 12 personnel, about like they will endure what the Bills have endured in terms of like narratives about 12 personnel and wanting to get into 12 personnel, and then they're just probably not gonna do it. They're just gonna,
the Bills offense was like, it's just like, I don't know, it wasn't really designed because I don't think Kincaid was ready to be like the full-time slot guy yet as a route runner in the NFL. And then Shakir came along and he's like, actually, I can
Right.
do all the same stuff and be a little bit like more explosive. So it's basically kind of the same thing because they used him so much as a blocker, which is why like I think that there's like this blurred line now between a lot of slot receivers and tight ends. Even like there has been for a while, like with guys like Travis Kelce and Mark
Right.
Andrews, who are like fully detached tight ends. But I think it's a lot with these blocking receivers now, like your Puka Nakua, and who was, by the way, was my comparison for Brock Bowers, was
Interesting.
Nakua. Because I was just like, I'm not going to pick a tight end because he's 6'3", 235, explosive, runs routes all over the field. Nakua is not overwhelmingly fast for a receiver,
Sure.
but he blocks his ass off like a fullback, which I think Bowers can do, and I think he can line up everywhere and run all those routes. So I think it's the same player. But I think if you look at like the Packers, I mean, they kind of did it. If you look at like I think we will start to see it, but I think if you try to force it with your really, really young players, it's like, yeah, you're not going to play in it 60% of the time like you're marketed as in the off
Right.
season.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like, of course, they're on commercial break. But it looks like whoever is currently picking, which is the Bengals, actually.
Oh no.
They are going to be picking. They say the pick is in.
Max,
So-
why'd you say oh no?
He's just nervous. He's like any other fan of any other team.
They took Jermaine Burton, who I kind of like now, over Jalen McMillan, who I love. I thought Jalen McMillan is a safe first round player. Like,
Is Jalen McMillan still available?
no. He went
No.
to the Bucks yesterday. But
Oh,
like,
that's right. Yeah.
oh god, I thought there were after the season, like last year, I was like, damn, this guy's better than Adunze. Not before this past season when
Right.
Adunze broke out.
Yeah.
But like, he's so good.
That's fair. Okay. How has nobody reported this? There has to have been 4 minutes by now. Like someone
just got announced.
say something.
I got you.
You got it?
It's saying selection, so just waiting for it to flip the freaking coin.
Right. Like we have to get through the Bengals pick because we've got a great pick for the Saints. Yes. Let's get weird. All right.
Did they take Tommy Stevens again?
What is happening? Come on.
Josh Newton, cornerback TCU.
Okay.
But like why? I mean, maybe he's good. I haven't seen him, but like, there are cornerbacks I liked on the board, and there's a guard that I love on the board, and
Yep.
I mean, I
Yep.
get being done with the running back market. Like, fine.
Sure.
Fine. So take whatever. It's
All
a fifth round. We've done the 5 stages of grief. Not taking Christian Mahogany, which I think is crazy. He may not be available. I may have missed it, but like,
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna run the graphic for this one. With the 151st pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints have selected quarterback Spencer Rattler.
get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
They're going from Jameis Winston to Spencer Rattler.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. I love this. I love the draft. So dumb.
What? So obviously, I'm not a college football fan, but I do remember Spencer Rattler, and I think it was his like freshman season, or maybe his redshirt freshman season. I don't really remember how that all works, but he was being talked about like, this guy's so freaking good, and then in the first game, he was an absolute disaster, and people were like, oh, okay, we might have been wrong about this guy, and then he's bounced around colleges, and I don't even know who we played for last year at this point.
South Carolina. So like, we were talking about this earlier. Like his freshman year, when he started, he was, a little shaky to start, and then he just really just grew over the course of the season. And by the end of the year, he was balling out. And so it's like, oh, he's about to take that second-year breakout because we saw the trajectory. And so it's like with his physical tools and recruiting pedigree, like with that trajectory, if you follow that trajectory, he's going to be elite. And then he just didn't, and he fell off a cliff. And then he got benched for Caleb Williams, and it was over. Then he went to South Carolina, was pretty good. It was pretty good, but he'll never escape just kind of being a bad vibes guy.
Yeah.
You'll
never escape reality television. That's just the facts of life, man.
Oh yeah, do you know about the show he did in high school? He did there's this show called called QB1, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so like he did it, Tate Martell did it, and I feel like they just picked like the most unlikable quarterbacks in high school.
100%. Listen, I've spent the last couple of months just like comfort watching like the last 20 seasons of Top Chef. Like, and there's usually like one or two people that they give the villain edit to, and then Netflix took that idea and they were just like, what if we just make a whole show out of it? Like,
unlikable.
Everyone is unlikable.
They also picked Jake Fromm, and he was just like so boring. It's like you made a show out of like.
Hey, Bill's great right there. Bill's great.
Giants great. Quarterback sneak on 3rd and 8 from your own end zone.
Punted on third because basically punted on third down.
Oh man! All right. It is 2:42. It is going to be time for me to log off. Thank you all for staying with us. There's been like a 200 plus, almost 300, at times 300. Thank you all for joining us. It's great. It's great being able to do this. Thank you to Max for coming on. Thank you to Kyle for coming on. Both of you are not obligated to stay on, though I hope you do.
I pray one of you stays, dude. It's me solo. People don't want to hear my takes alone.
That's fair. But I am logging off for now. I will see everyone as part of the Cover One Roundup back on Monday night, and we'll recap the entire Bills draft from there. All right. I'll see you all there. Bye-bye.
I can't believe they didn't take Christian Mahogany. I've undone the stages of grief. I'm upset again.
Max, have you talked to? And I had you guys on in the background as I'm watching the stream of the actual draft itself, so we might be rehashing some topics here. But did you talk at all about the T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson drama?
Yeah. They're just ghosting him. Like they're gonna let Higgins play on the tag and walk, which I think is irresponsible, but it's what they do. And Trey Hendrickson is going nowhere because he just signed a contract and he won't retire. And like you have no leverage. It's like they will, like Duke Tobin will block his number and never hear from him and say, be in shape for training camp. It's just like, this would be really interesting news for 31 teams. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Damn. And then also, Kyle, can you explain the crayon?
Sure. So I said it earlier, but again, that was like hours ago.
Yeah.
So years ago on the cover on Roundup, it was Halloween. And I messaged David. I was like, hey, I'm wearing a Halloween costume if you want to wear one. And he's like, okay, great. So he thought it was football themed, which why you would assume that on a football podcast, I have no idea. But he comes on dressed as Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's got the sunglasses,
I can actually see that.
Yep.
That's
Oh,
a good
he's
one.
worn it a couple times. He pulls it off. And then I came on in the crayon costume. And it was mostly for a bit, which I did ultimately do. I wore this suit, or I wore this costume. And then a couple weeks later, I wore a just all black suit, like I was at a funeral. And then I just made like a side-by-side meme of me in the crayon suit saying, when the Bills, are killing teams by 40. And then the next one, the funeral suit, was Ken Dorsey's downfall.
Okay.
Which it worked ultimately. I was a year early, but
I saw this from Victor Ublaze. This comment that
Right.
gave me a nice little giggle
fair.
here earlier. Yeah.
that's fair. And if they're paying, I'll be the Viagra mascot. At 26 years old, that's not a great forecast, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah. So I wonder if either of you, Max or Kyle, there was that tackle drafted out of British Columbia. I forgot which team got him. He's 6'8", 350. That is. Oh, did the Lions take him? I think the Lions took him. Do you either of you have any knowledge of that guy? Because that seems like a physical freak that I would have liked on the Bills.
Well, I mean, like they're just going to try to turn him into their Jordan Mailata, right? Like that's it. The Lions, like, I mean, they taught Sam Laporta to block functionally. Like, they teach people how to hit people. Like,
yeah,
this would make me nervous if I were playing defensive end in the NFC North.
Dude, because they could essentially line him up as a 6 tight end too. Just he's the
big. Oh, they will. I guarantee they will. In short
that's
yardage,
going to be
like,
oh my god, man.
Ben Johnson is like, although he's got to report as eligible. But see, that's the other thing. They won't call it on him because they're scared of him.
Yeah,
I would never call a penalty on that guy.
But he's Canadian. He would apologize.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
But there are some nasty Canadians. They all end up playing hockey, but like, what if he's one of the rogue Canadians?
The nasty
What if he's like Wolverine?
That might be the quote of the show.
Taller than Wolverine, but
yeah, but imagine
there's some
Wolverine
nasty Canadians.
The X-Men would have no problems.
They drafted an X-Man. I love it. Okay, there's the spin zone for Lions fans.
I don't even think that's a spin zone. You give like the Lions a 6'8" physical freak on the offensive line, who are like arguably the best, like right there with the Eagles right now is the best O-line factories in this league. Like, that has serious upside potential. I actually really like it.
Yeah. Drafting him was Dan Campbell's very own version of Viagra, I'm sure.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's like, oh, how big is he?
Tell me again how big he is. I got to be careful here. I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Calgary Mafia, give us your top 3 nasty Canadians, please, in chat.
Yeah.
They're all probably hockey players, I would imagine.
Mike Myers has got to be nice, right? No way he's Jim Carrey's nice.
Who was the mayor of Toronto?
Rob Ford.
Is he nasty?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead?
His brother, Bob Ford, or something like that. Doug. It's Doug Ford.
I mean, Wolverine has to be number 1, right?
If we're including fictional, Wolverine is number 1.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's a nice guy. He's not that. Nice.
Oh, he's not. He's on the good guy side, but he's not like he's got an edge to him.
He's a curmudgeon. Yeah, he probably doesn't say please and thank you. I'm sure.
What is Wolverine's scouting report? Undersized but tenacious.
Scrappy, gym rat.
Yeah, locker.
Right. Personality concerns though? I don't know.
Yeah, he's like big time personality concern.
Doesn't interview well.
No.
Comp Jackson Powers Johnson. Because apparently he blew the interviews, right?
JPJ did?
Yeah, I heard that on a podcast, and that's why he fell, I guess. But like, you don't tend to hear about like centers from good programs bombing interviews.
I was just about to say a center bombing an interview.
Yeah, right,
For some
exactly.
reason, that's a massive concern. If a center's, I don't know why. Like if a quarterback bombs an interview, that's really bad. If a center bombs an interview, that's really bad. I don't really care if a running back or a wide receiver.
Right.
I want my receivers to bomb the interview.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, I want a subtweet when you walk out of that interview. If I don't get one, you're off the board.
Did Keon Coleman bomb the interview? Probably not.
You should hope so. Like, I want that guy to go in and like there's Bruce Feldman before the draft did this, like, what he's hearing from people and about how like Malik Neighbors is the number 1 receiver in the draft. Of course, he did not go there as we all expected, although I love, he is really amazing. But it's like one of the anonymous coaches he talked to said like he's sometimes he doesn't know who the good guys and the bad guys are. Like, he'll have something to say to the offensive coordinator coming off the field. I'm like, great, excellent, because he's a receiver. He's got to be like that. They're all the best ones are like that.
I'm assuming you both saw the Keon Coleman Waffle House video that's been circulating.
I have not.
Oh, just I guess go on Twitter and look up Keon Coleman Waffle House and watch that real quick. He's a little nasty, I think, because he got all worked up when the guy was basically putting something else on his grits that Keon Coleman did not agree with.
Yeah, that's a receiver. That's a green flag right there.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, we also discussed the before you got on the. Did you see the Jalix Hunt tweet about Eagles?
No.
It's. I think he might win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Basically, just goes through the biology of Eagles. From like when he was in high school.
Oh my god, I'm looking that one up right now. Max, who for the Bengals that's remaining on the board? I don't even know when the Bengals pick next, but who on the board are you looking at for the Bengals right now?
Well, I mean, I was looking at Christian Mahogany, but because they need him, but I don't think he's going to be there. I think it's like this was when in my mock drafts I was getting like into punter territory. This is when I was taking Torrey Taylor, but if any of those receivers, has Jamari Thrash gone yet?
He has not.
Okay, so I would take him immediately. Like Jamari Thrash, top of my board. Christian Mahogany, top of my board. Maybe double up at tight end. Like Jaheim Bell's still there, right? No way.
Perhaps.
Yeah, take him as like a gadget guy. Like I like that. Like
he is still there. Yep,
yeah, he's still available. That's fun.
Yeah, no, I would think he's on there. Tanner McLaughlin, if he hasn't been taken, who I love. Even though he's a terrible blocker, but like. I mean, he's truly horrible, but like it's all technique. He's got enough frame that I think that you can maybe teach him. But he's a smooth mover. He's like, another Canadian, by the way, Tanner McLaughlin.
This is a Canadian podcast now.
Yeah,
always has been.
What about either your thoughts on Muhammad Kamara?
Is he still on the board?
Still on the board.
I think he's a third down DPR. So like, this is kind of where you take him, but like he's the kind of guy who's going to play like 12 snaps a game and maybe get some pressures and just come off.
I'll say like that is something I'd like for the Bills.
No, I think the Bills, those guys are important.
Yeah. And with AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, and who knows what the hell Von Miller is.
I was going to say, that's what they are paying Von Miller several millions of dollars to do right now.
The thing with that Von Miller contract, when the Bills signed Von Miller in that first year before he got hurt, he was so good. He was everything they needed. And then he gets hurt. And then now this contract is so bad. They're going to get out of it next year.
I just hate the revisionist history of it too. Like you see people who are like, "Oh, that was always a bad contract." It's like, no, everyone loved it. Every Bills fan at least loved it at the time of the signing, and then until Ford Field happened, everyone was cool with it. He was electric. He was exactly what they needed. And then obviously, doesn't go well, but you can't forecast. Well, I guess you can kind of anticipate that major leg injuries are happening at Ford Field, but whatever. But Uber, I'm sorry to change the topic here. I actually hate that you made me watch that Keon Coleman video.
Oh, you don't like it?
He's going to Waffle House and not ordering waffles.
No, that's normal. That's normal.
Off the board. Off the board for me.
I know literally nothing about Waffle House.
The grits and the hash browns are the best thing at Waffle House.
But you're at Waffle House.
Yeah, but it's see, no, this is why Keon Coleman is moving up the board, because he's a real Waffle House ball knower. Because like it's more than just the Waffle House. It's like that's like the third best thing on the menu.
And like I'm happy that he's a Waffle House enjoyer, right? Like that's the Waffle House experience is something I very much love. I live in Buffalo, so there are no Waffle Houses, but I have taken several trips specifically to Waffle House. The closest one is in Ashtabula, Ohio, and my sister and I drive 4.5 hours to go to Waffle House, and I'm loading up on the waffles there.
Wait, just for Waffle House, you drive 4.5 hours?
Yeah, I stole a mug. I can go get it if you want me to.
Oh my god, dude. I don't think I've ever even seen a Waffle House, to be honest.
You're missing out. Waffle House is fantastic.
No, the waffles are good, but like it's really just because waffles are sick.
I've had bad waffles. I have had bad waffles.
I mean, while we wait for the Bills pick here, because it's coming up shortly. Rank waffles, pancakes, and
easy.
What's the third one?
French toast.
French toast. Rank those three.
Now, are we adding crepes to that as a wild card, or
add crepes? Yeah, give me the
all
four.
right?
Who wants to start?
I think I'm gonna put French toast at number one.
Oh man,
it's so good, and it's especially like it's versatile. It's more versatile than people think because you can deep fry it with French toast sticks, like deep fried Texas toast French toast sticks, generational. You get you can I mean, I guess you can do a lot of the same stuff with waffles, but it's just it's so thick, and I like the egginess to it. It's then I would go waffles. Pancakes are just pancakes are it's kind of like JJ McCarthy of breakfast.
You can do a lot with it though. You can decorate it well.
You can build if you put it in a good situation.
Yeah.
It can function.
I've got try this if you ever can get your hands on a good piece of challah.
Oh yeah,
bread.
challah bread French toast. We made it at my when I went back home for the weekend, back to Connecticut, because I live in DC now. But I went back to Connecticut for the weekend, and my mom made a challah bread French toast casserole in the oven. It was generational. It was sick.
Yeah, challah bread's and see my mom every once in a while there's some sort of I don't know bread cart she found up where they live, and they live about an hour away from me. She found chocolate chip challah bread. And so every single time she sees it, she'll get it for me and bring it to me. Every single time I get it, I'll make French toast with it. It's chocolate chip, challah bread, French toast. I'm trying to think of a good player comp now that you threw out the pancakes as JJ McCarthy.
For challah bread French toast or just French toast in general?
I'm trying to think of either of them.
I'll just give my ranking while you're thinking here. This is going to ruffle some feathers. I'm going to say it. Number one, we're going to go waffles.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable. That's fair take.
We're going to go Tear Gap, pancakes, French toast.
That's where we veered off here.
You can't have pancakes. They're just like circles of dough. They're not good.
Right, but they're JJ McCarthy. Pair it with Kevin O'Connell, and I'm confident in it.
But imagine if you paired French toast with Kevin O'Connell. It's like Jared Goff versus Matthew Stafford here.
See, I think RJ makes a good a good comment here in the chat. That's only because you can have good French toast or horrible French toast. It's completely possible that I've only had horrible French toast, but in my experience, French toast is it. Max, you said it as a pro. For me, it's a con. Too eggy. I don't like the weight. Right? I want something.
I love the weight.
I don't want the weight. I don't want weight in my breakfast. I need to go out and do things afterwards. I don't want to be weighed down.
This is where like you got to have the digestive infrastructure to handle this kind of player. It's like
Need a good building.
it's like the AD Mitchell of
Okay.
of breakfast. It's
Good
like
staff. Okay.
if you were to put AD Mitchell on like the Chiefs, where he's got a lot of veteran leadership, Andy
Yeah.
Reid, he's going to be really good. But like if you put him on like the Panthers, he and David Tepper might actually get in a fist fight.
Right.
Which I would support. I would pay money to see that.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that video of David Tepper
So
where he's
funny.
at a
That's
restaurant
hilarious.
and he
So
takes
funny.
off the? If somebody took off my hat, oh my god!
I would just like if David Tepper put his hands on me physically, I would just crumble to the ground and try to
Yes.
separate my shoulder.
Exactly. Just it's one of those things where it's like he has done so much stupid, absurd shit at this point that you're not surprised by it, but just like 10,000-foot view.
Yes.
This is the owner of a team walking into a restaurant. It's like, hey, explain the sign and taking a dude's hat off. What is going on? Glad I'm not a Panthers fan.
It would have been
no,
awesome if it was like an Applebee's too. Like it was like some sort of chain restaurant and he walks in and does that. I don't know what that restaurant was. That's what I'm gonna. In my head, I'm choosing it to be that because it just makes it funnier for some reason.
If I were the owner of that restaurant, I'd be marketing the hell out of this. I'd be like, come to the place where David Tepper put his hands on a civilian.
True.
I love the idea that the host or the hostess didn't know who David Tepper was. It's just like, who is this man who's complaining about this sign?
Look,
And why did
I
he
can
take his
totally
hat off?
understand that the average person not recognizing him, but knowing who
Mhm.
David Tepper is,
Right.
because he just kind of looks like a guy.
The Browns drafted Christian Mahogany.
He is going to be, well, no, Callahan's gone.
I mean,
so,
I'm lying. That didn't happen. I just want to see your reaction.
but like he's just such a good run blocker, man. The Bengals just hate running. They don't want to do it. They hate running the ball.
You know, the Bills could. There's a world where that would be a good pick for the Bills.
It would be a good
Put
pick
him
for
with
anybody. He's
David Edwards.
good interior line depth. That everyone needs that.
Yeah. Dennis Horn writes, just went to the Browns. Did it actually happen? Uber, did you manifest this?
If it ends up happening, I manifested it because I definitely have no insight on this. My screen right now just says selection. I don't know who the pick is. If that's the case, I'm going to start manifesting like Jamari Thrash to the Browns.
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No. Are you kidding me?
I'm dead serious now. Not kid who cried.
Oh,
Hey.
That's a disaster.
I mean, if I'm the Bills right now at 160, I think Muhammad Kamara is the pick.
Sure.
Oh my God, it's over. I can't believe
It's
We
over.
have to
What's
console
over?
Max right here.
What is
it's
over?
In general, it's all
Yeah,
over.
it's just over. Oh man.
Max, question for you from a Bengals fan perspective again. Joe Burrow's health. Is the injuries starting to concern you at all? Or is it like, nah, these are just one-offs. Like, we'll be all right. We're just unlucky.
Well, I mean, like a little, but like at the same time, you look at like a lot of quarterback careers, and it's just like there are a couple injuries in a couple years, and then the rest of their careers are fine. Like there are guys like that. It's the ACL is off the board to me. It's just not a worry. It's because like that was the big one, and that's just because he got his knee suplexed by Chase Young. It's like that's not really a good thing to do to your knee. But I don't. It's just like, it's not. It starts to worry me when it becomes like kind of like Cam Newton, where you're just like missing like 4 games a year, and it's limiting you the rest of the year. But I got to tell you, I really don't like the calf at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
and I really don't like that one. So a little, it's certainly becoming a thing. Like he hasn't started a season healthy, and now half of that is 2 of those, 4 are COVID, and an appendectomy, which are, nothing, but and the knee injury, which is like, so three of them you can kind of hand wave. But the fact of the matter is, like, this year he started clearly limited because of a calf injury, and then went out for the year like 2 weeks after he got healthy. Yeah, it's like you kind of have to be in a bit of denial to, but at the same time, like I think the expectation, especially with the way he does take a lot of hits, but like he's I think it's not going to be a huge long-term issue. I think still that it's going to be one of those things where he was hurt for a couple years and he spends like 10 years healthy.
Yeah.
But it's worth noting. It's worth noting.
Early on in the season when he was very clearly still dealing with that calf injury,
He was bad.
He was not remotely as good as he should be. And
No.
it just goes to show, like, even a player like Joe Burrow, who from my perspective is just this like precision passer that can absolutely dissect you. If you take his mobility away, it drops his ability significantly.
Certainly
and
now, until
Yeah.
I think until later in his career when he's just like, because quarterbacks get way better in their 30s. When he's there, I think it'll be fine. But like where he is now, like he's got, especially how aggressive he's like for a guy who is a precision passer without a great arm, he's super aggressive. So he likes to hang in there. He likes to fit the ball into tight windows. So you need to be able to drive the ball because he's not getting a lot out of the arm. So he's very big on his lower half and rotating through the hips and rotating through his plant foot. And when you have an injury there and you can't do it as much, like the ball is it was dead coming out of his hand. And it had nothing to do with the arm. It was just everything with the lower half. And then, like you said, the athleticism and the creation. It's especially with a team who struggles to pass protect. Like he's got to clean up a lot of stuff. And it wasn't there.
It's wild to me. Like as a Bills fan, for instance, like Josh Allen currently has the longest active streak for a quarterback starting games in the entire NFL.
How?
He also has the 18th longest streak in NFL history. He
That
started
what?
88 consecutive games he started.
And like he's just launching himself into brick walls. Like
he's the player that everyone talks about. They're like, oh, his career is gonna end so soon. He's gonna get hurt. And it's like he does get hurt every single year he gets hurt. Every year he gets hurt, but he plays through it somehow. And some of the injuries, just like how would he play through it that entire year? Like the UCL injury he had in 2022, he just played through it all year. And he was talking about how it constantly bothered him the entire season. Insane to watch. But I do have fear as a Bills fan that eventually it's going to come back to bite him. But he's at 88. Let's say he starts all 17 games this year, so he would be at 105. That would be the 14th longest streak in NFL history. He'd pass Dan Marino.
Is he the most durable player in the NFL? Like you can make a case for this because not in the sense that he avoids getting dinged up, but the fact that it takes so much to actually affect him injury-wise that like he's not the best at avoiding injury, but he is the most durable in that he's like it's like a durable phone, right? It's getting dropped, but it's not getting cracked.
The Dolphins just took Muhammad Kamara.
Oh, that makes sense.
To go along with Chop Robinson too, like that's
the problem I have with that is that like I think Chop might be a DPR too, just because he's pretty slight. Maybe they think they can turn him into an every down guy, but like there's a chance that they end up coming out of this with guys they can only use on third down.
So Kamara's the 158. Now the Chiefs pick is in at 159. I don't know what it is yet. And then the Bills will pick at 160.
Did you guys watch the Panther selection? I am all the way in on the Panthers.
The German thing where they're just smashing
they had
beers?
a waitress with a bunch of beer sing a song, and then they had Chandler Zavala come out in what's the I'm blanking completely, the Bavarian outfit, beer drinking outfit. Lederhosen, yes. Chandler Zavala comes out in Lederhosen and makes the pick. That's incredible. And the Panthers just won the draft with that, regardless of their actual selections.
It would have to be, yeah.
Incredible. All right, so who do we want here for the Bills?
Dude, oh my God, I don't even know. I gotta look at just like a board.
Who's available?
Here. Yeah, I'm just trying to think position wise. Like the Bills, they truly do need an edge at some point. Just they need somebody that they can rotate in actually the name I'm seeing right now, which I think he's a tweener. You can both correct me if I'm wrong. Gabe Hall. He can
Right,
play
Baylor.
inside. He can play outside. And who is it? Ron. I've drank a lot of wine today.
Wonderful.
Who's the coach of Baylor that McDermott has?
Oh,
the
Dave
relationship
Aranda.
Ron Roberts.
Aranda, yeah.
Well, yeah, Dave Aranda.
Yeah, Dave Aranda, yeah. He maybe Dave Aranda called and was like, yeah, pick Gabe Hall. So that wouldn't surprise me.
So do they like know each other?
I don't know how. I've looked into how they know each other before because there's some connection. I think they've talked about just being friends or whatever. But like that was a rumor not a rumor. I think it's like pretty well documented that like Aranda is part of McDermott's circle. Like they are.
I mean, that's a good guy to have in your circle. Aranda's awesome.
I lean on David so much. Like David's coaching knowledge, his knowledge of coaches is so far beyond any even level I could ever fathom having on coaches. So I lean on him for that. He always talks about the Dave Aranda connection there.
Like there's not a lot of similarity. It's just like
They're bald.
I'm gonna press the button. 1 second. The Buffalo Bills have selected Edie Fuan Olufoshio, linebacker, Washington.
I like him a lot, actually.
Max, you speak on him.
Take it away, please.
No, he's got good length. He's really smooth. I think he can cover. And the Bills develop linebackers very, 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 very well. Very well. I think he could be a guy that could eventually start for them. Like he's a nice player. He's kind of
off ball.
Like what?
He's an off ball linebacker.
Oh yeah, no, he's a rangy kind of cover guy. Like he was really good at Washington last. Like he is a nice player.
So the one weird thing with that for me, and I know nothing about this guy, full disclosure, is just from a pure roster building perspective right now. The Bills have Matt Milano, who's bordering on 30, but he's still phenomenal when healthy. Terrell Bernard,
most unreliable hamstrings in the world. Though.
Yeah, dude. And Terrell Bernard, phenomenal last season. Only expect him to be just as good this season. That's their two starters. Dorian Williams, they drafted in the 3rd round last year. We'll see what he becomes. And then they signed Nicholas Morrow, which I think that contract's pretty basic. They could cut him and it wouldn't matter. And then Balin Spector, the 7th round pick from the same draft as Terrell Bernard. So you have 5 guys right there. I'm comfortable with those 5 being on the roster. So now this guy's got to beat out one of them because I don't think the Bills are carrying 6. I mean, it's not crazy to think he beats out Balin Spector or Nicholas Morrow. That those are 2 pretty open positions, but it'll just be interesting to see. I know nothing about this guy, so I'm going to have to look into that. I just didn't think linebacker. It just wasn't on my radar at all.
Yeah, but it's the Bills. They'll find a way to shove a linebacker in there. You know how McDermott is.
They love their linebackers. They love linebackers with this, intangible profile like this. Yeah. It makes sense.
I mean, the Terrell Bernard pick, I'll never forget. When that happened, even myself, what are we doing? How are we spending a 3rd round pick on this guy? And then this year, everyone had to eat some crow because he was legitimately phenomenal. This year.
He's awesome.
Yeah, and he's only going to get better, I think. Too.
It really is. Honestly, the Bills are, to me, besides maybe D'Amico Ryans, the best landing spot for an off-ball linebacker.
That's Bobby Babich too. And he's the defensive coordinator now. He got that promotion, but he's been an absolute stud, just making these linebackers so much better than their initial profile is. I mean, I think the Bills liking Olufoshio is kind of validation for me liking him as well. He can play, he can cover. He can cover. That's the thing. And yeah, I think he's the kind of player that the Bills, the sort of the archetype of player that the Bills actually turn into a guy who can actually get on the field.
Yeah. And at the very least, immediately, if he does make the roster, probably a special teams contributor. There are paths to him or for him to make
he's
the
that
roster.
kind of guy. That's the thing. He will get out there.
And that's only going to become, so I've talked with David about this on the show briefly. I've talked in the Cover One chat probably too much about this at points, and then I've also tweeted I hate the new kickoff rule. I love kickoffs. It's my favorite, probably my favorite play in football, but I just want it to be a normal kickoff, like Devin Hester era kickoff.
Yeah, from the
Which-
30.
Which the NFL refuses to do for injury concerns, quote unquote. And now this whole like gimmicky thing drives me insane. That being said, I'm not going to go down a tangent on that completely. You need guys that can win in that play. This play is going to be so weird. I don't understand how it's going to work in the NFL. If you have an elite return guy, I feel like he could have 9 return touchdowns in that format that we now have.
That's 9 touchdowns.
Which is too many for me.
You're right.
Then it becomes like, okay, then we're just like offense doesn't exist anymore. Just kick it off, and it's just going to be weird. But it sounds like this guy that the linebacker the Bills just drafted, you're saying he's a coverage guy. That seems like a place he can win. He can win in that area where it's like, all right, we're going to put your blockers a few yards in front of you. We're going to kick it off, and then it's just you against that guy. Go get the return guy. So maybe that's the play here. And the Bills also pick in the Cardinals pick is in right now, and then the Bills are up at 163. And I think that covers their 5th round picks.
I quietly don't hate this draft from the Bills. I think the Bills are putting together a nice little class here. Keon Coleman remains to be seen. Cole Bishop, like him. Carter, like him. Again, this linebacker, the center, who is just a center, but that's fine. And then the running back, Ray Davis. Again, exactly what they needed at running back, a complimentary guy for James Cook, who's going to come in and spell James Cook. Max said he can catch out of the backfield a little bit, which Joe Brady likes to throw to running backs. So that's all well and good. There's been some mixed reactions in the chat, I feel like, about the Bills general draft class, but like it's not shaping up to be anything headline grabbing, but like it's quietly they're taking some good players to fill fairly holes, but fill deficiencies on their roster.
I 100% agree with you, Kyle. Like I don't think, to me, looking at the class in general, it doesn't blow my mind. I don't hate it though. I'm just like, it's good enough. The one thing that gets me excited is what Max said earlier, was talking about Keon Coleman. Like he still has so much room to grow.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's really exciting because that's the key piece. If he can shape up into a true number 1 dude on the outside for the Bills, this draft class, like it doesn't matter what else happens. They got the dude.
W.
And yeah, right away we can say this is a win. And the other thing is they don't need, I know some Bills fans probably aren't going to love hearing this. They don't need Keon Coleman to have 1,000 yards this year. Like that's not where their offense needs to go. They just need the combination of Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman, and Khalil Shakir to be around 2,400 yards. They can get to that number. Josh will still be above 4K.
Josh Allen is the great equalizer. Like he is gonna produce. He's gonna do it. He's earned, I think, that level of trust as that tier quarterback. Like he's on a Hall of Fame path right now. He is.
Oh yeah.
And Hall of Fame quarterbacks produce. Like, I mean, he's not Tom Brady, obviously, but Tom Brady was out there with like Ken Brell Tompkins and like a bunch of other NPCs out there and just like producing. And it can be tough. I mean, we've seen it with Aaron Rodgers at the end of the Green Bay tenure. We saw it with even Mahomes at times last year. Yeah. But at the same time, they still have guys. Like they have functional pieces, Kincaid, Shakir. And I think if Keon Coleman becomes what he can become, the complementary like aspect and skill sets between him and Shakir and Kincaid is crazy. Like that's hard to defend.
Yeah, and like the thing with me with Josh right now, so he right now also owns the record for most consecutive seasons with 40 plus touchdowns. Like he has 4. The second most is 3, and only one person's done that, Drew Brees. No one else has done more than 2.
Yeah,
I'd put money on it that Josh Allen has 40 touchdowns this year. That's going to happen because he's going to find a way to do. He might have to rush for 20. I don't give a damn. Like he's going to get in the end zone.
Yeah, they all count.
They all count, despite what Twitter tries to tell me about rushing touchdowns. But again, another tangent I could rip into.
They don't count except on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the thing that matters most.
No, sorry guys, you lost because your quarterback only rushed for 8 touchdowns today, so 0 points.
Yeah. The Bills are on the clock right now at pick 163. I don't know who I want them to pick because, again, I don't even know who's on the board. Maybe it's Gabe Hall, like I said earlier, but
Wouldn't shock me here. Go Christian Mahogany. But let's
do that.
Let's get some good content here.
Dude,
For
I
the
would
vibes.
jump out my window.
The pick is in. I will do I like these graphics that were created for cover one here, but I'm gonna wait till I actually see it before I click the button.
Traded to Green Bay, people are saying.
They're saying
Oh,
traded
they
to
might
Green-
actually take him.
Oh, they did trade the pick. Okay, I gotta find out the trade then.
Traded the pick to Green Bay. If they take Christian Mahogany, this is worse than when the Bills traded the pick, the Xavier Worthy pick to Kansas City. Will be equally as impactful. Traded it to Green Bay. Okay. That's fine. They have several picks.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's so hard to find these trades, like just what the package is for it.
The fun thing about the fifth round is that like we're all like just like, oh man, this is like so important, and then it like there's a good chance we're just never gonna hear from so many of these guys ever again.
But I was saying yesterday to a couple people, to my buddy, there's some dude that's going to be drafted today that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
Who's the team that gets that, like, hits that on the scratch off?
the team that takes Christian Mahogany.
Oh my god, dude!
Of course.
Will you buy his jersey if he's drafted by the Bengals?
Oh, probably. I mean, he's just like, he's such a Big Ten run the ball kind of. Even though he went to Boston College, like run the ball kind of guy is what they need. I maybe.
Who's the Bengals running backs? Like Syracuse kid from last year, right?
No, he's at
Oh, good trade by the Bills.
It's Chase Brown and they signed somebody.
Good trade by the Bills.
Oh, they signed Zach Moss.
Oh,
fun.
have fun with that, buddy.
Yeah,
I mean, he was good on Indy. What
I was going to bounce back a little bit, but he did not look good here.
No,
Yeah,
he
no,
wasn't.
They
they
gave
don't
him
have running
several
back.
opportunities.
So just to update everybody, the Bills traded pick 163 to the Packers for pick 168, so they dropped back 5 spots, and they picked up pick 219 this year. And the Packers went on to draft Jacob Monk, center out of Duke.
no, not real. Never heard of that guy in my life.
You've never heard of Jacob Monk, center out of Duke? How could you?
I've heard of Kyle Filipowski, center out of Duke.
Wait, is he in this draft class?
He's in the NBA draft class.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, center out of okay.
But am I going crazy? Didn't the center out of Duke get drafted on Graham Barton? Wasn't he a
No,
first
Graham
round?
Barton. They just project him as a center in the
He
league.
played
He played
tackle or
tackle
something.
at Duke.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Oh, Jesus.
Still, interesting.
So the Bills now have another pick in this. Essentially, have more picks in this. draft.
Wonderful. How many?
They have to trade for next year. I like what Brandon Bean last year took both 7th round picks and traded them for a 6th next year and a 7th this year. I feel like that's what we're going to see a lot of here towards the end of the day with the Bills. Is they're just going to give me future picks.
Oh my God, we don't pick again in this round. What? It's over.
It's over.
Yeah, are we in? Brandon Bean and company are placing UDFA calls and being like, "Hey, would you sign with us as a UDFA?" No. Okay, well then I'm going to move around and draft you. Like, that's what he did last year. But again, we're at the point where like, sure, do I want an edge? Do I want another body at edge? Do I want another body at corner? Cool, but it doesn't matter. These are all, like you said, Max, just whatever players.
Yeah.
We're getting excited, and then we might never talk about them again. Though I do fully expect, because it happens frequently with Sean McDermott, is we're gonna get a D2 cornerback from a school that you didn't even know had a football program.
Yes.
Well, like
and he's
some kid from like Creighton.
right.
Villanova. Christian
Ben
Benford
come in and be perfectly reasonable and good.
Yeah, there's going to be a DB in the late rounds here.
Mhm.
and he's going to be legitimately good because Sean McDermott can make him good, and the Bills' eyes for defensive backs in late rounds is so good.
It's crazy.
Even Alex Austin, who's now on the Patriots because he got scooped by them
Right.
because he couldn't make the Bills roster last year. Like, he's a solid football player that the Bills took in the 7th round as kind of a throwaway. And I think the Bills really wanted to keep him around. It's just like he got poached,
Right.
which is a problem the Bills deal with now. Basically, I have to look at the stats on this. I think the Bills get poached more than any team at this point, especially like you talk about Jack Anderson, Luke Tenuta, Alex. I know these guys aren't big name players, but even Kingsley Jonathan got poached.
Right. Just that it happened.
So it's like using these picks for a guy to get them to camp, and like I feel like the Bills have to do a better job of hiding how good they are once they get here. Be like, no, this guy sucks, dude. You don't want him. Just try to get him on the practice squad because it's so hard for them.
Spin writes Pitt has quarterbacks on the board. That's another. Yep. They love their Pitt DBs.
Oh, I like this one. This guy's interesting to me.
Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah.
Just could be so fun. That guy would be. It's such a sick story.
Yeah. And the Bills, if you go through the picks they've had this year, it's stories. Like the players they are drafting have such cool, like the
Ray Davis.
Ray Davis. I was unaware of that until I watching the draft, saw it. Like the dude was essentially homeless, in and out of foster homes.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Like I love rooting for good people and people that have gone through like serious adversity and they succeed at the end. I'll root for that any day. So that's really cool to see. But if you go through all these Bills players, the defensive tackle they took, like he's called Mr. Duke. That's his nickname or something. Like he's become so like important at Duke and people love him, talk about how he's great with the community. He goes and reads to kids. He wants to build a community center to help teach people and facilitate some sort of education.
Oh, they got Dwayne Carter, right?
Yeah, Dwayne Carter.
He's nice. He's a nice player.
So all these things, I feel like next year when everybody's doing mock drafts, you have to look when you're doing them, be like, all right, what's the story on this dude? Because there has to be a story behind them. They can't just be a nothing.
I feel like they're like, all right, what's the opposite of What's the opposite vibes of Stephon Diggs? We're gonna we're gonna go get the greatest group of like adversity sort of shaped Eagle Scouts that we could get. Build a good culture.
What was your
maybe part of it? Like,
what was your thought? So, as somebody on the outside looking in, the Bills trading Stephon Diggs. What was your thoughts? How did you work through that?
It felt like it was time. The team did need a retool, like just the cap situation. It was unworkable to build a contender with that, even with Diggs. I think his role in the offense sort of became a question. I think he had a decline in play. I think he's close to a cliff.
Yeah.
And I think the vibes were bad in the locker room with him. I think it makes total sense. I think it was the right move. I think it's just the kind of thing you got to do. You get something back for him. And I think it's good for him because he goes to an exciting situation where he only has to be good for like a year during that rookie contract, and they did that contract stuff with him, right? Where he's like a free agent after the year.
Yeah.
So
he'll be in Dallas next year. So
yeah, right. Exactly. So I think, which will be, by the way, a disaster, I'm sure.
100%.
But I think it was the kind of thing that like there were a lot of reactions to it. Obviously, which makes total sense. I think it was just the right thing to do for all sides. It was good for the Texans. It was good for Diggs. It was good for the Bills.
Yeah. And Kyle, I don't know this. I'm assuming this topic wasn't brought up today because why would it be? I'm just a psychopath and my brain's all over the place right now. But Kyle, what about you? Where were your thoughts on this?
Again, it was one of those things that just like I didn't think they would do it this year just because of the cap pill they had to swallow by moving on from him. But again, you kind of look at what they did with the rest of the team, moving on from Poyer. Hyde, as of right now, isn't back. Morse, right? They're just they're still going to be good. They're still going to be competitive. I'm still picking them to win the AFC East, obviously. But like, they're kind of taking their medicine in terms of the salary cap this year. They're just it's very much a retool year financially, reset if you can, as much as you can. And that it does make sense that they just kind of Brandon Beane woke up and said, look, I'm tired. I'm tired of managing this, and just look, I'll take whatever I can get. I will again take the pill this year and whatever. I'm gonna miss Stefan Diggs, regardless of his tweets, regardless of whatever. Stefan Diggs is one of my favorite Buffalo Bills of all
Incredible.
time. Just so fun to watch what he did. Like, we kind of say that the following two things are true. Josh Allen, as of right now, is going to be elite independently of Stefan Diggs.
He was in the back half of the year.
Right.
Yep.
And Stefan Diggs also did help Josh Allen evolve into the quarterback that he is. So for that, I'll always, like him and appreciate him. I'm saying this like I have a stake in the team. Whatever. But just no, it's Stefan Diggs was very good for a long period of time, driver of one of the best offenses in the league for however, many years at this point. But that being said, at some point it is time to move on. And I would have liked if they would have been able to hold on to him for this year, just in terms of a roster building strategy. Like they kind of tipped their hat going into the draft. And I like the receiving core a lot better if you add Stefan Diggs to it. But again, it's whatever. They needed to do it eventually. I'm glad that they got a second round pick for it.
Yeah, I agree with actually both of you completely on this. And I think, like Max, you said you felt like it was time from the outside looking in. That's after the initial shock of it, right? Because when I first saw it, I'm like, what the hell? And then I heard second round pick. I'm like, all right. And then it's like, well, but it's not this year. It's next year. It's like, okay. And then you start to think on it, though, and it's like, yeah, man, it was time. Like, there was obviously something going on, like something more than we knew and something more than I even thought was happening with Diggs. Like,
there's definitely tea there.
Yeah. And I think I also tweeted this out, and I mean this like completely. The Bills do not trade Stephon Diggs unless Josh Allen okays it. Like Brandon Beane gets the trade signed off with the Texans. The first call I don't care what Josh Allen says either, because he kind of alluded to the idea that he wasn't told. BS. Yeah. Brandon Beane called Josh Allen, says, "Hey, we have this deal to move Diggs. What do you think?" Josh says yes. At this point, Josh is the franchise. Like if it's time to move on from Diggs, Josh has to sign off on it. He did. I'm fine with it. Like it was time to move on from him and try to build some more youth into this organization. And we talked about Mitch Morris being gone, Jordan Poyer being gone. Like the Bills essentially took these stalwarts of this franchise the past few years and said, "Thank you for your service. We have to go a different direction because whatever we're doing right now, like we can't get over that hump." And the hump is the Chiefs. They have to find a way to get past them. And who was here right now, it wasn't working. They had to do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in terms of talking about the capital of that trade, right? Like you have a second round pick. You just picked up a fourth you picked up a next year's fourth today. Like we were really anticipating Beane moving around in this draft. He is well positioned to move around next year as well. Go get whatever he wants, really.
Dude, their first, if I'd have to look at kind of try to think about this value a little bit. Their first, Minnesota's second, which is going to be high. They're not going to be a good team. So you put that high, and then the Bills' second, which I presume will be towards the end of the round. But if you in theory package those seconds with that first in next year's draft, the Bills should be able to move way up in the first if they really want to go get a dude. So if let's say Keon Coleman doesn't work out this year, let's say that's just how that,
or even if he does,
or if he does,
right?
Maybe they're like, let's go get that wide receiver. Let's go get that Brian Thomas this year because we have the assets to go.
Or you can get up even higher and get like Luther Burden. Like that guy would be insane.
You just said a name I've never heard in my life.
Oh, that guy's easy top 10 pick next year right now.
All right, I'm putting him on my radar.
He'd be a great fit.
What's his name?
Luther Burden.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a Western character. Which is pretty
He
sick.
does. The Ballad of Luther Burden.
Yeah, exactly. But he's kind of got a little Debo versatility to him, but if he were a much better wide receiver.
Oh, that sounds nice.
He was for the first half of the year, he was it was him and Malik Neighbors were the leading receivers in the country. He was When LSU played Missouri in, I believe, end of September, it was like people were talking about it like this is the Malik Neighbors Luther Burden matchup. It's like these are two of the top 3 receivers in the country, and he's crazy, man. He's insane.
The all right, I'm gonna have to look into this guy. The crazy thing is the Bills' need next year, as it stands right now, is gonna be corner. They're gonna need a corner
They like edge. I could see him moving up for an edge if there's one that they really like.
next year too. Yeah.
There's one that I can think of that'll go super high. James Pierce from Tennessee, very slight, but like he kind of fits like the Von Miller kind of mold. Just a bendy guy, explosive guy. But he's gonna go top. Like he might go top 3.
Kyle, do you think they cut Von Miller next year?
Can they? Can they get? It's going to depend on how this year goes. But
The dead is lower than the hit next year.
Might he just retire though?
I don't think he will.
Man, he should probably.
I think he's chasing.
we'll see how this year goes. It's very much going to be because again, one of the reasons why he signed here was he wanted to learn under Brandon Beane and eventually join a front office.
Yeah.
So like if that's still kind of his plan, and Brandon Beane's just like actually go somewhere else like that.
Yeah,
It's really funny. But just like again, it'll depend on if he has fully rehabbed from that injury or if he is cooked. Which
the Bills are on the clock, which we're probably gonna have to wait a couple minutes here. But just on that Von Miller topic too, right now he has 123.5 sacks, which ranks 27th all time. The reason I don't think he would retire, I think he's chasing, like he wants to raise up that board because all the guys ahead of him, he's within striking distance to like 123.5 at 27. Let's just go up 20. So we say 143.5. That would be ahead of Lawrence Taylor. I think he's chasing that. I don't think he wants to retire.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. The other crazy thing, when he signed with the Bills, there was a legitimate path where, like, in that contract, he could have theoretically gotten to Bruce Smith. And then the injury happened, and it's like, well, that's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I never expected that to happen, but I could see a path, and now that path is gone.
I mean, he's first ballot no matter what, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, who knows? Because Antonio Gates apparently isn't, which is broke my.
Yeah, that's insane.
Eli will be a first ballot this year, and I'm gonna.
Oh, he shouldn't
lose
be
my
in it
damn
all.
mind. He shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, but that's a whole other story. Again.
He should be a hall. He should be in this. Like they should carve out a place for him in the Hall of Fame. That's like not the Hall of Fame. That's the Hall of I won 2 Super Bowls in the biggest market in the world.
And
it's just you carve out a little corner that says this guy's not technically in the Hall of Fame, but. And that's the compromise because, like, the fact that he's going to be first ballot over Phillip Rivers is ridiculous.
And he's first ballot, and Antonio Gates wasn't. That is insanity, legitimate insanity to me. So the Bills are on the clock right now. Mel's best available is Johnny Wilson. I missed the name.
No, thank you.
No, they're not doing that. Those guys did not fit well together.
Bill's selection is in. I will hit this little pretty graphic in a second when this thing flips. So pick 168. Come on. Just flip the graphic. They know what it is.
Oh, wait. No, do you want to know what it is? I got it.
Oh, I'll hit the button and then you go. You got it?
It's a good one.
Javon Solomon. I don't know. Javon Solomon.
Okay.
Boy.
He had 16 sacks this year at Troy. He's the Kamara type.
Okay.
Is he the same? I'm just looking up his RAS right now. If they even have that on him.
For Troy's a big enough school.
Yeah. Oh, he's a little boy. Oh my God.
So is Kamara.
He's not even
7'9".
6'1". Yeah.
You heightist, Uber?
What
are we doing here?
For an edge? Yeah.
I mean, Kamara's what, like 6'1"?
Kamara's probably like half an inch taller, but as us guys know, a half an inch means a lot.
Solomon, 6 foot, 248, 4'7", 240, if that matters to anybody. But just for an edge, yeah, because that very much matters. But again, that's a developmental edge, right? Developmental body there. I guess if you're gonna take a swing, sure. Like they love to rotate their guys. They rotate their D linemen. That's a perfectly reasonable dude to take a swing on at this juncture.
He's like
Yeah,
he's like a James Houston type designated pass rusher.
I like that. So right now, like if you're looking at the Bills edge room, right? Greg Rousseau, he's going to be on the roster. AJ Epinesa are going to be on the roster. Von Miller are going to be on the roster. And then you're talking about Casey Toohill, who actually I like that signing, Toohill, and Kingsley Jonathan are your other two. So this Javon Solomon has to beat out at least one of them, maybe two of them. I don't know how many ends the Bills are going to carry this year. Just because I wonder if they like their defensive tackle room with 5 guys. I don't think they're carrying 10 defensive linemen. So he's going to have to try to find a spot there, and maybe he beats out Toohill, and maybe they just cut Toohill and Jonathan.
Right.
But
I mean, I wouldn't be too shocked if they carry 10 DL.
They like their rotation a lot. They love their rotation. But
Yeah.
Some of the clips people are posting about Solomon right now, this guy's good, man. Like he can't play every down, but like he's gonna be he could be the kind of guy that you look at. It's like, wow, this guy's like 5th in pass rush win rate in the league and plays like 12 snaps a game, but like he's so fast. He's so fast. It's crazy.
Like Bryce Huff style play time, essentially.
Yeah,
I mean, Bryce Huff's a little bigger, but
kind of. Well, Bryce Huff's not that much bigger. He's like same weight. It's really about the weight here.
Same weight, yeah. And this guy, yeah, they're about the same weight. Bryce Huff's got 2 more inches on him, so this guy's a little thicker than Huff. But yeah, I think the Bills are essentially buying into the idea of like, will his tool set work in the NFL? You're kind of hitting the thing going into this day for me was go for home runs, don't go for singles. Like,
yeah, it'll never be a home run because he can't play on first down. Yeah. But it's like it's a useful player. Mm-hmm. It's like that. He's kind of like the 3rd line forward, or 3rd or 4th, honestly, a 4th line forward who's just an insane penalty killer.
Okay,
in hockey,
yeah,
like which is it's a role.
There's a value to it.
Yeah. Essentially. It just gives you a lot of multiplicity in what you can do in 3rd down, especially with that kind of speed off the edge.
Yeah. I mean, and also you look at their D tackle room too, right? You got Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Austin Johnson, and Dwayne Carter.
Fun.
Ed's really the primary 3-tech, like pass rushing dude. Mm-hmm. The other 3, I know Dwayne Carter has a little bit of pass rush ability, but he's from at least what I saw, and Max or Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, he's not a big time pass rusher.
I haven't really watched him that much, so I don't really know. But like, I know he's a nice player.
I feel like from what I've read on him, he can play that 1, that 3, that 0. Like he can kind of fill in all those different gaps. But he's not great at any of them, but he's good enough at all of them. Yeah. So essentially, Ed Oliver's our primary pass rusher from the interior. Greg Rousseau's never really, to this point, hasn't developed into that elite pass rusher. He's a great against the run because of those long arms. So essentially you get somebody like Javon Solomon, who I'm just learning about literally right now, but he's a pass rusher. So you bring him in on 3rd downs to go get Patrick Mahomes. Like that's what he's here to do. Just go chase him down and don't let him escape the pocket and throw the ball to Xavier Worthy. And
that's what's going to happen. Guess what's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
It doesn't matter. I mean, like you get like they'll send out like who's a great edge rusher that they've like destroyed. I mean, like Nick Bosa can't do it. Like
this is different, but Max Crosby eats against them.
Max Crosby is insane. That guy is so good, and like
I'd do anything to have Max Crosby on the Bills.
He's like he really is like
could have had him. They wanted him that year.
There are a lot of insanely highly regarded edge rushers that he is better than. Like he's better than TJ Watt.
No.
Yes, he is because he's insane against the run. He plays every single snap. every
Fight.
snap.
I agree. I agree with you to an extent. TJ Watt, like
TJ Watt's a
TJ
better
Watt
pass
to
rusher.
me is a absolute game breaker in the NFL. Not saying Max Crosby isn't, but TJ Watt can single-handedly and also Max Crosby can. When the Steelers played the Chiefs in the playoffs 2-3 years ago, whatever it was, and TJ Watt I think had a pick six early in the game on Mahomes, or a strip sack fumble and returned it for a touchdown. That was the peak. That's the pinnacle of what TJ Watt is. He can single-handedly take a bad team and make them great. Max Crosby, insane motor, insane ability against the run, insane ability against the pass, and also very little help on that defensive line to assist with him, so you can fold the protection to him. But TJ Watt, man, he is. This is going to sound crazy, and I don't know if I'm there yet. Who's better, TJ Watt or JJ Watt prime?
Oh my God, JJ Watt by a lot.
JJ Watt in his prime was
he was Aaron Donald good for 4 years. Aaron Donald was Aaron Donald good for 10. But
I don't think no one was Aaron Donald good, man. He's
JJ Watt, in terms of if you look at WAR and stuff and he was. I mean, that year he should have won MVP.
Oh, when he had 20 sacks.
Yeah. 2014.
Who won MVP that year?
Aaron Rodgers. Again.
Oh, well,
Aaron Rodgers. It's
the touchdown to turnover ratio, which is insane.
I don't want to call anybody an MVP merchant because that seems like an insane thing to call somebody. But why does Aaron Rodgers keep winning MVPs?
Wait, Max, we were on good vibes with the French toast talk, and now you're attacking the player I think is the most talented quarterback I've ever seen.
Mahomes He is. Well, until Mahomes, but
Mahomes could pass him. I'm not ready to say it yet.
In terms of talented, oh God, Mahomes is because he does all the stuff Rodgers does with all the weird platform stuff that Rodgers did, but not to this extent.
Fair.
Mahomes is underrated. Actually,
no, shut that.
I love it. I love it.
You. No,
ever since 2 years ago, when people were like, "Oh, is Joe Burrow better than Patrick Mahomes?" Underrated. However good people think Patrick Mahomes is, he's better.
So I truly believe it's acceptable to say in a moment that there's a quarterback better than Mahomes.
That's why it's the most underrated player.
No. In a moment, in a 2 month span, right now, who's playing better, this quarterback or that quarterback? I can say that this quarterback's playing better right now than Mahomes. Mahomes, in a holistic view, is the best quarter. It's not even a debate. If you're who's the best quarterback in the NFL, it's Patrick Mahomes. That's not a conversation. But right now, who's the best? You could say somebody else. Because I think it's insane to basically bake in all the history to say that they're somebody can't be better than them. You can be. Mahomes in the regular season this year did not play well. Legitimately did not play well.
He did. When you consider the circumstances, any other offense would have been any other team would have lost double-digit games, even regardless of that defense. And then they won the Super Bowl.
Wait a sec. So I think that there's a fair, especially with the second half of the year that the Bills went through and what Josh Allen did with that Bills team. I think there's a fair comparison with what Patrick Mahomes did. And Josh still put up
Allen
numbers.
Been the MVP last year.
But
you can't give it to Mahomes every year. That's that's the only. It's LeBron. It's LeBron should have been the NBA MVP for every single year of his career until the last couple of years when he got old. But it's voter fatigue. It's this. It's the same way you got to you couldn't give Aaron Donald Defensive Player of the Year every single year.
Well, she should have.
He should have been.
My thing, the Lamar Jackson MVP is the worst MVP I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know about that. Because Matt Ryan getting I get the
Matt
numbers,
Ryan
but Shanahaning and Julio Jonesing his way to to that. He's good. He's not that good.
Lamar had 29 touchdowns, dude. 29 touchdowns. And the most wild thing is that people wanted it to be unanimous. That's insane.
You know,
That's
to me,
insane.
So insane. But I think I've thought about this actually a lot because like I remember that discourse. I feel like the only reason people wanted that is because the last one was. It's just like, oh, that's what
And
happened.
he deserved the year
yeah.
he won the unanimous. He deserved that. Was
Yeah.
an unbelievable year. And so did Tom. I think it was Tom Brady won the other unanimous. I forgot what year it was. There's been 2 unanimous.
I
And it
forgot
was
what the other one was.
Lamar and I think Tom. The fact that people think that this was also supposed to be a unanimous is mind-boggling. And the fact that Aaron Schatz got ripped to shreds for voting for Josh Allen is like, okay, we're broken as a
I would have voted
side.
for Josh Allen.
Yeah.
It should have been Josh Allen. Like Josh Allen will.
He didn't make the Pro Bowl though, Max. He didn't make the Pro Bowl.
Oh yeah, he didn't make the dodgeball, like Top Golf Pro Bowl. Oh no, he needs to retire.
If I had a vote, well, I probably would have voted for Josh. I think Dak Prescott deserved it over Lamar.
Yeah, I know, but I agree, and I'm like one of the biggest Dak guys. But like the vibes on the Cowboys at the last like month of the year were bad. Like they were getting run. Like I agree. He had an incredible year, and honestly, the way that defense fell apart is the only reason they were much of anything. And it is a regular season only award, but like, I don't. No, because like the Ravens defense was so good, and like
the Ravens defense was unbelievable.
I just don't think there was a good pick besides Josh Allen.
He was the only dude you could point to that's like the team was on his back the entire season, because the second the Bills lost Matt Milano and Daquan Jones and Trey White, that defense.
I thought they were. I was like, that's it. They're missing the playoffs, and they didn't. And they went to the divisional and they almost won.
If they could make a fucking field goal.
Yeah, they almost. Well, I mean, it's just the Mahomes devil magic, but like
it literally. How? Oh my god, dude! Like this also. It's right. This is just being a Bills fan in a nutshell. We can't make that fucking field goal. Sorry, I'm swearing now. Now we're gonna get demonetized and all this stuff, but whatever. I don't care. I'm also smashing wine right now, so we can't make that field goal. And then we play the Eagle. When we played the Eagles early in the year, I forgot their kicker's name now. Oh my god,
the Eagles kicker.
Who's the Eagles kicker?
Jake Elliott.
Yeah, drills like a 55-yarder in the
awesome.
fucking rain in a that should have never the make rate on that was like 2%. Drills it.
Yeah,
then
but
we go into overtime.
Jake Elliott's like almost. He's not Justin Tucker, but like he's like the second guy.
Then we go into overtime. AJ Brown fumbles it. The Bills recover, win the game, and the refs are like, "No, I didn't fumble, dude." And it's like, why can't we have any luck? Like, go to the Broncos game. The Bills they missed the field goal.
You want?
Well, no, we have 12 people on the field. We had 12 people on the field.
You want to talk about luck against Mahomes? By the way, the Bengals
who have it.
The Bengals. Well, I mean, the regular season games, Burrow just straight up balled out and beat them. But that postseason game when they won and the Chiefs got the ball to start overtime and got picked off
13 seconds in. Yep.
It's like, and part of that is like, yeah, they had a perfect defensive game plan, one off. Like, it's just like the kind of, how you spring an upset kind of deal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, he takes a 30-yard sack in the fourth quarter and throws a pick at the beginning of overtime. It's like, that doesn't happen. That would never happen to the Bills. I know that would never happen to the Bills.
It wouldn't.
Like, that ball would have not bounced into Von Bell's hands. It would have bounced into whoever the receiver was. And he would have took it to the house and it would have been over. Like
in the playoffs, that won't happen.
Yeah.
The Bills beat, like, the Bills are playing the Chiefs in the regular season this year. They're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Like that's what we do. We beat them. And we beat them to an extent fairly easily most of the time in the regular season. And then in the playoffs, it's not even we don't even get outplayed. The Bills don't get outplayed. It's just like something happens where it's like, well, why can't we just have nice things? This is obviously not draft related, but this is the life of a Bills fan.
You missed the Jets taking the successor to Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Travis.
Oh, yeah.
I think
we got to take 5'10", 185-pound quarterback. We got to do it now. Like,
wait, they didn't take Jordan Travis.
The Jets did.
Yeah, they did.
They had 2 picks close together because I just saw they took Isaiah Davis.
Yeah.
All right, so then that's.
Wait, they did?
Yeah.
They took another running back?
Oh, that's a good point. They've already taken a running back, yeah.
But he's really good. Like, he's really good. All right, honestly, trade Brees Hall.
I was gonna say, what is going on with Brees Hall?
Just trade Brees Hall. Like, you could probably get a second for him from some team that likes running backs.
I was gonna say from some, yeah, it's
For the 49ers.
call Atlanta. No, they wouldn't do it, but
Give me 30
in theory.
seconds. I'll be right back.
You just be like, guys, you want a succession plan to Christian McCaffrey?
The Carolina, they just drafted Jonathan Brooks, though, who again, not a bad pick. I like Jonathan Brooks, but again, Carolina's just kind of Siberia out there.
Oh God, it's. I would retire. I would just like. I would be like a fourth rounder pulling an Eli Manning. I refuse. After getting taken in the 6th round.
Sir, that's not how this works. I don't care. Yeah, trade me. I'm not coming. Though that'd be Carolina, and that's the thing. I don't hate Bryce Young. I think that there's something to Bryce Young if a good team can crack it. Carolina's not going to crack it.
I think there's something to Bryce Young if he were 6'2", 215.
That is also fair.
Like
That
it's
is
like if his college tape is so good, if all things being equal, if he were 6'2", 215, he would be unbelievable. It's like not even his fault that he's bad. And part of it is because he could be serviceable outside of Carolina, but I just think there's limitations now, especially with how much you have to use the middle of the field in modern offenses against defenses now. And it's like, and it gives you issues in the pocket because like you look at the other short quarterbacks, they're big. Like Russell Wilson's like what, like 210? Like he's
stout.
bulky.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray's bulky
Stout,
enough.
yeah.
Like, and he's so small. It's hard to survive any contact in the pocket. You get bumped around. It's get knocked off platform more easily. It's tough. It's tough. But being in Carolina is just like I think you could put Andrew Luck in Carolina, and I think he would maybe be bad. Like, because like the Colts were a bad situation, but like they had T.Y. Hilton, they had like competent play calling, like they had good coaching and all that stuff. But like, I'm trying to think of who the best player you could put, best quarterback prospect you could put in that situation and still be bad. Is it Trevor Lawrence? Maybe
I was gonna say Trevor Lawrence, but I'm thinking Trevor Lawrence would be bad.
Is he like the best quarterback best prospect that would still be bad?
On which team?
On the
Carolina.
Going to the Panthers. I think it might be Trevor.
Yes, Trevor's my one, would definitely. I'm trying to weigh Andrew Luck, but that's kind of, I mean, if we're talking about quarterback prospects.
I think Luck would just be like, clearly his tape is good, but there's not a lot of production and they don't win, but the tape is good, which is like still pretty, means he's good. It's right. I feel like it'll be a lot like, what's a good example of that? Like when, Deshaun Watson, the nasty man, had that, that really, really good year and they went 4-12. It's like,
right, yeah. And JJ, well, we wasted one of your years. Yeah. And then something else happened with Deshaun Watson.
It's like,
yes.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm very outspoken about Trevor Lawrence as maybe the most overrated player in the NFL.
Get out of here.
He's so good. He's so good.
He's not good.
He doesn't have a lot of aura, and I think it's a problem. But
he's simply not good. Like
he's so good.
He's just fine. Like he's
more fine than a player of his talent should be, but he's still comfortably a top 10 quarterback.
Top 10
debate. Another debate.
I don't know about top 10, dude. I don't know.
Hold on. What was that? I ranked.
He had the core around him that he had, the weapons he had, and even that offensive line was decent enough that
they sucked. They kind of sucked. It's like
he needed to be better than
Evan Engram, who is I hate. Evan Engram is a fake player. It's like
he had 100 catches last year.
I know, because like its volume is like, it's whatever. It's like, what do you do with that guy? He's a tight end that doesn't have a great feel for space. He's a tight end whose best thing is like get him like on the run, catching like crossing routes and stuff. It's like, fine, you can do that, but that's it. It's like you can't do any of the tight end stuff. You can't block. You can't sit in the middle and kind of have that feel for space and catch for like it's.
But then they have Calvin Ridley and Christian.
Ridley was not that good.
And Travis Etienne. Like Trevor Lawrence had more weapons than most and did jack all. I know he got hurt. He still did nothing.
Also had a terrible offensive line last year. They were terrible. And they were pretty. He was pretty good. Like the defense was not great. The offensive line was terrible, and the team was fine.
He's never going to be great.
Oh, well, not in Jacksonville. He's not. But like,
take him.
If you were to put him today,
can he pass Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
No.
Lamar Jackson,
No.
Patrick Mahomes? Can he get into
Not in
that era?
Jacksonville.
No, nowhere, man.
Well, I mean, like
He doesn't
but,
even
like,
have the like. Every single time I watch him play, it just is the most meh experience I've ever had. And he's beaten the Bills
dude,
2 times.
watching
He's
him.
beaten
I
the Bills
love
2
watching him.
times.
It's like, oh, dude,
Oh,
I love watching him. He gets through his reads quickly. He has great feet.
He's got a fumble issue too.
He does have a fumble issue. He's got a red zone turnover issue. Like it's just like, but he's young. I mean, he's still young.
I'm not. This is a whole nother.
He's like,
people say the word generational all the time.
That's over. That's
and
over.
It drives me insane. You can't if somebody that called Trevor Lawrence generational now can't call Caleb Williams generational. You cannot use that word 2 times.
Generational.
Oh, give me this opinion. Let's hear this. I want to hear this. On Caleb Williams, what's your thoughts on him?
Oh, I love him, but he's not generational. Like he's like, I think he's like slightly below the Joe Burrow tier of prospect. Like he's not perfect. He's got his flaws, like but he's an elite talent. He's freakish. He's better, I think, in structure than people give him credit for, just because of the way the offense just forced him out of structure so often. Bad O-line. Honestly, Lincoln Riley has they stripped out so much complexity just because they knew he could just bail them out and create. So he just and I think he misses his O-line coach from Oklahoma, who did a great job marrying the run game to the pass game and all that stuff. But that was tough. The O-line was tough. The receivers weren't that good. But he does leave structure more than he should. And he's just he's very, 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 very good, but he's not perfect. I think had he taken a step forward after his Heisman season, like I kind of thought he was going to, then he could have gotten into there, but he didn't.
Yeah, and I don't know. Every single time I hear the word generational, it drives me up a effing wall. Like with Lawrence, I felt the same way. With him, I feel the same way. I remember when Saquon Barkley came out of college, and I also loved Saquon Barkley. Like he was one of those college players that I actually did watch a good amount of, and I was like, this guy's awesome. But when he came out of college, people said, obviously, the word generational, and they said he's a guaranteed first ballot Hall of Famer, no questions asked.
There's no such thing.
There is no such thing.
Andrew Luck left the league because of injuries. Yeah. It could happen. There's no such thing as a guaranteed first ballot Hall of Famer.
Also, Saquon at this point, I don't even know if essentially he could make the Hall of Fame.
No, I mean, because running backs expire so quickly, especially now that it's hard. But
I mean, looking at his stats in general, he's going to be what, 27 this year,
and he's already kind of washed.
He's not going to be a Hall of Famer. That's over. That whole thing's. He had a season with. I mean, I know he got hurt. He had a season with 34 yards, which was in 2 games. He had a season where he played 13 games and had 593 yards. That's not Hall of Famer. I understand the injuries, but
yeah, no, it's no, it's not. It's not. It's absolutely not. He's never been the clear-cut best running back in the league either. It's it's the only running back active I think that has a shot at the Hall of Fame is McCaffrey.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to hear both of your takes on this because I guess this might seem like a wild take.
Is this your
I don't think Derrick Henry is a Hall of Famer.
I
don't think he should be.
I don't think it's obvious. I think I don't know. I mean, I will say this in the early 2000s when so many running backs were like this, nobody would be talking about him as a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I think people are saying that as much as they are is because he kind of sticks out more from the rest of running backs because nobody's eating volume and year and like racking up huge yardage and carrying an offense year over year over year like he is, but that used to be kind of standard with running backs.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, I don't know. Is Tiki Barber in the Hall of Fame? Like,
I don't know.
if he's not, then Derrick
Yeah.
Henry should not be in the Hall of Fame.
So I'm looking at Derrick Henry. So Pro Football Reference, which this isn't the
Tiki
perfect
Barber
stat.
is not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, then no, Derrick Henry should be in the Hall of Fame. If you want to let Derrick Henry in, you put Tiki Barber in.
Like LaShawn McCoy deserves to be in before Derrick Henry gets in.
Yeah, McCoy was sick. Like, he was unquestionably best running back in the league for like 3 years. Is Jamal Charles in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Well, is he even eligible?
Yes,
He
he's not
should
in.
be at this
Oh,
point.
come on. Get him in there. Like,
Jamal Charles at his peak, and same with Priest Holmes too at his peak, were freaks. Yeah.
Uber, say your Justin Herbert take.
it's gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad.
Why are people commenting on that or something? Where did you come up? Did you just come up with this in your head? My take.
No, I just know this is going to be debate. I just reading the vibe. This is going to be good.
He's just, he's a. So I don't think Trevor Lawrence is good. So let me base it
That's
off of
wild.
that.
His tape is so good.
I think Justin Herbert is slightly better than Trevor Lawrence, but I don't think he's great. Like I don't get this idea that he's like, people are like, he's a top 5 quarterback. What? Where? How?
Oh, it's on
How
the
is he top
tape.
5?
It's on the tape. He's so good.
No. When you have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams,
Dude, Mike Williams is so overrated. And
No.
like,
fine, that's fine. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. You had Austin Eckler when Austin Eckler was good, not when he's now what he is, but when Austin Eckler was good. Like, Justin Herbert just never does it. And the biggest thing to me, he never can win a big game. That doesn't mean win in the playoffs. That's not what that word means.
I don't care. I don't like, that's just not something I care about. I just don't care.
But it's so that's always a take against Josh Allen. Like, oh, he can't win the big game because they've never won a Super Bowl. That's the take against him. But if you go back and look at those games, Josh always performs like a freak, and then his defense falls apart or something else crazy happens, like a missed field goal that they should make. If you go back and look at any game of importance in Justin Herbert's career, he never succeeds, ever. He just is at best average, usually bad in big games. Like games where like, oh, I can clinch the playoffs. All we have to do is tie the Raiders. No, we didn't tie the Raiders. We lost to the Raiders. He did not play well that game. Did not play.
Wasn't he a rookie?
No, that was his second season.
Didn't they go to I thought they went to no. He was elite that year. He was insane.
His rookie year might have been his best.
His second year was
his second year was really good statistically. But in that game, it's like just all you have to do is tie the Raiders, and to an extent, to a point, Brandon Staley, being the dipshit that he is, decided to call a timeout.
Did not help.
Yeah, but then even in the playoffs, it's like you have a 28-point lead against Trevor Lawrence, who threw 5 interceptions in the first half or 4 or something like that, and then Justin Herbert just did literally nothing in the second half.
Yeah, but you know who did? You know who did in the second half? You can't use that game because I
can use that game. I can because.
But you can't use that game because then you're undermining your other take.
Trevor Lawrence was good for one half of football in the playoffs.
He was also pretty good in the Chiefs game. On tape, he was like just like the tape on these guys is really good. It's like the same with Dak. It's just like it's so hard to explain because like
that's a good trio. Rank those 3 players. Dak,
that's great.
Justin Herbert, and Trevor Lawrence.
Herbert's clear number 1. I would say now Dak is number 2, but I think Trevor Lawrence, when he gets older, will jump that.
I'd go Dak, Herbert, Trevor.
But
easy.
But if you're doing the big game thing,
but it's
Dak. Come on, Dak is like.
Dak's been better in the big games than either of those two have.
First of all, he's had more shots at it because he doesn't play for the Chargers. But Dak against the Packers this year is like woof. That was actually a bad game on tape too. It's not like a lot of times when quarterbacks have bad games, you turn on the tape and it's just like they have perfect game plan, guys are blanketed and they're getting after the quarterback. It's just like there's nowhere to go. but that was a bad game. He was not on time. He was like, it was rough. It was rough.
I'm pulling up because now I'm trying to remember.
Because like quarterback
Jets took
quarterback box
Stiggers.
scores are much more of a team
Jets
statistic
took who?
than people think.
The DB from the Toronto Argonauts.
Oh, Stiggers, yeah.
Stiggers, yeah.
Who'd he go to?
The
Jets.
Oh my God! What if they make him insane?
I don't want that. I do not personally want that, but that would have been a fun flyer for Buffalo.
Dude.
But whatever.
Justin Herbert this past year, man. Like they weren't going to make the playoffs even if he was healthy.
Well, no, because they're the Chargers. They had like the worst defense in the league.
Like
again,
when the Bills played the Chargers, okay, the Bills played the Chargers this year. This is going to be a crazy take that I'm sure is going to piss Max off. Easton Stick played a better game than Justin Herbert would have.
I'm sure the tape does not show that. I'm sure it doesn't.
It's statistically a better game than
yeah, but like that again, I think quarterback box scores are as much of an environmental stat as they are like anything else. Like I've seen quarterbacks play really, really well and not have great box scores.
But over time, if you look at somebody over time, I feel like you can gain some value. Like you can gain a degree,
but then you're gonna have to deal with Brock Purdy eventually. Like
which I don't like dealing with because I literally created a quarterback statistic and Brock Purdy has shattered it because he just is super efficient because he can throw the ball to Deebo Samuel. He can run 70 yards.
Well, he's not super efficient. The environment is super efficient. Yeah. Well, he's too competent. He's like I'm trying to think. He's like Rajon Rondo. Like
that's actually
a good comp.
Like
that's a really good comp.
He can't go get a bucket, but maybe occasionally he'll go out there and get a little bit of a bucket, but he's just stable. He will get the ball to the good guys, and he will just throw the ball where Kyle Shanahan tells him to throw. He's not overwhelmed. He's competent. He's solid. He is a starter. Like he is. But like, if you put a gun to my head and said, "Are you going to commit a significant portion of your cap to him?" I would. Well, first of all, I would ask you to pull the trigger because I don't want to deal with the fans after that. But I would not. I don't think I would. I just don't think I would extend it. But the problem is, like, if you fuck up the replacement. Oh, sorry. If you screw up the replacement.
No. I've sworn so much. It doesn't matter. I swear
if you fuck up the replacement, like if you said, all right, we're going to like they did, by the way, with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, like if you fuck up that off ramp again, and they got so lucky because they found another Jimmy Garoppolo to undo their slightly better Jimmy Garoppolo to undo their insane. How did they get away with that?
Kyle Shanahan is the answer.
If you put Sam Darnold on that team for an entire offseason, gave him first team reps, he's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, he would have been fine. They would have had a top 5 offense.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Literally,
it matters as long as the guy is not really terrible.
Like if you put Zach Wilson on that team, it's not going to go well.
Who on that team?
Zach Wilson.
No. It's
going to go bad.
Zach Wilson is something, man. Remember that one drive against the Chiefs, though?
Dude,
when he was
that game against the
Chiefs.
Chiefs,
what he did?
He was legit.
That was so funny.
Just decided, like, actually, I was the second overall pick.
Yeah, because that was the first Taylor Swift game.
You're right. Yes,
and then
the
Chiefs got bailed out by a called back interception in that game.
Oh my god!
That was the most blatantly. This is what I'm saying, though. Like, like the Chiefs. The luck that they have is in that. This isn't. I'm not trying to take away anything. They're a dynasty. They're incredible. Patrick Mahomes is phenomenal. Every single time some bullshit happens, it's like, how did you get away? That was an interception. It was a bona fide interception that the Jets would have won that game. But no. Oh no. Mahomes threw it. Not a pick, dude.
I will say, like, it's. I actually sort of think it's a little inherent to dynasties because you do have to get very lucky to win this much just because the margins are thin. You do. Like, it's so much of this is so much of stuff is out of people's control in a football game because like you game plan everything. You game plan so much. I mean, to the point where you're having like multiple hours of just install meetings, still teaching assignments to players during the middle of the year.
Dude,
But
the punt. Do you remember the punt that hit the? I forgot who the Chiefs were playing. They punted it. Oh, is it in the Super Bowl?
yeah,
It hit the 49ers player's
muffed the
foot.
punt, right? Yeah.
They don't win the Super Bowl if that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember how ugly the first half that game was though. They like fumbled.
Yeah.
Both teams fumbled like 5 times.
I mean, to an extent, like if you go back to, I think what you're saying, this is inherent to dynasties. Go back
unless you're UConn basketball and beat everybody by double digits, but
Right,
like.
yeah.
But go to Tom Brady's Super Bowls. We could do this with every single one of them. You
Yeah.
look at the Panthers Super Bowl when they played them. John Casey kicks it out of bounds on the kickoff towards the end of the game, which basically set them up in field goal position. And they win the game. Like the Panthers should have won that Super Bowl. They don't because they can't execute a kickoff. You go to the Rams game where they play the Rams. Like the Rams just were an absolute disaster on offense for whatever reason. Like they just were. You can do this with every dynasty, and that's what's frustrating because I have to admit that the Chiefs are a dynasty. And it's just like every single time something positive happens to him, it's like, why can't that happen to my team, man?
Yeah, but that is a reason dynasties become dynasties. Is that it's because they are in the position to get lucky, as many times as they are, and but like the difference between them and a team like the Bills when they lost 4 Super Bowls in a row, so easily could have been a dynasty. It's just there is so much of sports that is a coin flip, that is luck, that is just some guy slips a tackle and goes for 70 yards.
I look at so I 100% agree with you on everything you've said. The thing that's frustrating me, like I do truly believe to an extent you make your own luck. You have to be in the situation where the luck can benefit you. But then I look at the Bills Chiefs, the past 2 Bills Chiefs playoffs games. The Bills, there's no luck for them. Like we're not benefiting from it at all. They are like it's frustrating. But again, this isn't taking anything away from the Chiefs. They're legit. Like they're taking advantage of the mistakes that everyone else makes and just dominate. Like, but they can't win a 4th Super Bowl this year. They can't win a 4th Super Bowl this year. They can't. I can't allow it.
I know, but like
they're not going to. They're not going to. They're not going to.
Who's gonna stop them?
They're not the best team. They're not the best team in the East.
They are because of him.
But this is the thing that frustrates me the most. Watching the Bills Chiefs playoff game this year, Josh played better than Pat. I truly believe that. Josh purely played better than Pat, and the Bills lost. So to me, it wasn't Pat played better than Josh. And I also had this tweet that I sent out. When the Bills make the playoffs, Josh Allen shows up. Not the Bengals game.
God. He has been unbelievable in the playoffs.
Not the Bengals game. But when the Chiefs make the playoffs, Pat shows up, Travis Kelce shows up, Chris Jones shows up.
That's why they're dynasty.
That's why they – it's not just because of Pat. Like, that's the thing. Josh shows up just as much as Pat does, but they have 2 other guys that show up every single game.
The underrated part to me about what made the Patriots a dynasty instead of just a good team is you paired that kind of quarterback
Steve Spagnuolo too.
With it was the pairing of Tom Brady with the greatest defensive mind ever on the other side running the team. So at that point, you had Tom Brady making sure your offense is either very good to elite every year, and on the other side, you have Bill Belichick making your defense generally, with a couple of exceptions, obviously, it's always going to be the case, very good to elite every year. So it's this combination. It's never one guy because otherwise Dan Marino would have had a dynasty. Aaron Rodgers would have had a dynasty. Like these guys aren't the difference between Tom Brady as a quarterback and Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback is not as significant as the difference between the Patriots and the Packers during those times. Not even close. It's
well spoken,
which is why the Chiefs are a dynasty because you have Andy Reid calling. You combine one of the most physically talented football players ever, who happens to play quarterback, with Andy Reid, who's one of the best offensive architects ever, with great O-line development, with Andy Heck, with Steve Spagnuolo on the other end, who they've managed to just keep, who's elite. and they draft and develop all these guys well, and you have your great equalizer setting your floor so high. It's just it's the other stuff that takes
And
and,
that-
the fact that Mahomes is better than everybody else.
And that was the same, like with the Patriots too. Like Dante Scarnecchia
Yeah.
essentially built this wall
Factory.
in front of Tom Brady
Factory.
every single
Over a
time.
meat
Didn't matter who it was.
factory.
Yeah, I said this was like 2 or 3 years ago. I said I would pay. This is before Aaron Cromer, who I think's good. He's obviously nowhere in the Dante Scarnecchia realm. Like
Yeah.
Scarnecchia is here. He's this. He might be the greatest offensive line coach of all time. Aaron Cromer's really good, but he's not that. This is years ago. I was like, the Bills need to fix their offensive line. Call Scarnecchia and offer him anything, whatever he wants. Just give him whatever he wants because that could change everything. And luckily, we got Cromer, who's been great with the Bills' offensive line. But yeah, you're spot on. This is the thing that bothers me. It's just like when you're analyzing the difference between quarterbacks, I feel like we put too much of like the team part onto it.
Way
Like
too much.
The
Which is
team
why people think Justin Herbert's bad.
No, don't. Now you're throwing me under the bus. No. Oh my God, Mahomes is great, but not great. Like that's not even fair to say. He's
amazing,
man. He legitimately is, and like every single time a play needs to be made, he makes it. The other thing that bothers me though too is like you go to the regular season last year, like Marquez Valdez-Scantling can't catch a fucking ball, and then they go to the playoffs and like he's got the glue on his gloves. I don't know. Like he kisses everyone.
I do think that
Was it Scantling, or I'm saying that
it was everyone. It was multiple. It was him. It was Kadarius Toney. Although they kicked him out of the playoffs. They're like you're not allowed in the building. Yeah. And I feel like it's one of my oh my God, the Carolina Hurricanes tied it. It's one of my less analytical opinions, but like there has to be something to Clutch Gene. There just has to be, because like first of all, how do you explain Eli Manning? Because that guy, like,
you don't explain him because he's
like he mostly kind of sucked for his career. Let's be real here. He's kind of sucked.
Average quarter.
He was worse than Kirk Cousins for most of his career.
So I'm looking at my stat that I made on him. So 50. So my stat is 0 to 100. 50 is average. So it bases off statistics throughout the years.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a 48.42 on his career.
So he's exactly right. That's Eli.
Yeah. You said Kirk Cousins?
Yeah. What's Kirk? He's probably.
Let me look up Kirk. 58. This is just on my stat. 59.
Yeah. I think I have good stats for this. Like, yeah, I agree that's right. Eli mostly sucked, except in 2011, particularly during that playoff run, he was elite. He just was for no reason. Because he just, and like, I grew up a Giants fan too before I just swore my allegiance to Joe Burrow forever after the 2019 LSU team. But like watching Eli was just like he gets the ball in the fourth quarter. It's like, oh, you left Eli too much time, which shouldn't be a thing, but it was because he's just clutch. He just is.
Like Nick Foles' heater when the Eagles won the playoffs is one of the all-time heaters ever.
Well, that only happened once. Eli doing it twice is wild.
But even when Foles did it, like leading into the playoffs, Nick Foles was bad. After Carson Wentz got hurt, Nick Foles even in the playoffs early on, Nick Foles was not good. And then I think it was the NFC. I forgot how it worked. I think it might have been the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. Nick Foles was just like, I'm the best quarterback ever.
Especially the Super Bowl, man.
Although he outduels Tom Brady. What are we doing?
Tom Brady's over 500 yards and he still outdueled him.
Yeah, Nick Foles was just like, I'll make every throw and I'll have a receiving touchdown too on top of that.
Yeah.
So fuck you. Yeah.
I mean, playing Matt Patricia helps, but like,
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's just got to be a thing. I mean, you like Henrik Lundqvist in Game 7s, although part of that was he was one of the best goalies of his generation, but like,
he was insane.
But like in Game 7s, particularly, like you look at his like, hold on, what were his?
I have another best goalie of all time. in hockey? I know this is not a hockey
It's
show.
Dominic Hasek.
It's Hashik, yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the best goats of any position in sports. Like he's ridiculous. He was insane.
Is my bro Dirt take? I have a bro Dirt take that his standing is based heavily off longevity. Is that?
Yeah,
is
I
that too
agree.
hot of a
He's the
take?
Frank Gore of goalies.
Yeah,
Who?
I've used that exact comparison.
Yeah,
He is
exactly.
goalie Frank
Martin
Gore.
Brodeur?
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me. I'm a little weird thing about me. I used to be really, really big into hockey, and I was a Devils fan when Brodeur was on the Devils. I
I think
kind
he's a
of
little better than Frank Gore, but still, it's like
I've-
the idea.
Right. That type of.
I've been I've been in a fantasy hockey league for like 15 years that I've
That's
played
sick.
consistently, that I love. But like my fandom for the Devils has waned, not because the Devils got worse or whatever. It just was like the fandom of hockey kind of went away. I was a big Patrick Elias fan. He was one of my
Oh,
favorite guys ever.
he was
He was
awesome.
good. Yeah. he was
Travis
good.
Zajac, I really liked a lot. Scott Stevens was like one of my first loves of athletes. He was an absolute behemoth. Scott Niedermayer, whatever. So I've taken some time off from rooting for teams, and I was like, I'm a diehard Bills fan. Like the Sabres suck.
Yes.
Now's the time for me to make a switch. Like I'll root for the Sabres. Like you can leave. I was like, I don't care about the Devils anymore. But I can't go root for the Sabres if they're about to win a Stanley Cup. I can go root for them if they suck. So I started doing that. But going back to my Devils fandom, like when Martin Brodeur was on his game, that glove was so nasty, man. Like when the shutouts that he had, like some of them were cheap, right? That defense kind of played into it. Like he basically would have no shots on him or cheap shots on him. But when he was on his full-on game, he was so filthy. He was so fun to watch.
No, I remember the playoff series against the Rangers in 2012 before the Devils lost to the Kings in the Cup final. Like Brodeur was insane.
I went to
stole
Game
that series.
5 of that Stanley Cup in Jersey.
Did they lose in 5?
They lost in 6. I watched them win in Jersey.
Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's
It
good.
it was the loudest I've ever heard a stadium before I went to a Bills game in Buffalo.
Yeah.
It was Zach. The first goal was Zach Parise with a wraparound goal, and it was filthy. It was so fun, man.
So good. Remember when back in the day when he was like one of the best American-born players, and now we have like Austin Matthews and Johnny Gaudreau and like Adam Fox.
Yeah.
All right, so Henrik Lundqvist, I got it up. Henrik Lundqvist's career stats in Game 7: 6-2.
Oh, Malik Washington to the.
I
Yeah, I
saw
was just
that.
gonna
It's
say
bad.
that, yeah.
It's bad. The Dolphins have gotten some guys. Like they got Jalen Wright, another like
Right. Yeah.
burner.
Well, they still have to take Tua's brother at the end of the draft here.
Oh yeah, of course. And watch him beat him out. That would be hilarious.
I'm trying to see when's their last pick.
Would we get
Pick
Talia?
241. Pick 241. They're going to take his brother. Calling my shot now. All right, tell me about Lundqvist.
All right, 6-2 in eight Game 7s with a goals against average of 1.11
My God.
and a save percentage of 961.
Damn, dude.
When they were,
Damn.
by the way, when they were getting dominated in those games because those Rangers teams sucked.
That's
Henrik Lundqvist. Talk about like genetic lottery,
Oh
right?
my
Like
God,
not
I know.
only are you like one of the best goalies of your generation, you're also have male model good looks.
Yeah.
Just like
And he plays guitar.
oh God.
I'm also so happy that Kyle's saying this as he's been wearing a crayon costume for 4.5 hours.
It was hilarious earlier because it was right as we were bringing Max in, so I couldn't address it when it happened. But I was complaining because apparently the Lions War Room is all wearing Dan Campbell jerseys.
Yeah,
And I was like, no, you have to be professional. You have to be wearing suits. Even if anyone goes business casual today, that's, egregious. As I'm putting up my crayon costume suit. So like, it was just being stupid. Like, obviously I don't care what people wear. And people were like, says the crayon. And it's like, that's the joke. You got the joke.
You got the joke.
Congratulations.
Wait, I have a quote unquote costume to go grab. Johnny Wilson drafted by the Eagles, but I'll be back in.
Oh, that might be fun. Jalen
1
Hurts
minute.
is just going to throw rebounds to him. He's going to have 20 catches for like 500 yards and like 10 touchdowns, and that's it. They should turn him into I feel like he could actually be a really good tight end though.
How much does he weigh?
Like 225, but they could like
Right, bulk him
he's
up.
got a lot of he's still in a receiver body is the thing.
Right, yeah. Maybe, yeah. I mean, they like to experiment, right? Like you think Tyree Jackson. Remember Tyree Jackson?
Oh yeah, dude. We will get the quarterback transplant that works, that becomes sick.
Logan
will happen.
Thomas. Well, Logan Thomas doesn't really count, does he?
He got hurt a lot and he was like pretty good. He's kind of like the best one though, but we'll get a guy that's like
Objectively great.
like an elite. It's gonna be Joe Milton hopefully because that would be so funny.
Oh my god. Bills. That would make no sense. No, we don't
Well,
need.
he'll be an undrafted free agent, I would imagine. So he's free.
See, he's bad enough that I think like the tools like aren't going to be enough for a team to draft him. But I could see a team in the 7th round be like, okay, like that's an interesting mold. Whether I use him at quarterback or whatever I want to do with him, if I do convert him,
The Dolphins should draft him because A, they kind of need a tight end, and B, they need somebody to throw Hail Marys for them because Tua can't reach the end zone. So he just switches positions, throws on maybe a different jersey, and just rips a 75-yard Hail Mary and throws like 2 touchdowns in his career.
We would get the most cursed NFL highlight ever. Dude wearing number 87 throwing a 75-yard bomb.
That would be awesome.
I would love it. Again, put that in the Hall of Fame. You could put Joe Milton in the Hall of Fame then if he does that. Rockin'. Yeah. What has he got? Oh, hell yeah. This is devolved. It had devolved a long time ago, but this is firmly off the rails.
So what's going on here? Is that human body fat?
It's chicken wing, dude.
Oh, well, so in a way,
Yeah.
it looks like you ever go into a nutritionist's office and they have like a
The fat
simulation
thing?
of a
Right, yeah.
pound of body fat.
I mean, it might as well be, right?
Yeah, exactly. It will be eventually. It's just with
I'm
extra
popping a
steps.
quart inside right now, so. Sorry.
What are we drinking? We drinking Josh Uber?
No, today is. I actually don't even know what brand this is. I'll show it on the screen. I think I can. We're demonetized so much, though. It's a. This
Oh,
is the
that
Bud Light.
one. Yeah.
So
I don't know what that is, but I've
how
seen
good is
it.
it? It's not gonna be good, dude.
Guys, I'm in a dogfight in fantasy baseball right now.
All right, tell us about it. We got time. We don't have a Bengals pick or Bills pick going on. People love this part of the draft.
I went up like 50, and then this guy had a bunch of pitchers, and now I'm down like 15, and I need Aaron Savali to like. I need him to dominate the White Sox today, which should happen because
I
they're
was
like
going to say that's a possibility.
3-70.
Oh God, that's. Oh God, that's not good.
Did you expect Let's Go Buffalo Wine to be good?
It's gotta be the best, right? Or the second best, I guess.
Anything that illegally slaps a Bills logo on it, you know that's quality.
Yeah.
No, might actually, if it's the official Bills wine, that's even worse.
No, it's not official. I don't think at all.
Okay, well.
Did Shohei Ohtani bet on baseball?
Oh.
It really doesn't look like it at this point. Like-
I don't want to make legally binding statements. I don't want to get myself.
Do
into
you
trouble.
think?
No, I mean, regardless, none of the bets were on baseball. Like they
It was
invested.
with an illegal bookie. The illegal bookie could have been like,
Oh yeah.
No, they weren't.
I don't
We're
know.
not getting conspiracy. Yeah.
I don't think so because like if like the
This is a
whole
lot of weight on
conspiracy
my
theory
head.
was that he was a fall guy, right?
Right.
If I'm a fall guy,
Happy-
I'm not going to prison for years and like over it. And also, do you see the text where he's like, where the bookie was like, oh, like this is Ohtani, right? He's like, no, I've been stealing from his account. And then
why would you say that in a text?
I don't. He said so much. He's like, and one of the other texts was like, I'm a really terrible gambler.
You know,
Who
Self-awareness is.
I think he really actually stole it, and then just apparently he made like a bunch of money, lost even more, and then like was just in a net negative.
so whatever happened with him in baseball, then we have the basketball player that got suspended for life.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Do we have a football player we think will be suspended for life?
Can we say Calvin Ridley?
I think we can. I think he's got the itch, right? I love gambling.
It won't be a quarterback. Maybe it's like, damn. It's just like if Kurt Benkert were still in the league as like a backup, that would be such a good pick.
It would be a great pick. No, it's going to be someone that you've never heard of, right? Like we want these, you want a big name, but like it's going to be someone where it's just like, okay, yes. So now we know you are banned for life if you do this consistently. Yeah.
Well, I think part of it can't be a big name because the NFL will be like, well,
exactly. Cover it
he
up.
didn't bet on it. He didn't bet on it.
No, it's going to be like somebody who's like, it's like some players like knows the game plan this week. Oh, we're actually going to rotate him in to get him a few touches. And it's going to be like some rando over 5 receptions. And it's going to be like, just like the NBA guy. Like he was
Right,
like, why is
exactly.
somebody placing so many bets on like the last guy off the bench? And that's what tipped them off. It's like committing bad tax fraud.
Cap writes it'll be Keishon Butte. That's a really good shout, actually.
Didn't he already get kicked out of the NFL for that?
But I don't know if he's on a team. Is he still on the Patriots?
No, because he got arrested.
Oh, hell yeah.
He got arrested for underage gambling.
He says, hell yeah.
Keishon, all power to you. Love you. On January 25th, 2024, Butte was issued a warrant of arrest in connection to an online gambling investigation. He's alleged to have placed 8,900 wagers while underage, including at least 6 on LSU Tiger games.
Dude, he was so good, though, before the injury. He was so good before the injury. Before, by the way, like, he was just, like, apparently he was, like, lazy in his rehab, so he didn't recover right from the injury, and he was not athletic. Like, remember at the Combine, he was terrible.
Yeah.
But, like, when he came out of high school, he was like I think he was like a track guy, or at least he was that fast. Like he was a 4.3 guy. He was insane. And then he just like lost athleticism because he didn't take his rehab seriously because he was gambling.
I was going to say, yeah, he was on DraftKings just hammering.
He had 19 receiving yards this year, though. So
How did he play?
It's a comeback story of the ages.
I bet you it was against the Bills. I just feel like that makes too much sense.
No, I would remember that.
He was coming back for his like senior season at LSU, and Brian Kelly was like, "No, no, you're not."
LOL.
He had 11 against the Colts and 8 against the Giants.
Dude, the Colts, you got to fold after that. That's rough.
Back to Baltimore with you.
They lost both of those games. They lost to the Colts 6-10, and they lost to the Giants 7-10.
Game. That game was horrible.
Oh my God. There was a 3-game span. I didn't realize this with the Patriots.
What, did Butte get hot?
They lost 6-10, 7-10, 0-6. That's bad, dude.
Bill O'Brien, man, head coach at Boston
College. I'll just read some picks out here just so people have them.
This is a draft show.
Yeah. Johnny Wilson, Florida State, goes to the Eagles at 185. Jace McKellen from Alabama, running back, goes to the Falcons at 186. Casey Washington, wide receiver out of Illinois, goes to the Falcons at 187. Jamal Hill, linebacker out of Oregon, goes to the Texans at 188. And Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle out of LSU, goes to the Lions at 189.
That's a hell of a fall, even for a guy that he's really kind of. He should have come back, man. He could have come back. Should have come back. Mason Smith at least has a case that he shouldn't have come back because he went top 50. But like, he should have come back. It's
your Bengals
NIL money.
Your Bengals are on the board at 194. So we're at pick 190 right now. So 194. I know who you want to take, but don't say his name. Who else would you want to take at 194?
I mean, is Dwight McLaughlin? Well, they already took a corner, so like.
I feel like you're just making up names.
No, that guy's good. That guy's good. He was at Arkansas, transferred from LSU from Louisiana, like 6'2", like 190, long, good man cover guy, like productive, like a productive college player.
What position?
Corner. I think he's got character stuff.
Dwight McLaughlin, he is on the board.
Yeah, I would take him. Or well, besides the other guy, but like.
Yeah. The Bills actually, I mean, I'm not advocating for Dwight McLaughlin. The Bills do need a corner though at some point.
Oh yeah, he'd be. Well, I mean, they don't play a lot of man, so he's like not that kind of guy. He's like more of a Legion of Boom, like cover 3, cover 1 kind of, bump and run sort of just long man cover. But
so I found a guy I want, and I want him because I love his name, Tyrick Funderburk.
That's not
Appalachian
no way.
State corner.
That adds up. Appalachian State.
And that is a Bills 6th-round pick right there. If I ever
What's his name?
Tyrek Funderburk.
Spell it. Please spell it.
Tyrek is Tyrek. Last name Funderburk. Funderburk. Tyrek Funderburk.
Okay.
He's a real person. And the Bills.
Is he?
That's a 6th-round pick for the Bills right there. Let me tell you.
Redshirt senior. Played a lot of football. Leader. Is he a leader? We'll find out.
If he's a leader.
Really cannot believe Malik Washington, after Tank Dell last year, fell to the 6th round. Well, I think it's because of the receiver class. There's just been so many. Everybody.
Apparently, McLaughlin is an AQ Aaron Quinn special. So
I don't want an AQ special. Whatever he's cooking, I do not want. No AQ. He has a garden. He's a gardener.
He is a gardener. Yes, he is. But he doesn't like grass. He does not like grass.
Oh my God.
And by grass, I mean literal grass.
Right. It doesn't mow his lawn or like doesn't believe in lawn care. Like,
yeah.
What is going on? I don't know. But with that, I have to head out, y'all. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
Yes.
See you, man.
Max, I hope you're willing to stay on with me.
I am for a little bit. I got a friend coming. We're going to get dinner in a little bit. But I do have to get my laptop charger because my
no rush.
So I'll be right back. Yeah, see, McLaughlin is nice. He's good. He's good. He just like does, he's got it. He's like kind of an AD Mitchell a little bit.
For the people still watching, yeah, my knowledge of college football is obviously very minimal. But
it's so funny because like I would say like 80% of the time I'm not watching these guys as prospects. Like so many of my opinions come from watching them as college players.
Yeah, it's really difficult for me to get invested into college football. Like I struggle with it.
It's not worth it now just because I think it's almost over. Like as a thing,
with the NILs, you're saying
it's not really about as much about NIL as it is about like what TV money is doing to the actual product. It's just like because NIL and revenue sharing is fine. Like I'm a proponent of that, but like it's the fact that they're tearing up these conferences so that they can squeeze out more money by shoving USC and Ohio State together. It's like it's just that's the regionalism is dying. The sort of like the fact that there's more than like 5 programs is like not really a thing anymore. It's just like it's on its last legs.
Yeah, I see some fun in the idea of like, actually when I was down in South Carolina for a little bit, just for like a wedding, and when I was there, they talked about what they said USC, which really confused me because USC to me, as being someone not from there, is University of Southern California.
Right.
That's University of South Carolina to them. And USC was playing Clemson that week, and they're like, "Oh, this is the biggest." Like they were so invested in that. I thought that was awesome. But like you said, to an extent, the regionality of it's starting to go away. Like that's the fun part is the local rivalries. I don't know. And now with like NIL, like I get it. These guys should benefit off their name and likeness, but it's all just like, yeah, come here, transfer here. Like there's no consistency now anymore.
Yeah, and well, there's certainly no order to it. That's kind of a disaster as well. It's the way I say it is like the arrangement they've made for the portal and NIL now is so bad that it has people reasonably saying that the unpaid labor way of doing things was better. I don't necessarily think it was, but at the same time, like the fact that people are legitimately saying that and not being laughed out of the room shows you how bad it is. It's like it really is a total disaster. It's a total disaster for upward mobility for programs, like, and coach poaching has been too, but the fact that like these programs have now power to just raid rosters has increased coach poaching because nobody wants to stay and build anymore because you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. So they'll just, you see it with like guys taking demotions to go to the Power 5. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. On top of the fact that like every time I've ever watched college football, like tried to like invest myself into it, I'm watching football that is inherently not as good, let's say. Like certain plays that happen, I'm like, what are we doing here, man? Like, because I'm so used to watching NFL level football. Like this is the talent is so there's such a disparity between the two. It's really hard for me to invest in college football, especially when I also see games that's like, oh, the Alabama beat, I don't know, South Dakota State 76-0. It's like, I don't care. Like that's not meaningful to me. But this is also a weird soapbox I know I'm on. Like I don't like college football. I know a lot of people love it and they're very passionate about it. I'm all for that. Love what you love, man. Like if you love college football, love it. I've tried so hard. I just can't. It's just not my thing, man.
The best thing to me about college football, which is not an opinion that is marketable, just because.
Oh, wait, real quick.
What?
The Patriots took Joe Milton. Interesting.
All right.
You can keep.
Well, no, Drake May can throw Hail Marys. What the hell is he doing there? What are they going to use him for?
Mm-hmm. Keep going with the story.
Yeah, it's just like the thing I like about it is that the schematic diversity and the coaching. There's more coaching going on just because it's college, and there's so much more schematic diversity. Like the NFL, everybody is generally running relative to college the same systems.
What was the tight end you wanted?
Well, I mean, Ben Sinnott went in the second round, but like the remaining tight ends I liked.
Because your Bengals made a pick.
Yeah, because I kind of liked Jaheim Bell was interesting, and I thought Tanner McLaughlin could be something. I think he's a pretty good player.
Let me tell you.
Oh, did they take him? Nice.
The Bengals drafted Tanner McLaughlin at pick 194.
Yeah, no, he's a smooth mover. Like that's kind of the big thing you see with so many good receiving tight ends is that they're just smooth. They got like they got a good feel for space. They're smooth. They change direction well.
And 6'5", 244. That's
right.
Big boy.
And so he's he's a terrible blocker. He's terrible. But like his technique is awful. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. His hand placement's insanely bad. And so I think you can maybe make him serviceable, especially if you put a little weight on him, because I think he can carry a little bit more at 6'5". He's like 6'4", 6'5", 244. So like you could probably get him to 250, 252, low 250s, which will help. And if you can just get him serviceable, you have another body that can do stuff at tight end. I think you're throwing bodies at the problem. Throwing late round bodies at the problem that have potential is good process. However, Christian Mahogany is still on the board.
When's the Bengals' next pick? 214 actually. 214.
Oh, see, this is where I would trade up. They don't do that. This is where I would trade up though. But I mean, there are actually still good players here, like Christian Boyd, DT from Northern Iowa.
That's a name I know.
He's a really good player.
Pops Mafia mentions, and David and I picked him in our mock draft. Coker out of Holy Cross, the wide receiver.
He's cool.
He was fun. Like I watched him after we mocked him because I was like, we didn't know who he was. Neither of us did. And somebody had mentioned like, take Coker. And we were like, Sure, like we don't know. And then we went back. I went back and watched him, and I'm like, this guy's there's something there. Like he could be a good wide receiver.
Oh yeah, I mean he's. I just wish he ran better. I expected him to run a little bit better. But like, do you see the quarterback at Holy Cross when you were watching him?
No,
That
well,
guy's
he just like threw. He threw it up every video I watch. He's just throwing it up to Coker, and Coker's
That
making
dude
him
was
play
like,
him
I
off.
think he was like a 1,600-yard rusher too. Like
the
quarterback.
Holy Cross quarterback ran
Oh,
for
yeah.
1,600 yards.
Something
That's
like
funny.
he ran for over 1,000. He like when they played South Dakota State in the semi. This God, I love the FCS too. When they played South Dakota State in the semifinals 2 years ago, like that dude, I think like that dude went off on the ground. He'll never play in the NFL. Never play in the
Yeah,
NFL.
he's not an
But
NFL
he
player.
is
Yeah.
so good. He transferred to UNLV, so he'll play for, he'll play FBS football. He's really good. I love that guy.
It's funny because I was I don't know why this made me think of this. So I live outside of Albany, New York. I don't live in Buffalo. I live right
Yeah.
outside of Albany, New York, and watching the draft every single second of it because I'm a sicko. And Jared Verse gets drafted. I had no idea Jared Verse started his college career at U Albany, and then he eventually transferred to Florida. One of the Florida colleges, I don't remember which one, but
Florida State.
he's Florida State. He
Killed
started at
LSU
U.
twice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he started.
He was at Albany.
Yeah,
Albany, by the way, good FCS program.
good. Yeah. Also, here's another thing. I don't know. You probably aren't privy to this. Worst campus I've ever seen. It's awful, man. It's disgusting. It looks like a prison. It looks like they have like sniper towers. It's nuts. They have an awesome football field, like a really cool stadium. Like it's not obviously like the Big House or like Penn State or Ohio State, but it's a really nice, like clean looking football stadium. The campus sucks though. Like legitimately is bad.
That's why it's the only reason he went to Florida State.
But good, like that's another thing I like to root for is these guys that have to go to the smaller schools because like they're not getting, picked up by the bigger schools coming out of high school. Go there, ball out, and then go just dominate at some other program. It's really cool. And UAlbany's kind of been a pipeline to that. There was a Patriots running back. I don't remember I think it might have been Deion Lewis. I might have this wrong.
Deion Lewis was at Pitt. I remember when
Deion Lewis
was
at Pitt. There was one of the
he
running
took over
backs
for McCoy.
Say that again.
He took over for McCoy at Pitt.
Oh, Deion Lewis did?
Yeah, he was the next guy. They were together for a while, I think.
There was a Patriots running back that went to UAlbany.
Was it Green Ellis?
No, I'm trying to look it up. UAlbany NFL players. When I say the name, you're going to know it right away, obviously. But
was it Lawrence Maroney?
No,
I don't know. I'm not Googling it right now. I'm just guessing.
I can't even think who it would have been. I can't think of the name. I'll find it at some point.
But yeah, no.
Or maybe
he was
just from
they had a quarterback, Albany, that transferred to the Power, or not to the Power 5, but I think transferred to the FBS this year.
Albany did really well like this year. Like they were. I think they might have gone to the semis or something.
The quarterfinals, I think.
Quarters, yeah. I might be messing a lot of stuff up. I think. No, never mind. Ignore what I was about to say. Good thing I caught that.
What, the quarterback Poffenbarger?
Oh, Poffenbarger.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I see him in the news all the time here. Yeah. I should go to a game at some point, to be honest. Like that's something I could get behind.
Probably really fun.
And it probably costs like $5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
do you go to college football? Because I'm guessing you're in Ohio or near Cincinnati.
No, I'm in DC. I live in DC and I'm from Connecticut. I'll go to. I've gone to UConn games since I was little. Obviously, I've worked there, so like I now like go because I know them and I love the program. But like I'll go down to Baton Rouge once a year for a game. I had a friend who was staying out in Ann Arbor when I was out because I was with UConn that year. So I that was like the one big place we went. Was Michigan, and they played 10 quarterbacks.
What?
They
Wait, what?
they played like 7. I think it was either 7 or 10 quarterbacks in that game.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I
They-
don't understand what you mean.
Michigan put 7 quarterbacks on the field at different points because they beat us by so many points. It was
Okay.
it was
See,
bad.
this is why I don't like college football.
This isn't all of it. It's
All
a
right.
lot of it. It's a lot of it. But yeah.
It's yeah, I should try to get like I feel like it's also almost like a regional thing to a point. Like the biggest college football fans I've ever talked to are from the South.
Yeah. This is
because
true.
it's so big down there. Like especially the SEC, like those places, like Alabama. If you live in Alabama, you're in Alabama. Like you care about the
Yep.
Crimson Tide. You don't give a shit about the NFL. Like, why would you? You're like, this is my team. Like, oh, I don't have any other team. Maybe you have some guys that you root for. But for me, living in the Northeast, it's like, who am I going to root for? Like, Syracuse could be fun this year. I guess they got a new coach. They started getting some really cool recruits and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
they're
that's
not gonna be good.
fun.
It's it's just impossible to be good if you're not one of them. You know,
You got it.
right at this point. At
See,
this
but I
point,
hate that. I hate that.
I hate it too.
that.
But I think it's just becoming more true, which is why I will readily admit that college football is just dying because it's no longer because it's why? It's because all the stuff that made that tolerable, like the regional rivalries, the different goals for different programs, and it not being all about the national championship, that's all gone. And as a result, it's unwatchable if you're not one of the big teams.
Yeah.
Because you have nothing else, because they've rigged this entire, well, not rigged, but like they've organized everything in this sport around the national title. So you have to care about it. And if you're a team that can't access it, there's no regional rivalries. There's no, we want to get to the Rose Bowl or we want to get to the X Bowl because that's
don't even matter to a point. Like now,
exactly.
Like, which sucks.
So it's all national championship or nothing. And for most of these programs, that means nothing.
Yeah. I as much as I don't like college football and I'm outspoken probably too much on Twitter to a point where it's annoying, and I'm fully aware that it's annoying when I do this. The best football game I've ever watched in my life is a college football game, and it was the Rose Bowl when Vince Young played Matt Leinart. That was the pinnacle of football. That was just elite level football that was fun to watch.
Yeah.
I loved it. I also loved the Statue of Liberty game with Boise State and Oklahoma.
That shit will never happen again. That's the thing.
That's what I was getting at. They killed that fun, like, because who was it? Florida State this year, like they didn't make the bowl, like the national championship bracket.
Yeah.
And
the playoff.
Yeah, and they're just like, well, okay, none of us are going to play. And it's like, okay, then now you're never going to see that small school that like isn't going to get into that playoff play this big school in a legitimate way that it makes it fun. Because the big school is going to be like, we're not going to play our players. I hate it. It's because it ruined the fun of it. It's like all the fun's gone, man.
I agree. It's this is why I'm like, I don't hate college football yet, but like I think in 5 years this thing will be well and truly dead. I think it's like it's kind of like, you know, when you're moving fast and you stop, but your momentum carries you forward. I think its momentum is still carrying it forward because of what it was for so long, and I think that will stop. And I think when that stops, that is going to be I think we're at the point of diminishing returns with college football.
Fair. And
it's so sad because it was awesome.
And the thing that's frustrating for me, like, I will try to get into it again this year. I will try. I try every year. I really, truly do. Like, I try to dive in.
You're gonna fail.
I'll fail. I will. I know I will. And like, I go in, I'm like, I'm not gonna fail. I'm gonna like it, and I just never do. And I feel like it's becoming more difficult every year. It becomes quicker. There was years ago I kept trying to do this, and I'd last a little longer. Now it's the amount of time I last reduces. It's just like, I don't know. We were talking about Viagra earlier. It's like, I need that Viagra, man.
Yeah, if I didn't love it for so long, if I were starting it now, there's just no way I would like it.
Who's your team? Who's your team?
LSU.
That's fun. That's gotta be fun.
Yeah.
Especially the Joe Burrow year.
That was sick. It was insane. It was like I mean, it was probably the best team I've ever rooted for. Well, no, that's not true. There were so many UConn women's basketball teams that were so much better, but like besides,
I'm gonna hit you on some women's basketball in a second. I just read out some names quick here. Ryan Watts, cornerback out of Texas, goes to the Steelers at 195. Tyler Davis, defensive tackle out of Clemson, goes to the Rams at 196. Zion Logue, might be
from
saying that wrong.
Georgia.
Yeah, defensive tackle out of Georgia goes to the Falcons at 197. And then the latest pick, Patrick McMorris, safety out of California, to the Dolphins at 198. Women's basketball. So you sound like you were a big UConn Gino
Oriama.
Oriama. Thoughts on Caitlin Clark? Just general thoughts.
Well, I mean, she's insane. Like,
yeah,
she's insane.
I'll tell you that I love her.
There's nothing more fun than watching somebody who just like
is dominant.
Crosses half court, takes a 500-foot shot, and just drills it.
So let me throw this to you. I played high school basketball with Jimmer Fredette. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, Jimmer Fredette. Dude, first of all, he stole Kemba's Player of the Year award.
He did,
but
he
was awesome, dude. He was electric.
Yeah,
he was
electric. In high school, it was even more fun, man. But at BYU, he was a stud.
Dude,
but
he played. So when I was at the national championship game this year for UConn, they did a 3-on-3. Like he's on like the 3-on-3 team.
He's gonna be on the U.S. team for the gold medal in the Olympics.
Yeah, and so they played, and it was just like it's Jimmer range. It's back.
How did he do? Did he play well?
Yeah, he played fine. Like he hit one shot from like space. That like
he just sits back there, pulls up. Yeah.
Oh god,
he's like awesome. He's got to be. What he's probably 35 right now.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Yeah.
Like I remember when he that BYU team was legit. Like they were legit because of him.
He was filth. He just because like you said, he'd cross half court and it's like, yeah, I'll just nail this.
He was like male Caitlin Clark. But like
watching Caitlin Clark, I saw that's what I saw.
Yeah.
It was fun. Like. It was awesome. I'll say this: like, there's people that poo-poo on Caitlin Clark for whatever reason.
Well, because she's getting attention, and they have to be contrarian, I think. But like,
exactly, it was.
I will say it is valid to say like she is getting the attention that so many other people deserved.
Fair,
which is true. Like Lisa Leslie back in the day, Brianna Stewart was this good, but it's like there's something about the shooting. I think that captivates people
because it's like it's so when you pull up. I played basketball for a long time. When you pull up from deep, it's so much more like the percentage obviously lowers. Like if you dunk a basketball, like that's cool and fun. Talking more about male basketball, but if you dunk a basketball, like that's cool and fun. But like if you dunk a basketball, it's going in the hoop.
Yeah, right.
If you pull up from deep, we don't know if it's going to go in. But when we watch somebody
suspense too,
yeah,
and you just see it like hit the bottom of the net, like that's sick.
And when you watch somebody that they do it more than they're supposed to, like Steph Curry, same thing.
Yeah,
when he pulls up, when most people pull up from that deep, it's not supposed to go in. When Curry does it, it's going in.
Yeah,
and it's the same thing with Caitlin Clark.
It too. It's crazy.
Yeah, I loved it. It changed. I watched way more women's college basketball this year than I watched men's college basketball, and I love that. Like it was really fun.
It's become a sick product. It really is. It's all I mean, like I remember there was that think piece in like 2016 about is UConn bad for women's basketball
because they were so dominant,
and it's like they should never obviously let up, right? Yeah. But I do think that like
there was some truth to it.
I think that I wouldn't frame it as bad for women's basketball, but I think the parity now has the combination of parity and quality. It's like because like in men's basketball, you have so many talented players not going to college right now because they're going to the G League or they're like international or whatever. But like in women's college basketball, you still got all the best players playing 3 years, like college football, except there's parity at the top now a little bit. Granted, there's still like South Carolina going undefeated and dominating, but still there's so much competition and there's so many, like the UConn USC game or the UConn Iowa game in the semifinal this year is like a great example because
Yeah.
like it's just like it's such high quality competition and it's so like you don't know who's gonna win. I mean, like
And the LSU Iowa game was in Albany, where I live,
yeah,
too,
that's sick.
which was I didn't go, and also tickets by the time like
Tickets were tickets were expensive.
$500.
Tickets for the women's Final Four were more expensive than the men's.
Real quick, just kind of quick change of subject because we're getting close here. The Bills pick a 204. Right now we're at pick 200. We had a who will the Bills take? Dude, I mean, as I've talked about probably too much, I'm not a big college football fan, so it's hard for me to look at names and be like, I know this player. I do this. I've heard the name Brendan Rice out of USC. He's a wide receiver. Bo Lemur, center at Arkansas, but the Bills did take the center earlier, so he's probably off the board. I'm just trying to scroll through to see if there's anybody I see. Is there any name you see, Max, that like you'd be like, if the Bills took him, that's a good pick?
Christian Mahogany.
You got it.
The guy, I would say Gene Bell, but like he's so redundant with Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah, you can't. And I know a lot of Bills fans are out on Dawson Knox. I'm not out on him. Like he's going to be on the roster this year, and he is the key to 12 personnel. And also, Dawson Knox is good for 400 yards this year. He's going to catch 400 yards of passes as long as he's healthy. David likes, maybe quietly loves James Williams, the safety out of Florida, only because he's
McDermott.
Only because he's 6'4". He loves that he's gigantic.
Well, I like him with McDermott because I think he would come in as the dime backer and dime. I think he'd be a rotational guy, like a situational kind of player. But I think a guy like McDermott could get really good use out of him, especially since like Miami's just not developing anybody right now to the point where like there's with like you saw the draft stock of him. Leonard Taylor was a projected first-round pick out of going into the season. As was Cameron Kinchins. James Williams was like a third rounder projected. So, like, I think that
Cameron Kinchins, because he was a guy that I was interested in. What are your thoughts on him?
I haven't actually really watched him, so I don't really know. But like, I would imagine he has a lot of untapped potential, as do a lot of these Miami guys.
He tested really bad. See, the thing, I don't care about the testing. Like, it doesn't. The play matters more than
the test. Like I don't care. I don't really care about 40, for being honest, because you look at like Devontae Adams and Antonio Brown. They ran pretty poorly. But like there's some skill set stuff. Like I like 10-yard split for D lineman because I like to get off. I like the 40 is important for corners because of recovery speed. And I like it is nice to have a good spider chart, but like
Devonshire, do you know that name?
He's the guy from Pitt, right?
I have no idea, dude.
I'm
trying to find him. This is just a comment from Mick Googly Pants.
Dwight McLaughlin's just really good. Gabriel Murphy's still here. Oh, I would have taken him over the guy they took from Troy.
The linebacker?
Yeah, the edge rusher. I would have taken Gabriel Murphy over that guy. Miles
And he's
Harden,
still on the board?
He is still on the board, which is crazy. The fact that Mahogany's on the board is wild. I was taking him in the fourth, like in every mock I did.
It's for me, I've been saying this name, I feel like, for too long now. Gabe Hall, and it's all based off of McDermott's connection to Baylor.
He's also got some inside-out versatility, like against
which fits the Bills, the way the Bills rotate. He could get on the field.
That's why a lot of people wanted them to take Darius Robinson. Because it's a guy like in the games where you're going to play a team like the Bengals. If you're playing the Bengals, you don't really have to worry about the run as much. You kick this guy inside, and if you're playing, I don't know, like the Lions or whatever, you kick him to the edge and you roll a bigger lineup up front. Like he gives you that inside-out versatility. That's pretty important
for sure. Travis Glover goes to from Georgia State, offensive tackle, goes to the Packers. So now the Vikings are on the board at 203, Bills are on the board at 204. Dude, we got a ways to go because it's a 6th round. We still got the whole 7th round to drop through.
Oh, the 7th round doesn't count. Brock Purdy was taken there.
Your Bengals got a pick at, where'd it go? It just disappeared to me. 237, I see, 224.
They got a lot of late picks.
But those are the picks. Oh, in 214 they do have in the 6th round. Those are the picks that like you force the UDFA, right? Like if you're a UDFA, you're not going to go to a good team because it's harder to make that roster. So if you're a late pick, if you have a late pick as one of those teams, you spend it on a guy that you're trying to pull in, force them to UDFA essentially for you. Like the fact that I'm just going to 7th round, going to like the Broncos at pick 256, that's completely worthless because people are going to want to go as a UDFA to the Broncos, and because they have a good path to their roster, that pick is completely worthless. It's more valuable to the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Lions, the 49ers than it is to the Broncos. And even then, it's not obviously all that valuable. But
I mean, like Miles Harden I haven't really watched him, but like people like that guy from South Dakota, the corner. I can't believe Gabriel Murphy's here. I can't believe Mahogany's here. The Vikings, I mean, they should pick.
They're picking
everybody can use a line depth. Like,
yeah, I mean, what is the Bengals offensive line situation right now?
Oh, it's always bad, but like,
but the thing is, you guys did invest into.
It's fine.
Like the names that you had were good.
It's fine. But like,
I'm pulling it up right now.
It's
Orlando Brown, fine.
Yeah.
Cordell Volson,
below average.
Yeah. Ted Karras,
fine.
Alex Kappa,
pretty good.
Trent Brown,
fine. But like that's
it's all fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, like you have a.
You did draft a Yeah. Do you think Mims is gonna start?
Not right away. But
the good thing is he doesn't have to, right?
No, and he gives in Trent Brown's going to miss a couple games probably.
Oh, the Vikings drafted Will Reichard, Alabama.
The kicker? That guy is sick. That guy's unbelievable.
So now the Bills are on the board. So just beware, I might cut you off at some point and be like, pick is in. But yeah, keep going on the offensive line for the Bengals.
Yeah, it's it's fine and it's not deep. So they should have taken Christian Mahogany, but they're not gonna. They just.
I mean, I'm interested in your thoughts on the Bills' offensive line, because I like Deion Dawkins. I think is a stalwart. Like he's a good left tackle. Spencer Brown impressed me last year, but there's concerns with him. He's good enough, not great, but he's good. Connor McGovern, I like the left guard, but he's playing center this year. And O'Cyrus Torrance, their right guard, started 100% of the snaps as a rookie. Was just exactly what the Bills wanted as a rookie.
I think he will be really good.
Yeah. I love O'Cyrus Torrance. Love him. The Bills pick is in. It's not even gotten close to like the selection screen. Somebody might comment in here before I even see it, but I think I'm gonna buy what somebody's saying. 1 second. Yeah, I think the Bills have a solid offensive line, but I think the issue is, do they have? It's that move to center. You moved on from Mitch Morris, who was a very important player to the Bills. Is now a different center going to work out well? That I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, where's the center they took this year again?
Van.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty solid. But like
The Georgia center. The Georgia
yeah,
center.
it's a risk. He's a rookie. Like
I like the idea of having him as a fallback. They have Will Clapp. He was the
yeah, I remember
Chargers
him from
back in
LSU.
the-
He was a
yeah.
good player.
They're solid guys. Like, they're not as good at Will Clapp is significantly worse than Mitch Morris. Like they're not in the same tier in any way. Mitch Morris was very good for the Bills. I just McGovern. I don't know if he can play center. We don't know. No Bills fan can say that.
Yeah, that's the good thing is it's kind of a transition year, so it's like you can find out.
Just waiting for this pick to be announced. I think somebody in the comments might have had the pick, but I'm going to sit here. I've seen 2 different answers for this pick, so I'm going to wait until the actual TV says it.
That's not a real guy. No way.
All right. With the 204th pick in the NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Tylen Grable, offensive tackle out of UCF.
That is a franchise changing pick. It really is. It's just like these are the kinds of moves that make and break Super Bowl contender. No, I have no idea who this guy is. Like it's the sixth. What? Still the 6th round. Like
Yeah.
at this point, it's like I mean, people are taking kickers. Like
Yeah.
we're there.
So looking at Tylen Gabriel, offense. I'm just reading out. This is from Lance Zierlein. His one paragraph on Tyron Gabriel, offensive tackle prospect who was throwing for 3,000 yards as a junior in high school. So it sounds like he was a quarterback in high school.
It's a very
Grable-
important skill for a tackle to have.
Yeah. Grable has clearly continued to grow since his quarterback days, but still possesses lighter feet that show up in pass protection and out of space. He plays with narrow strike zone at the point of attack, needs to improve his feel as a positional blocker. He has strong hands and is able to clinch up opponents once he gets inside. His pass protection is decent, but it can improve with cleaner hand striking placement. While he wasn't asked to operate much in the system at UCF, his best fit might be with the stretch zone team where he'll offer guard tackle flex. So this pick for the Bills is a kind of seems like a flyer where they're like, let's give him a shot. Maybe he can compete to be that kind of swing all encapsulating ability. And also maybe there's some upside here. It sounds like he's kind of raw. Spencer Brown, the Bills are going to have to pay at some point. He played well enough last year where he's going to be a starting right tackle in the NFL. Assuming he plays that well again this year, he might price himself out of the Bills' range, in which case the Bills might have to fill in that right tackle spot. Maybe this is a guy they're trying to groom early on. Not saying he will be the guy to play right tackle for the Bills, but maybe they're trying to bank on that idea.
I think they're taking offensive linemen. Like
Yeah,
people
get thick
throw
boys.
bodies at the you take a handful of offensive linemen. Let's see who ends up good. It's just like I don't think there's a lot to it at this point.
Yeah, late in the draft, you just you find a guy that maybe it's
He's pretty athletic too. That's the thing. Like he did well at combine.
The way that I look at it is like in round 6, round 7, you bank on upside. That's all you do.
Yeah.
You bet on that, and if you bring them into camp and you're like, holy shit, this guy's good, then you force them under. You got them on the roster for cheap for 4 years.
Yeah.
If they're not good enough, you try to get them on your practice squad probably, and if they don't make it there and they get claimed by somebody else, fine. It's not
it's not really a big deal. But it changed the franchise. Like this, they are now going to win the Super Bowl.
We're going to clip this. We're going to clip this, and this will be posted when we win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but what if he ends up so good? Like that would be like you just got to clip that out of context and ignore everything else I said and look like a genius.
What if he is? I said earlier. There's always a guy on day 3, at least one, usually way more than one. That's a Hall of Famer. What if
Just every
Tylen
guy in the
Grable is like he's the greatest tackle of all time, dude. Like he puts Jason Peters to shame. Like
what
he's
if he's just 5-time All-Pro?
I mean, then the Bills are winning the Super Bowl this year, man. Like that's what's happening.
Well, I mean, probably not, but like,
Well, don't say that, Max.
I mean, it's like that guy's not. Even if he is an elite tackle right away, he's not getting you over the Mahomes hump.
well, couple
You
him
need a
with Cole
whole
Bishop.
roster.
Couple him with Cole Bishop.
I thought he was the best safety in the draft. I thought he was
You
first
thought-
round player.
Wait, because I'm interested in this because you know more about this than I do. Cole Bishop or Cooper DeJean?
Oh, Cooper. Not even close.
But because Cooper was a corner coming out, that's why. So you said Cole is the best safety.
Yeah, he's best safety, but I think Cooper DeJean's a corner. Like, or a
You think he's
nickel.
gonna play corner for Eagles?
I would put him at corner. I would put him at Nick. I would do whatever the Chiefs do with Trent McDuffie. I would do exactly that.
I wanted him bad. I wanted him bad.
He's elite. He's elite. He's a corner. He can play nickel. Like,
I thought McDermott could take him and that's McDermott's dude, man. Like
Yeah.
But
I would have put him at, the best way to get the most out of him to me is to put him on when you're in nickel, which the Bills would be every snap because that's what they do.
you're wrong. Yeah.
I would put him at nickel, but and then when I'm in base,
But
I
he's
would
not going to
move
be a
him-
nickel. But he
Right.
wouldn't be a nickel for the Bills.
right, but anywhere, just in a general team, I would move when you're in base, I would move him outside. It's like the Chiefs do with McDuffie because he's a great cover guy. McDuffie, he's a great man cover guy. He's a true corner, but he's also a really great blitzer and he's a really good tackler. So you want him involved in those things, whereas on the outside he's just not. So you want to maximize his skill set. You play him closer to the ball. You involve him in the run fit. You blitz him a lot while not, going away from the fact that he's still going to be man covering people. I just think that flex nickel to outside kind of role, depending on package, that's what you do with DeJean. And you rush him, you involve him in the run fit, you have him tackle, but still at heart, he's a cover guy.
Yeah. DeJean for the Bills was like everything.
He's going to be crazy for the Eagles. He's going to be insane for the Eagles.
So Cole Bishop, I'm still diving into him. As I've said 100 times, I don't watch college football. I don't follow it enough. I kind of go off scouting reports of a bunch of different people that I trust, and I use that for me. And one thing with Cole Bishop, they talk about he's an enforcer to an extent. You throw the ball over the middle, he's going to eat you up. He's going to light you up. But he's big. He's long. He's a guy that could benefit from a person that knows how to coach up defensive backs in the sense that the instincts, he's got good instincts, but you can improve on those. I think after reading everything I've read on him, I'm like, that's McDermott's dude, man. This is a dude that not this year, because it's going to take time, but next year, third year, that's a dude that McDermott could have not necessarily an all-pro, but in the all-pro conversation. McDermott can create that. I'm not saying he's going to be that, but McDermott can create that ability to kind of expose his talent a little bit more.
He is again, like you said, he's kind of known that way, but I think he's first of all, he's athletic. He's
super
Utah would put him in the slot a lot. When you get into single high, you go down over the slot and he can cover man to man a little bit. In the slot, he can tackle. He is athletic. He can play center field, but he's a do everything guy. He again, he can man cover from the slot. He can play center field. He can tackle. He does all these things really, really well. He's got a great feel for the game, which is so important for safeties because you have gap fit responsibilities. You have to come down and support late. You have it a lot of times you have a gap responsibility. So you have to fit your gap. You have to understand the coverage. Sometimes you're the green dot guy.
Which is why Poyer and Hyde worked so well in the Bills defense is because they fully understood responsibilities and they understood where they needed to be at all times. And they played in the full mentality of I'm the 111th. I have to do my part, not just like
Right.
go outside that. And the Bills' defense is so predicated on that 111.
Yeah,
have to do
and
it.
you have a lot of communication responsibility at safety. You have, there's so many reads at the safety position. It's probably the most complicated DB position mentally. Just because of all the reads you have to make, all your responsibilities are different. Depends on the defense, right? Like if you're an Alabama safety, the amount of thinking you have to do is insane. Like
Yeah.
it's because you may cover one guy or a different guy or cover this route based on a million different things that they do. So like for instance, like you may have to pick up a guy. I'm trying to think of a specific role and responsibility coverage, but regardless, it's just super complicated. And you have to play fast and instinctual, and you have to run around, you have to tackle, you have to do all that shit. So like Bishop is so good athletically. He's really smart. He was a leader on that defense, which is, a very well coached defense. He was tasked with a lot, and he's just an elite player.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I wouldn't take him top
yeah.
10, but like I think he's a stud. I really do. I think he's going to be such a solid NFL safety for a long time. Like kind of like a Justin Simmons.
I love that, man. Like, and that's
And he's bigger.
like
He's big.
he's 6'2", 210 about.
Like, I mean, come on, man. He's so, oh God, he's so good. He's so good.
I think you bring a guy that's a good safety in college football to Sean McDermott. He's gonna make
right, exactly. And the fit.
I know like people shit on Sean McDermott for the Kyer Elam thing.
Oh my God. Sorry.
You're fine. That's one.
Yeah.
That's one dude. That's
but
one
dude. Did you see the comment? You see where Christian Mahogany ended up?
Oh, that's why you smashed.
Are you kidding? He's gonna be a fucking Hall of Famer. Yeah. He's gonna be the Hall of Famer. It's gonna be him. He's
dude. Think of what Detroit's done.
That's what he is. I can't believe he's like the kind of guy they use a first rounder on. Like he's not really, but like
add him to that British Columbia dude.
He's actually not a project. He's a dominant run blocker. He is a people mover. He destroys people. Like he is such a lion.
All right, I'm pulling up the Lions depth chart right now. So let's just talk through the offensive line. Taylor Decker, stud.
Yeah.
Graham Glasgow,
stud. Really good.
Frank Ragnow,
stud.
Kevin Zeitler,
old. He's gonna get hurt. This is where Mahogany slots in.
There it is.
He's insurance for Zeitler.
That's the spot.
So good.
That's the spot. Okay, so Mahogany goes there. Penei Sewell, stud.
Elite.
That British Columbia dude as your sixth.
Yep.
They're gonna fuck people up.
They already do.
They already do. Fuck. And they have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs running the ball.
And you have Brock Wright blocking. Fucking love that guy.
They're gonna kill people. Like
I
don't want to play. The Bills have to play them this year too. I think we're playing them this year,
dude. That would be if the NFL had load management, man. That would be my week.
Here's the thing. Also, as a Bills fan, I'm just trying to pull up. I think they play them this year. I don't have this locked in. Lions. Maybe they don't play them this year. That'd be great if they don't. A team like that, as a Bills fan, the Bills are so light. Like that's something that they're built around is being light. Like Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, light linebackers. Ed Oliver, a light pure 3-tech. Daquan Jones, a good 1-tech. He can't excel in 3-tech, but like he's not like Daquan Jones is very good. Don't get me wrong, but like the Bills aren't thick up front. If you played a team like the Lions, they're gonna just pound the ball. That's all they're gonna do over and over again. You got to stop them at some point.
Dude, and they have an elite O-line coach, Hank Fraley, elite. Like, it's so weird to say this about a 6th or 7th round pick at this point, but I actually think like it's harder to imagine him not being at least a really good in the run game and just a really solid player for them than him not doing anything. Like it's just hard not to see this guy in Detroit being good, or at least in the run game.
So Spin, I thought this was true, and I think Spin's right. We play Detroit this year, the Bills do. So we're gonna have to deal with that offensive line, which I don't want to do. I think that looking at the Detroit Lions offense as a whole compared to where our defense currently is concerning to me. Like, I don't know how we are going to have the juice up front to compete with the offensive line they have. Even before this pick,
Yeah.
they just have so much meat up there that's just going to mash you. Again, the people are going to take these words out of context. I guess phrasing, Archer style, like the meat up front's going to mess us up. Like, yeah, I got it. Well, you got your Bengals picking here in 2 picks. We're at 2. I'll read out a couple picks here.
I can't believe we just went 2. God damn it. I wanted to be the team that fucks people up.
Well, you can't be. I'm going to start at 208. I'm going to go Dylan Lobb. And tell me if I pronounce one of these names wrong.
So he's kind of insane.
Running back, New Hampshire, to the Raiders.
You got to go look at his college stats. They are wild.
Joshua Carty, another place kicker, Stanford to the Rams. Christian Mahogany, our own Max Toscano's favorite guy.
He's the Hall of Famer from the 6th
He's the Hall of Famer. Guard, Boston College, 210 to the Lions. Kamel Haddon, cornerback, Tennessee.
He's okay.
211. And then another place kicker, Cam Little, place kicker, Arkansas to the Jaguars at 212.
He's pretty good.
Okay. Rams are on the board at 213 right now. Your place kicker's got ice in his veins, dude.
Yeah, but like they took him over Trey Smith, which would have helped.
Hey, wait a second though. Y'all don't make the Super Bowl.
Are you kidding me? With Trey Smith, we don't need that kick. We win the Super Bowl.
No. You don't even make the Super Bowl.
Oh my God.
If it's not for Evan McPherson, you do not make the Super Bowl.
We would never have been in that position because our offensive line wouldn't have been starting Deontay Smith or like Isaiah Prince at right guard.
Max. I'm beginning to love you.
That was the worst offensive line in the history of
your
sports.
Best player in the playoffs that year you made the Super Bowl
was Jesse Bates.
No, it was
Jesse Bates.
Evan McPherson had the greatest run of a kicker prior to Harrison Butker's run this year that anyone's ever had.
He
was better than Adam Vinatieri in the playoffs.
He's got ice in his veins. He was he's awesome. However,
I understand what you're saying.
You gotta have Trey Smith. You don't have to. Then you wouldn't have had to sign Alex Kappa. Oh my God, it would have changed everything. It would be on a rookie deal. Forget it.
Who's your kicker? You might have
get a kicker.
You might have not even made
Brandon Aubrey.
You might have not even made the playoffs.
Brandon Aubrey.
Bring him in. You think you're gonna just randomly bring in who somehow ends up being the best kicker in the NFL? Like, no. That's the Cowboys' luck with that. Bringing him.
The notoriously lucky Dallas Cowboys.
Well, they've had good kickers, haven't they? They have Did they have Nick Novak or Nate Novak? Nick Novak? That was the Chargers.
No, he was the Chargers.
I always used to. I was messed up when I was playing Madden when I was much younger. My first trade I would make when I always pick the Bills, obviously. First trade I'd make was for Novak every single time. Like, I need him on my team. I don't know why. I don't know. And the tight end I would ride with, and this was in 2K. Best, so much better than Madden. On the Bills, there was a tight end named Tim Ewis. I don't think you'd know who he is.
That's definitely not a real guy.
He played for Oregon State. When I played 2K, He'd have about 26 touchdowns a year.
That's insane.
Yeah, it was great. I loved him.
All right, so Dylan Lobby in college.
Yeah.
So this year he had only 158 carries for 715 yards, 9 touchdowns. He had 68 catches for 700 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Okay.
And he returned 18 punts for 180 yards and a touchdown, and returned 15 kicks for 487 yards and another touchdown.
Wait. How many kicks?
15.
For how many?
467.
I like those kick return numbers.
Especially in the new
format.
with the new rules like that. This might be an impact player in the new. Plus, he can catch. He's a good player. He is a good player, and he's not that small. He's 5'10", 207.
Yeah. Oh, those kick return numbers are nice.
Yeah, like that. That's your kick returner. Holy shit! What a goal! Sorry, I'm watching the Lightning Panthers right now. Brandon Hagel just like scored an insane goal. Insane.
I had a really frustrating year in fantasy hockey. I had Connor McDavid was like, we have one. It's a keeper every year. You can keep one player, but you can only keep them one time. So like, this was my second year with McDavid. I can't keep him again.
Right.
And he was hurt for so much of this year. Like, just he was never healthy. Like, he was never up to the quality that he was supposed to be. He's still really good, but never what he was supposed to be. And the rest of my team kind of held my team on, but like I could never against the better teams in my league, I couldn't get over the top.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
See, I've never had that problem in fantasy baseball. We do redraft every year, but like I've been in this league since my freshman year in college. So that's 2018 season. It's 2024 now. So 6 years. I've made the finals every single year. And I've won 3 out of the 5 years.
I've never won my hockey league.
That's insane. I can't stop winning.
I have been in the finals 7 times.
That's Bill's territory.
It sucks, dude. I just want to win once. It is a money league, and at this point, it's not even the money, man. It's just like I'm always there. Like, can I get one? And it's always like some bullshit too. It's like my goal, like my team benches my goalie for the end of the season. They're like, yeah, we're good. We're going to the playoffs. And so now my goalie doesn't play, and I'm scrambling to try to find the right guy. I get fucked over. Real quick, I think I did Cam Little, Arkansas, the place kicker. I did Jordan Whittington, wide receiver out of Texas, goes to the Rams.
To the Rams? That makes so much sense.
And now your Bengals are on the board right now.
He is such a Ram, that guy.
The pick is in. Do you know who you want?
I don't care anymore.
You don't care anymore?
Nah, it's over. Mahogany's gone.
You keep saying it's over, dude.
Like, it is over.
What does that mean?
You know, take McLaughlin. Take McLaughlin. Take Dwight.
Is it?
They
this
wouldn't take
corner?
a third tight end, right?
Is it this corner? I don't know if my screen just messed up. Okay, wait, now it's
Bengals pick is in. It's not Mahogany. No, it's not Mahogany. He's off the board.
Yeah, it's not him. You lost him. The second I came in this, you you got this. Just EJ wanted to let you know.
You know what? I'm glad he went to the Lions though, because honestly, all of my crowing on about how good he is for the last 4 hours is gonna look great because he's a Lion. You know,
I'm gonna do the pick is in for the Bengals. I'm gonna do that.
I'm not looking at the chat.
The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Cedric Johnson, edge, Ole Miss.
That's not a real guy. That is not a real person.
They picked him. He could be fake.
All right, you know what? I refuse to get mad about a 7th round pick. I like or 6th round, whatever. It's all the same.
Cedric
I
Johnson.
have a high appetite to get riled up about stuff, and I can't.
Let's see where he is. I don't even see him.
Why would you not take? And you know, yes, I am. Why would you not take him? He's good. He's so good. I don't know. There's got to be a reason he's fallen this far. He's kind of a red flag. But
Well, that's like the main thing with all these picks is there's a reason they're
Yeah.
here. It's not, but at the same time, like there's 6th-round picks that become Hall of Famers. Like that's the thing you hold on to.
Yeah, but they're the guys who are. They're not the guys who necessarily drop. They're the guys who are the raw athletes that you develop that are like the guys that fall. You know, it's like for a reason that's probably usually pretty fatal.
Yeah, Cedric Johnson, Ole Miss, edge to Bengals. Jared Kingston, offensive guard, USC to the 49ers. Bills are up here in a couple picks. You got
I trust
Cowboys,
the
Rams,
49ers.
Ravens, Bills, Bucks.
The Rams are totally going to take Jaheim Bell too. It's going to be hilarious.
That's a name I know. I've heard. Yeah, the Rams are always a weird team too. Like Sean McVay is such a good coach that
They have such a type.
it
They-
elevates. Yeah. Oh, this was another name I know. Ryan Flournoy. I'm probably saying that wrong.
Oh, Islanders won. Insane.
Southeast Missouri State. Wide receiver goes to the Cowboys. That was a name that Bills fans were looking at for a little bit.
How? Who is that guy?
There was something he did. Was it his RAS score? Good enough. Yeah, it was his RAS. He has a 9.8 RAS score.
That what? He's like I guess he's like this year's Yosevas. Like
He ran a 4.44 40. He had about a 40-inch vertical.
ooh.
11
Oh,
foot.
I saw the Rams pick. That makes sense
Oh,
with how their
Bo Limmer.
offseason is gone. They took Bo Limmer from Arkansas, the gigantic like human destroyer.
In the final mock that David and I did, we picked him in the 4th round.
Yeah, that's a good value for the Rams. Like
Yeah.
he's what because they signed Kevin Dotson or they re-signed Kevin Dotson. They
Who's
signed
1 billion years old at this
yeah
point?
they signed another guy who's huge on the interior. Like they're just trying to get size inside.
With Kyron Williams too.
Yeah, so they can run downhill.
Yeah, they got their left tackle is I don't even know, Alaric Jackson. Left guards Jonah Jackson, center Steve Avila,
Oh,
right
right,
guard
Avila.
Kevin Dotson, right tackle Rob Havenstein. They are old on the offensive line. Oh my god, dude. That right side is Rob Havenstein's got to be close to 40, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's old. He's been there
Oh.
forever too.
He's 31.
Oh
He'll
my
be
God.
32, which is
Oh.
old by NFL standards. He's younger than I am, though, so that's fun for me. Kevin Dotson. What? Why did I think Kevin Dotson was ancient? He's 27.
I got to tell you, I have no clue how old he is. None.
27.
Oh, then no, then they're good. Yeah, I have no clue how
Oh,
old.
Bengals. Wait, what? Oh, they're going back to their pick. All right, the Bills, I think, are. Oh, no, the Ravens are on the clock right now. Max, how do you think the AFC North is going to shape out as of right now?
I got to tell you, I truly have no. The Steelers, I think. No, I'm not saying the Steelers are going to be bad because I said that 3 years in a row. The Steelers will go 8-9. That I know.
No, flip it.
No, this is the year. This. It's
It's not going to happen, Max.
It's happening. Dude, Russell Wilson will kill the vibes. He will do it. Like he is.
Is Russell Wilson worse than Kenny Pickett?
Yeah. No.
No, he's not.
No.
Stop.
No. He's not.
Stop.
No. He's not. He's not. He's not.
Devin Leary, quarterback, Kentucky to the Ravens.
Yeah. It's kind of a camp arm, honestly.
Yeah, fine enough. I've never seen that. Did
He was-
Spencer Rattler get drafted?
Yeah, he got drafted like a round ago.
Oh, he
went to
went to the
Saints.
Saints. Okay. Yeah, the Bills are up. So your thoughts on the AFC North?
I don't know. The Ravens have lost a lot. Like they lost. There's a lot of brain drain on their defensive staff. They lost 3 people, including McDonald.
The offensive, just the staff in general, not
Yeah,
not even the players. The staff is a big deal. Yeah.
and I mean, like, they lost. I mean, Geno Stone's not a huge loss. He's a solid player, but like, I think they will be very good. I don't think they have enough at receiver. Again,
I like Zay Flowers a lot.
I like him as like a secondary guy because he's not a number one because
You want
he's
the X. You want the X on the outside.
You want the guy you can move everywhere, and I don't feel comfortable putting him at the X ever. So
yeah,
like,
he's not next. Yeah.
and you don't have Rashad Bateman's okay and hurt all the time.
Yeah. Bateman's a nothing to me.
Yeah, to me too. I liked him coming out, but it's over. Andrews is great, obviously, but like you don't have anybody.
Isaiah Likely.
They just don't have anybody on the outside. It's like they're like the Jaguars before they drafted Brian Thomas. It's like you got a bunch of slot guys.
Oh, the AFC North is going to be fun because the teams. I could make an argument for all 4.
I can't to win the division.
Yeah,
because I don't think
I know what you're saying about the Steelers. I guess
it's the quarterbacks to me. I just don't think like the teams without the quarterbacks have enough elsewhere to overcome the teams with the quarterbacks.
And you're taking Deshaun Watson out.
He is not. Deshaun Watson is cooked.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Like, remember
and there's
much Jacoby Brissett outplayed him.
Yeah, I know. Did you see Deshaun Watson's?
Oh, the Saudi Arabia thing,
dude. Just be aware. Be aware of your everything about you.
Oh God,
just be aware, dude.
That was so funny. It was so funny.
It's almost like it's comedy.
Yeah, exactly. Comedy. It's I literally did not think it was real. I thought it was like
fake. It was like I got the wrong account or something.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
And I was like, wait, is it like did he actually say this? God, it's so funny.
He was so good when he was with the Texans. It was like
that last year when they went 4.
Just talking specifically from a football player perspective. I'm not talking about him as a person. So good. He's not that dude anymore. Like, which is wild that's that football ability. Okay, real quick.
Yeah,
Bill's selection is in. I'm gonna wait for it to go, and then I'm gonna click this button. I hate that this selection thing takes so long. Okay. With the 219th pick in the NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Daquan Hardy, cornerback out of Penn State.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I trust the Bills with DBs, obviously, but neither of the Penn State corners are very good. Like, Kalen King was getting first round hype going into the year, which is crazy. But like, Marvin Harrison literally ended that guy's career.
Yeah, ate him up. The Bills needed to bring another name in. I'll tell you this, as a Bills fan. Also, looking this up now, he's 5'9". I do not like that.
Yeah, he could maybe be a nickel. You can maybe you bring a guy like
he's
that
got to
in
sit behind Teron Johnson.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. He's depth.
The first line here, finesse nickel corner.
He's depth.
The Bills there's this weird idea that the Bills need outside corner depth. I don't buy it. And here's the reason why. Rasul Douglas is a bona fide starter in the NFL. We all know who Rasul Douglas is. Christian Benford, through 2 years in the NFL, has blown his 6th-round pick idea out of the water. I'm not saying he's a premier corner in the NFL, but he's a good corner. He's a good. Yeah, he's a good starting corner. So behind him then is Kyer Elam, the 1st-round pick the Bills had.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he is. I legitimately don't. I don't know if he's good. I don't know if he's bad. In my head, I'm assuming he's closer to bad than good because he just can't fit under McDermott. And if you can't fit under McDermott, I have a concern with you.
Yeah.
That being said, you can do worse than a Kyer Elam.
Exactly. It's hard to find depth that's necessarily better.
Yeah.
It's depth.
The other name, which a lot of Bills fans aren't talking about, and most NFL fans outside of Buffalo do not even know of, is Jamarcus Ingram. He's been a practice squad guy for years. He's been a priority practice squad guy, though, where he's a player the Bills are like, if we have an emergency, we can bring him up because we trust him in a situation where he has to play. He played in the Dolphins game back in 2022. The Bills ended up losing that game because Josh missed an easy throw to Isaiah McKenzie, but he played well enough in that game. Jamarcus Ingram he's the Bills' Dane Jackson this year. Dane Jackson was good enough for the Bills. He's not the answer. He's not a stud, but he's a good enough player where if an injury happens, you can put him on the field and you can be like, yeah, we'll be okay as long as other things work out our way. So Jamarcus Ingram, to me, has always been the floor, essentially. We have our 2 corners. Elam can slot into one of them if we have to. If he gets hurt or one of the other guys gets hurt, then you put Ingram in. So really you're looking at the 5th corner for the Bills. Let McDermott coach up this dude from I don't even remember what I just said, where he's from. Daquan Hardy from Duke?
No,
Or Penn State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Let McDermott get his hands on him.
I don't think there's
Maybe.
I don't think there's a lot to I don't think there's a lot necessarily to even say about it. It's depth. Let's see what we can get out of the guy. If we don't get anything out of him, it costs him nothing.
Yeah.
And we're good.
And you'll try to sneak him on your practice squad. And if you can't, he goes somewhere else. That's fine. And if he doesn't make your roster, there's a reason he doesn't. It's not because he's better than these players and you're like, well, we can't fit him here. If he's better, you're going to put him on. So
I sort of like McLaughlin for them though, even though he's not a great fit, scheme-wise.
He's a man guy, you're saying?
Yeah, he's long, he's nasty.
But the weird thing is Rasul Douglas is kind of that. Rasul Douglas is a handsy. He want not handsy.
He is, but he can play zone better than McLaughlin.
Dude, Douglas, he got hurt in the playoffs. The Bills got so fucked in the playoffs, which bothers me so much. We already were without Matt Milano, and then Terrell Bernard got hurt, so we didn't have him in the Chiefs game. And then Rasul Douglas got fucked up. So
they got fucked with injuries.
He had to play hurt. When Rasul Douglas was playing healthy for the Bills, the level he played at was the equivalent of the level Trey White played at when Trey White was an all-pro for the Bills. Rasul Douglas was an absolute stud for Buffalo.
He just is. He's that guy. He's a really nice corner.
He's really good, man.
He was fucking sick in Green Bay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of looking down on the Bills a little bit this year at corner. And I'm like, they're just kind of ignoring Rasul Douglas. I think Rasul Douglas is going to be just fine for Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got fucked with injuries, man. Seriously. They could have had a legit shot at this.
Max, point. I know you're not a Bills fan. Every year, dude. Every year something happens. This year we were without Matt Milano and Trey White, and then Daquan Jones came back and he's playing less than 100%. The previous year we're without Von Miller and Micah Hyde.
Yeah.
and Jordan Poyer's playing with like a whole entire broken body. The previous year we're without Trey White. Like it's just every year we lose like the best, the person that's playing best for us, we lose him. It's like that.
We have to consider another thing that I think is hard to deny in sports is curses.
The Bills are fucking cursed
Because
OJ's dead now though, so
that might be it. Because like there's no other way to explain the Cowboys. There's definitely a Jerry Jones curse on them.
Yeah.
Without question, which is like, I mean, there's no other way to explain it.
Yeah.
The Bills, there's no way you lose 4 Super Bowls in a row and you're not cursed. That's impossible.
They're cursed. Yeah.
There's no question about that. Like, and I think we just need to surrender to the forces at play and understand them and be willing to acknowledge.
Next, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
I know, but it might be broken now that OJ is dead. And so on the other end of the rebuild,
if they win this year, it's because OJ died.
That's like, absolutely. There's no question because they're not that good.
And I don't root. I feel anyone's thoughts about OJ as a person and what he did.
He's very bad though.
I don't like rooting for someone's death. I don't like. There's some bad karma there.
Yeah, there is,
and I don't want to do that.
That would curse the Bills again.
So we're gonna get recursed. We're gonna get fucking recursed. I don't. Somehow we ended our curse, and our curse is this is the Bills' curse. We ended our curse, and the curse is gonna be like, nah, we're gonna fucking recurse you.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. You wish too hard to end the. Yeah, it's
the worst, Max.
But like, if they come out of this mini rebuild, gangbusters, and win a Super Bowl, we know what happened.
Did the Bills trade up, or is my stream on? Oh, they did. Oh no, they're just picking.
No, it's Washington,
now.
Right?
Oh, they picked. I'm gonna do real quick. I'll do the pick is in. The Buffalo Bills select Travis Clayton, offensive guard out of England. I don't.
Oh, what?
At 221. They picked him out of England, the country, I assume.
Wow, England University. That's crazy. University, college, England.
I think he might be a rugby player.
Oh, I kind of like that, actually. Dude,
he looks like a bad motherfucker. He looks like a bad motherfucker.
Is he from the north or the south of England? He's got to be from the north.
Brother, you think I know where the fuck Travis? You think I know where he's from?
If he's an old lineman?
He's an offensive guard from England.
All right, what's his name? I'm finding out where he's from.
Travis Clayton. ESPN doesn't even have a picture of him. They have nothing on him. He's a. Did we trade up for him? We had to have.
That's hilarious.
We did. We traded up. We did trade up. All right, that's good. Because now
he plays in the 8th tier of English club rugby.
Great.
He plays for Basingstoke in Counties 2, Hampshire.
Let's see. So the fact that the Bills knew he existed means something.
Wow.
I don't know.
He's from Basingstoke.
Wait, am I messing everything up? Okay. I don't see any.
Wow, he's from the south of the United Kingdom. He's soft.
Max, can you? I have to piss so bad.
Yeah.
Can you, man? I'm going to step away for 20 seconds.
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect.
All right, so he's 6'7", 303. Yeah, he's large. He's large. But he's British, man. How are you going to get blocked by somebody with a British accent? I don't. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is why you watch the 6th and 7th round though, because it's fun. You get weird stuff like this. People know that it's nobody's watching like the first round, so they can do whatever they want. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. All right, let's see what's going on now. Who are the best available? Okay, so Brendan Rice is still available. That's kind of crazy. Just you'd think somebody would pick him just on the name at this point late in the draft. Like he's also he's long, he's 6'2", he's 208. Like I agree. I don't really think he's that good, but like he produced. He produced. Like it's not like he was just like a backup. It's not like he was like LeBron's kid who was like in the portal and going to wherever. I don't know. Jaheim Bell being available is crazy to me. Gabriel Murphy being available is wild. Leonard Taylor, what a fall from being a first-round mock to some people in the offseason for the college football season. Dwight should definitely have gone. I don't know how to highlight this one, but it's so funny. You got to highlight. I don't know how to do it, but you got to highlight the trash talk comment about the British fellow that was selected.
Someone was talking trash about the British fellow?
No.
What'd you find? What did I miss? Do you find anything on him?
He's from Basingstoke in the south of the UK, which means he's soft.
I don't like a soft boy.
It's like it will be a Hall of Fame.
The best thing, and it's hard. Like I can't do all the things that I necessarily want to do while I'm live on this show. I want to go look on Twitter right now and see all the things. I'm like trying to do 100 different things right now. I'm sure on Twitter there's Bills fans being like, why the fuck did we draft this guy? This soft ass bitch from South England. This fuck. He sucks. Why'd we waste a pick? And I'm just sitting here like, brother, it was pick 221 in the draft. Like it doesn't matter who this guy is. Like he's essentially enough. Like if he comes in and wins, here's the best way to think about it.
He has never played a minute of football.
Wait, Max. Wait, what?
Never. He has not played a minute of football.
He literally he's a rugby player.
Yeah. He's not a rugby player who switched to football. He is a rugby player.
All right.
Imagine if you're like some guy who played.
Right.
Imagine if you're some like guy who played Dwight McLaughlin. Imagine you're Dwight McLaughlin and you dominated in the SEC and you played football since you were a little kid in Louisiana and you dominated in the SEC and you got drafted after a British kid who plays a different sport. That would motivate me. I would become a Hall of Famer on that. I would have a huge chip on my shoulder about that, and I'd be a Hall of Famer because of it.
I like your use of Hall of Fame. I had a thought, and my thought's gone in my brain. Where did it go? I don't know. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah,
my Lotto wasn't British. That's the thing. My Lotto.
If I was going to grade this pick, I'd go a B.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. I mean, look, the guy's huge.
He's a big boy.
He's huge. He's 6'7".
B plus.
No, it's
I'll go back to B.
I will say it is great for the international player development pathway. Like what a cool moment for that to get like a guy like straight up drafted instead of just like signed.
Ram Bam 77 makes a good point. We got to look at his rugby tape.
I don't know how to break down rugby tape though.
Dude, I don't even know how to watch rugby. I watched the movie not Invincible.
Oh, the Morgan Freeman one, or not the Morgan.
The Matt Damon one.
Mandello.
Yeah, where they like picked some dude up. That's all. I was like, I don't understand this sport. I'm done with it. Oh, Brendan
Yeah, no,
Rice.
Morgan Freeman is. Yeah, I was right. Morgan Freeman is in that.
Is this a good? I think this could be a good pick. Brendan Rice, wide receiver, USC to the Chargers. In the
I don't think
seventh
he's good.
round? In the
I don't think
seventh
he's
round?
good, but like,
In the 7th round, Max?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Your Bengals have a pick at 237.
All right, very important pick. Very important. Make or break.
Do
the
you
franchise.
think there's somebody?
Yeah, Dwight.
Like from The Office?
Yeah. No, Dwight McLaughlin. Get him back with Jamar Chase.
Oh, that
They were
guy.
teammates. Wait, no, were they? No, he wasn't on 2019.
I mean, my dude, Gabe Hall's still on the board.
No, he was freshman in 2020. They
So
were teammates in spring practice, I think, for a little bit.
I'm going to read out the top 5 players. I'm going to guess this is Mel Kiper because on ESPN. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker, Penn State.
He's okay. I think McLaughlin's way better.
Okay. Gabe Hall, edge, D lineman from Baylor. Jaheim Bell, tight end.
here. Shocked.
Miles Cole, edge, Texas Tech. Gabriel Murphy, edge, UCLA.
Surprised he's here. Not as surprised as Bell, but I'm surprised.
Dwight McLaughlin is number 10 right now on this board.
Shocked.
I mean, we got this fucking big dude from England, so I don't know what that means.
Oh, the Raiders just drafted Ed Reed's cousin.
They
at
trade up.
safety. I don't think so.
226.
223.
Oh, the Trey Taylor, Air Force.
Yeah. Good player.
And 224 is Dijon Anthony, safety from Ole Miss.
They have to pick a safety. It's like it's written. It's written.
Oh,
In,
for the Bengals.
yeah, it's written in like their constitution or
Oh,
something. They have
look
to
who
pick a
the
safety.
fuck is here? The big boy himself, the king of the castle, the queen of the empire.
I was going to wait and
Gregory.
see how many other titles you were going to.
I was gonna try to keep going, but I've had too many glasses.
It's like
I
a
had
Game
nowhere
of
else to
Thrones
go.
where they just keep reading off her titles.
Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons.
Yeah, I
No,
exhausted my knowledge.
Coming to congratulate you guys on an awesome day of coverage. It's been fantastic. You guys have been killing it. And just to give people a heads up, Anthony and I will be doing a Bill specific instant reaction here starting in about 10 minutes and diving in, and just wanted to say thank you. Congratulate you guys on a great day. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Gregory.
So before I switch over, what are your guys' thoughts? What was your favorite pick today for the Bills?
Max, what was your favorite pick today for the Bills?
Unless I'm forgetting somebody, I gotta go with Ray Davis. Like I really like that pick. It's a compliment to James Cook's skill set. It's a guy who can kind of still do a lot of the stuff that Cook does well, so that you don't have to change the offense too much when he's out on the field. And he's just, he's a strong runner. He's got burst, and he can, he's shown that he can really take over a game with that Florida game, which is literally probably the best running back tape anybody put on this year. So it's I think one of the picks today that's going to have like a lot of instant impact.
Yeah, I had a list of 3 backs that I kept referencing this whole frame, saying, hey, I don't want anybody early, but once we get to late 4th, early 5th, if one of Audric Estime, Braylon Allen, or Ray Davis is there,
Yeah.
I want somebody with a thick body that makes sense to complement James Cook. Just whichever one's there, late 4th, early 5th, give me one of those guys. So I got one of the guys I wanted. I'm totally happy. My sneaky one for today, I'll explain more on the show, is Javon Solomon. I'm excited about him. I think he's got a sneaky opportunity because we don't need him to be a 65-70% snap guy. I think someone who can come in and just have some pass rush juice in that kind of rotational role. I'm excited about him.
Yeah, and Max had some really good comments on him because he's on this show in general, as a person who doesn't watch college football, I can't comment on some random person I don't know. Max knew him and commented on him and talked about how that's exactly the role he would fill. For me, though, and this is kind of, I guess, cheap or not as exciting. Like it is also the running back. It's also Ray Davis. Like it's just the right pick. Like the Bills had to fill a role. They had to fill that second running back role. I know people love Ty Johnson. I love Ty Johnson. He's a fun player, but you needed a Ray Davis there. You needed a guy that could kind of pound the rock. Like, let's go, give him the ball, give James Cook a rest. And also on top of that, the Ray Davis, like his story just hits really hard, man.
Oh my god,
And
crazy background,
and
crazy story.
it just fits the entire narrative. Every player the Bills have taken, whether it's Keon Coleman, whether it's Cole Bishop, whether it's Dwayne Carter, whether it's Ray Davis, they all fit that process narrative. So yeah, Ray Davis for me is also the pick. But I do like Cedric Van Pran Granger, the center, because the idea of not having a true center on this roster, I don't know what Connor McGovern is. I don't know.
Yeah, now you have that kind of insurance policy
Give me the
or
bag.
long-term development if he needs to go back to guard. Real
100%.
quick, I'm gonna flex my my muscles in the pronunciation game with Edifuwan Ulafosio.
Oh,
ready.
you son of a.
Edifuwan Ulafosio. I'm ready. I got it. All right, guys. We'll talk to you here in a bit. Thank you for everything. You guys killed it today. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Greg.
Right.
That is Gregory Thompson, the king and queen of Cover One.
Yeah, no, he's a good follow. He's awesome.
He's good. How about like you as a Bengals fan too? Like you, in my head, he's very what's the word? He's like non-biased to as much as he can be. Like he's gonna have a conversation when he tweets, when he talks about a team. He's gonna try to avoid the idea of like, oh, the Bills are better than this team. Like he's gonna actually have true conversation.
Yeah, no, I try to do that too. I'm such an anti-homer at times that people get mad at me for it. Because just, but like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way to do it. It's because like ultimately the truth is going to come out on the field.
I got some like flack these past couple days, and I've gotten this throughout my time on Twitter about like homerism and like, do the Bills do anything wrong to you? And I've constantly tweeted about the moments where the Bills do wrong. Like there's plenty of circumstances I can point to where I'm like, I'm frustrated, I'm pissed off. And like the easiest example in the draft was when the Bills drafted both two defensive ends back to back. Essentially, they drafted Greg Rousseau and Boogie Bash. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, don't do that. That's insane to me. And I was very critical of that. The thing that drives me nuts is the fans that are like, you can't be positive about this team. And me sitting here like, oh, you mean the team that is perennially competing for an AFC championship, for a Super Bowl? You don't want me to be positive about that? You want me to be negative? You want me to be more negative than I am positive? Like, there are issues. There's clearly issues. Otherwise, we'd have a Super Bowl title at this point. But I believe I have the full right to be positive about a team that is perennially elite. And it's the same with the Bengals, man. Like
well, I mean, kind of, because the Bengals are in danger of a cliff. Like they are. The
wide receiver cliff is weird too.
The thing is, the problem is like the Bengals don't do any of the cap gymnastics to kind of help them, and they don't trade up. So like not only are they going into an expensive situation, they're going to an expensive situation limited. So it is risky. However, like the thing that is so I would say can make you negative is that like can make a person negative is that like when you realize the fact that Mahomes had probably his two worst teams since being in Kansas City and just won 2 Super Bowls, especially this year. This was his worst team. They went 11-6. They didn't
worst offense.
Yeah, but I
don't think worst team,
worst record.
That defense is so good.
No, I know, but like still, it's like it's just like,
and that
how are we getting by them?
This is, as a Bills fan, this to me this is the again positive swing on it, which people may not like. You go back to that playoff run the Chiefs had. They beat the shit out of everybody they played. That defense did.
Yeah.
Except Josh Allen. Josh Allen ate that game. The only reason his stats were presumably not even pedestrian, they were
Stephon
above
Diggs
average.
dropped that 50-yard bomb.
There were 3 deep balls that Josh threw that were dropped.
Yeah, dude, he played so well.
He played so well, and people are like, well, his average completion was only, 1.2 yards. It's like, yeah, because the 3 bombs he threw because the dude was wide open, or like not even wide open, but like the dude was open where he's like, yeah, you can catch that ball. The 3 deep bombs he threw, they didn't catch. That's the only. If Stephon Diggs catches that ball, Josh's average completion is like 9 yards. It's like,
yeah, you just gotta watch the tape.
yeah.
You gotta turn the tape on.
And
tape is sick. He was awesome.
Josh played so well that game, and it's again so frustrating because like it was the quote unquote worst team that the Chiefs had, but their defense was legit. Their defense finished with like it was the most games in a single season holding a team under 20 points, and the Bills were 2 times I think above that, or 1 time above that, and the other time like if Tyler Bass makes a field goal, they are. Frustrating.
That's the thing. It's just like
And like it's a 43-yard field goal, dude.
the thing that's
Make the
the thing that sucks about the Chiefs is that they have so much margin for error.
Yeah, man.
And your margin for error against them is 0. Because like it's
Dude.
like, oh, if Tyler Bass misses this 43-yard, if Tyler Bass just makes this 40-yard field goal, if Stephon Diggs catches this ball, and then meanwhile on the other side, they lost 17 fumbles in the first quarter and they still end up winning. It's just like,
Dude, that's the other thing to me too. It wasn't the missed field goal that fucked the Bills. It was that drop pass by Diggs.
yeah, it was.
If Diggs catches that pass and scores a touchdown, the Bills have a legitimate chance to win that game. If Bass makes that field goal, the Chiefs are going to drive down the field and kick a field goal and win it. But you at least have a chance if Diggs scores a touchdown there, which he should have. That was it. Also, on top of this, that's a ball that if Diggs catches and scores, we talk about forever. That was a 70-yard bomb, like 70-yard air bomb that was on his hands. Like and it wasn't like I forgot who was guarding him, was dragging his arms down. It hit him in the hands, dude. Catch the ball.
Yeah.
Just catch the ball.
That's an all-time throw.
All-time.
It was an all-time throw, but it's regarded as one properly.
We're never going to talk about it again.
It's just like, yeah, it's fucking brutal. It's brutal.
Devonshire to the Steelers.
See, that guy sounds British.
Yeah, that's very British, dude.
That should be the British guy.
Yeah. Where are you? Your Bengals 237. Anybody? Any name?
Wait, they're picking again?
237.
Oh, good thing we had all these 7th-round picks, man. Good thing we didn't get Ladd McConkey. We had to have. Well, they wouldn't have taken these, but like, still.
Is there a name on the board remaining?
Dwight. If Dwight's still there, you gotta take him. Unless they already took another. No, they took Dejan Anthony. I don't know. They could use another DB. They could always use it. Take it. You know what? Take an interior offensive lineman. Just like find a guy.
Give it a shot, like a guy from England.
They can't develop him. He'll just stay British. Like they won't.
He'll just stay British.
They won't be able to develop him. It's
So, as a Bengals fan, where's your thought? Where are the Bengals going to finish this year?
They'll make
in the North. In the North.
First or second. Like, I think it'll be tight with the Ravens, but like both of these teams are.
You don't think the Browns are in the conversation?
No, because their defense basically played
out
to
of their
the
minds.
7,000th degree
Yeah.
possible, and they will never match that. And they will be 60% of that if they're lucky.
Max, 100% with you.
Like
100%.
that's a classic regression candidate, and they don't have the offense to offset it. It's bad. They're going to be bad.
And the weirdest thing is they had Joe Flacco come in and
Play
people
better.
pretend like he played elite. He was average.
Yeah, but that was such an upgrade.
To
Joe
Deshaun
Flacco,
Watson. Yes,
Joe Flacco
exactly.
out of Equinox was an upgrade to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Yeah. It also makes me happy that Deshaun Watson's just bad at football now.
I think he is cursed. He
got fucked.
he got cursed. Like,
Yeah.
but it's weird because so many guys don't get cursed.
He deserved to get fucked.
Yeah, big time. But like so many guys who do don't.
Yeah. So Joe Burrow from a pure the end of the season, what do you expect from him? What I mean by that is give me where you think he ranks among quarterbacks, not statistically, but like people at the end of the season will be Joe Burrow is a top X quarterback.
Well, the real answer is depends how many games they win. But like he hasn't moved like to me. Like he's the same. Like he hasn't moved to me. I don't really like. We did this with Lamar Jackson after the year before this one when he was hurt and like no a lot of people like the general
I know what you're
populace
saying.
did like everybody's like, oh, is he gonna do the Ravens even want to extend him? Like it's
So
like
fucking
it's like
stupid.
is he top 5? Everybody's like Joe Burrow, clear top 3, and now it's like Lamar Jackson, clear top 3. What about Joe Burrow? It's like they're the same players. They're the same players. They haven't changed. I think he's top 5 comfortably. I think he's like I had him ahead of Josh Allen at the end of last year, just in part because of how the season ended. I do think Allen is a touch better. I think he's definitely better than Herbert. Even though I love Justin Herbert, like people are going crazy with that. And I think he's better than Lamar. Like I do. I think he's better than Lamar, even though Lamar is a great player.
Can I throw an idea
outside of him?
I'll throw an idea to you. Mahomes is there's the Mahomes tier.
Yeah.
That's done. That's Mahomes' tier. I think right now, today, and this could change this season, could change. I think Josh Allen's the second tier, and he's there. I think he's there alone.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think Burrow's there.
You think Burrow's right there with with Allen?
Yeah, I think Allen's just healthy.
I need to see. I think like
we saw
I think by like week 6, give me 6 weeks of this season. If I see Burrow eaten, which to an extent
we've seen it. Like he was a rookie, and then we've seen it, and then he got hurt.
But Max, I expect him to do it, but I got to see it.
But we
like
have
the injuries. Are.
I know, but this is what everyone was saying about Lamar last offseason, and then he came and won the MVP. Maybe he didn't deserve the MVP, but he was still elite. Like
I have,
so
I
got the tape.
I got Mahomes 1. I got Josh in the second tier, and in the third tier, right now, I've got literally Lamar and Burrow sitting there together.
I think,
and that's not me saying they can't come up to 2. It's just me right now. I got to see something more. And like the Lamar thing, I have a lot of opinions about. I love Lamar Jackson too. Like that's the other thing about this. I love Lamar.
I know. I've been a big fan of his since the draft. I had him.
It's so hard.
I would have taken him 2 overall behind Josh Rosen, which negates it. But
it's so hard to like be like I love Lamar, and people be like, well, then why didn't you have him as MVP? And it's like,
yeah, right,
because he wasn't, dude. Like,
but like it's just exhausting. You just like you gotta just like make your own like lists and then just like not care what anybody says about it. It's like,
yeah, I think it's fair to put Burrow right there with Josh in 2. Like, you got to put Mahomes in 1. I think it's insane to say if you're being legitimate, if you're having a legitimate conversation about it, Josh is in 2. You can't pull him out of 2.
No, God, no. There's no way.
And that's where like my
I don't think you can reasonably pull Burrow out of 2 just because of the fact that he hasn't been front of mind, unless it's health. In which case, I'm
Yeah.
not really considering health in here unless you're like Jason Verrett injured.
yeah.
I'm just how you are as a player on like when you're playing.
I'm willing to put him in 2. I have him in 3, but I'm willing to put him in 2. I think the thing that frustrates me, especially as a Bills fan, and also just as an NFL fan in general, is like I've seen NFL analysts put Josh in like 5, and it's like,
Yeah, but that's
okay,
that's
let's not
wild. But like
we
that,
can
those are the
be
same people
legitimate
that
that
are
like
those are the same people that are going out there and saying like actually Brock Purdy is the best quarterback ever and Dak
yeah,
Prescott is terrible.
yeah,
It's
it's the
just like
Brock Purdy truthers.
it's just like it's and Tua is elite and like
Like it seems like we're both also on the same page. Like Brock Purdy's not.
no, he's very solid. He's very
He's
functional.
good, but he's not the top. He's not in the top 5.
He's a competent NFL quarterback. He knows how to drive the Ferrari. He knows how to drive
Yes,
the
sir.
Ferrari. And that's great. That's great, but he's not the Ferrari.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe
There's-
Burrow, Lamar
yeah,
Jackson.
Mahomes is a
They're
spaceship.
they're the yeah. Mahomes is a spaceship. The other dudes are Ferrari. That's
Yeah.
a great comp, dude.
Yeah, and Mahomes is like he's literally a spaceship, nuclear armed spaceship. Like,
Yeah.
and like then but like I also think I can't say this now because he's only had a year, but by this time next year we will
CJ
be putting
Stroud.
CJ Stroud on this tier.
I love him. I love him. But I
I've
need
almost seen him.
another year. But there's also another part to this. He's got Tank Dell, Nico Collins,
Yeah, but like
and
if the
Diggs.
thing about this is like the more you like actually really watch, like really dive into tape, you can isolate for this stuff. You can tell
you can. But
you can tell when it's look, it helps and you need it to develop, but at the same time, like
But if you
Nobody
did that
cares
with
about that.
Allen in his rookie season, you probably not
Yeah, but
saying
he
you,
was
but you
awful.
probably rip on him. But there was point and even in his college season, his final college
I
season,
think you throw
he
Allen
played
out
hero
here though
ball.
as
He
an
played hero.
outlier in terms
He's
of
the
development.
outlier. He's the outlier.
So like you got to compare him to like a Joe Burrow's rookie year, like which is a typical very good quarterback's rookie year. Up and down, bad situation. He
Yeah.
showed he can do it and then took
Yeah.
the next step.
Yeah, I truly do believe too the Bills created the path to building a rookie quarterback, and it was give them jack all their rookie year, nothing at
Yeah.
all, which is what Josh had. The second year, give them something, and what the Bills did was John Brown and Cole Beasley, which are 2 good players.
I like
Not
John
great.
Brown.
Love John Brown then, and then your third year, if he's progressing, give me the stud. And the Bills went and got Stephon Diggs, and all of a sudden, the third year jump for Josh Allen was the greatest we've ever
You
seen.
need the proof of concept and then make the investment. I think you got to support him as soon as possible, but at the same time, like it's hard. You can't just add a receiver because you want one. You know, you can't just add an elite receiver because you feel like it's just like they're not available. The
Look,
market is a certain way.
Also,
It's
like right now, Bryce Young, that's done, dude.
he's over. It's
He's
done. He's
bad.
ruined. He's ruined.
Yeah.
He's
It-
he's
that-
getting Josh Rosen. Like,
He's Josh Rosen, but as the number 1 pick,
yeah.
he's going to be closer to. We're
He's like
talking
Jared
Jamarcus
Goff
Russell.
if they
We're talking
never-
Jamarcus Russell. We're literally talking that with him. It's what it's going to be because the Bears got Caleb Williams from it.
All right, hold
That's
on.
why it becomes.
Yeah. Hold on. All right. So my friend and I are going to dinner in like shortly.
You can, feel free.
All right. So I gotta go get him.
But
But
your Bengals are going to pick in 2 picks.
yeah, but I don't want to be publicly disappointed again.
Okay. You do.
No,
you.
unless they take Dwight, that would be sick. All right. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta go get Ben. But like,
All right. Give the people a place to follow you, hit you up. Also, Max, I love this conversation today. I hope you
loved it,
come
yeah.
on Roundup more.
me too, man. It was a blast.
We'll talk to David about that.
Yeah. So my Twitter handle is in my name. It's right next to my name. That's where you can find me. It's where I post all the stuff that I write anyway. But you can find me at And the Valley Shook, which is the SB Nation page. I just wrote a piece about Malik Neighbors being LSU's best receiver prospect ever, which I think is true. And although I still think Harrison's better, but like it, but that was my recent thing. I'm gonna sort of get back into a little bit more LSU scheme stuff, just kind of break down the offense going forward. But like, yeah, that's sort of where you can find me.
Love it, Max. I sincerely appreciate you hanging out with me in particular because you bought me time. Now I got 20 picks left. I can grind down 20 picks. I couldn't grind down 100 picks myself.
No, yeah, it's impossible.
So I sincerely appreciate you, and you are genuinely, you have a legitimate conversation about players. You're not biased about it, and I appreciate that. And it made these conversations really good and beneficial. So appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. I it's just like I love talking about football. And other shit.
Brother.
I love it. It's really is like one of my favorite things to do. It's really why I do this, honestly. It's just like to give me a place to talk about football. So
Yes, sir.
yeah, with that, I gotta go get him. But again, I love being on here, so I had a blast.
Appreciate you, Max.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, so it's just me now. That's all we got. So I'm gonna lean on the chat now. I got, what do we got here? 238 to 257. We got about 20 picks to go. I'm going to be very interested in the chat and the conversations that the chat is posting. I will put up as much as I can, comment on them as much as I can. I'm also very drunk right now. I've been smashing bottles of, you know what, to stay monetized, I've been smashing bottles of grape juice. It's got grapes. This is grape juice. I'm not wrong. So, okay. So hit me up with comments on things that you think the Bills or ideas in the NFL. The Bills don't even have another pick, but they could trade in. They could see a guy. They could trade a 6 next year to come in and get a 7th round pick. I like this comment. I'm excited for Brady's first full year, though. Dude, I was a fan of Ken Dorsey. I thought Ken Dorsey had something going there. I thought Ken Dorsey had value. But at the same time, when you start to really, truly watch it, you see a little bit of issues there. And Josh Allen with Joe Brady did way better, like legitimately way better. That there's a benefit there. I think it's a good thing that they moved on from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady. Now that the Bills do not have a pick, the plan is to start talking about undrafted free agents. I think one position the Bills should kind of dive into a little bit is punt. I know they have Sam Morton. I know they have Matt Hawk, but why not bring in a rookie that you can basically have in a rookie contract for pennies on the dollar? You do that. You then move out Sam Martin, who costs a little bit more than that, and you create a position where you could kind of benefit on that. I'm going to pull this up before even reading this. The Bills beat KC healthy in regular season just about every time. Then go to postseason, and we are decimated with injuries and lose. Injuries are an excuse, but they're the reason. Bills fan 7883, 100%, dude. You go back to this previous playoff game, just from a linebacker perspective. Terrell Bernard out, Matt Milano out, Tyrell Dodson played hurt, Balin Spector out, AJ Klein actually got hurt during the game, continued to play, Dorian Williams, rookie, etc. The problems you have with that situation is the Chiefs looked at it and they're like, we know where they're hurt most. We know where they have the problems most.
we're going to attack it. And they did. And Travis Kelce just ate. If Terrell Bernard or Matt Milano was on the field that game, they couldn't do that. They just simply didn't have the ability to do that. And it's no degradation to the Chiefs. It's just the way things have worked, and it sucked. And I know there's a handful of Bills fans that essentially say, like, well, we should have been deeper at linebacker. There's no team in the NFL that's that deep at linebacker. Like AJ Klein as your linebacker in that situation is a phenomenal player to have in that situation in linebacker. It just didn't make sense. Like the Bills were so banged up at that single position. They were never going to be able to survive. Incredibly frustrating. Again, if Matt Milano or Terrell Bernard was 100% healthy for that game, we might have seen a different outcome. Picking a random one here. Don't get me wrong, I love Porter and Hyde, but let's be real. They lost a few steps and kept getting injured. Very fair. Poyer, not this year, prior year, before he got hurt, was the best. This is not lying in any way. He was the best safety in the entire NFL. He was that good last 2 years ago. He was so elite to a point where I was at the Ravens game where he intercepted Lamar Jackson in the end zone. He was playing at a level that was absurd. He was playing at a level where I thought of him like, I remember watching Ed Reed play this way. I remember watching all these great safeties play this way. Jordan Poyer was at an elite level. The injuries beat him up, and he's getting older quick. That's not to say the Bills are better without Jordan Poyer. It's just saying we can see the path that's coming in front of us. The Dolphins signed him for near vet minimum, and the reason they signed him for near vet minimum is because they don't know what Jordan Poyer is. I'm not confident Jordan Poyer is going to make that roster. He might, and for his sake, I hope he does. For the Bills' sake, to an extent, I hope he does, because I think the Bills can take advantage of their knowledge on Jordan Poyer. As for Micah Hyde, that's a whole nother conversation. Micah Hyde is an elite, instinctual safety. The problem is his neck, and it's so concerning. He's under contract with nobody right now. He's talked about the idea that he might still play this year. We don't know if that's going to happen. There is one team he will play for if he's going to play, and that's the Bills. He's been very adamant about that. He said, if I'm going to play, I'm going to play for the place that was home for me, and that's the Buffalo Bills. I would sign up for that in a second. The idea of having Micah Hyde now with Cole Bishop, Mike Edwards, and Taylor Rapp, that quad of safeties would be so cool. And I'm not going to listen to the idea of Kendall Williamson, DeMar Hamlin, all these things. If the Bills could have a quad where I could have Micah Hyde at a very low cost with the three that they have now, it'd be incredible. The Bills are set at safety. Sean McDermott knows what he's doing with safety. Bills fans, 7883. Talking about Bernard and Milano. I'm not going to say hands down. I'm not going to degrade Patrick Mahomes at all and what the Chiefs are able to do. The Chiefs attacked the Bills linebackers because they knew that they were weak there. They knew there were injuries there. They knew there were issues there. If you flip that, where you're like, okay, they had Matt Milano and or Terrell Bernard, the Chiefs would have flipped. I can't guarantee the Bills win that game. I think the Bills could have competed better than they did, but I don't think they necessarily. I'm not going to guarantee they win that game. And I love Matt Milano, man. I love Terrell Bernard. I think that that's the biggest addition to the Bills team in 2024, outside of signings, outside of picks. It's the re-addition of Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano, who are going to be absolute studs for this team. Yeah, and this is a really good point. Hyde being on the team, like the idea of him kind of mentoring the dudes. He could be on the team. Like, give me vet man. Like Cole Bishop. Hey, Cole, we're going to stick you with Mike Hyde. That's all you're going to do all camp. You're going to sit with him every single day, every single hour. I think there's such a benefit to that. And if Micah Hyde's willing to do that for $2 million a year, do it. Like that's not a 1 year benefit. That's a future benefit to that. I absolutely love that. I'm pulling Walter here. Kelsey actually did less than the last time we played them. It's very honestly, like, I could talk at my ass right now if I wanted to, and I could just completely lie to you all. I don't know what Kelsey did in the Gabe Davis game. Let's call it that, right? So the Gabe Davis game being the game he went off and had the greatest playoff receiving game ever. So Walter says that Kelsey essentially had this great game. I'm going to pull up his stats using my producer being me. Let's see. So Kelsey in 2022 had 6 targets for 6 receptions for 81 yards. 1 touchdown. This year he had 6 targets for 5 receptions for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, man. If Matt Milano's on the field, if you take 6'5", it'd probably be 6'4". I'm confident in saying that. And not 2 touchdowns, probably 1. Maybe the other touchdown goes to somebody else, but it's not gonna be Travis Kelce. Yeah, I'll sign up with Matt Milano being able to cover him a little bit better. And Terrell Bernard too. Like yeah, man. I'll sign up with the idea that the Bills linebackers, healthy linebackers, should do that. So this is a really good point. Should we trade for a wide receiver? So here's the thing. What's the wide receiver I'm going to trade for? I think the name is Courtland Sutton. Like, that's the name that makes realistic sense. It's not Deebo Samuel. It's not Brandon Ayuk. It's not Justin Jefferson. Like, those numbers that they're going to charge you cap-wise are just too big, man. So you go and you trade for a dude like Courtland Sutton that you can eat a 4th-round pick on next year, which instantly the Bills have multiple 4th-round picks. To make that trade, go get a guy. Now you have Courtland Sutton, Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel. That might be the best receiving core the Bills have ever had. Damn it, I'm 100% behind the idea of that trade at that point in time. Yeah, and this is also true. Like, the concern with Deebo, also, let's be honest. Deebo on the Bills, ignoring cap impact would be a lot of fun. That being said, the injuries are a massive concern. If the Bills could get him for essentially nothing, like let's say the Bills could trade a 5th-round pick in 2025 for Deebo Samuel, and the 49ers would eat his cap for this year. You can't say no to that. Obviously not. And you just eat that cap, and then you play with Deebo Samuel. The same thing with T. Higgins. I don't believe T. Higgins is that dude though. Like I just don't think he's a legitimate guy. So I wouldn't sign off on T. Higgins. I don't like T. Higgins as a wide receiver in the Bills system. I like Khalil Shakir. I like Curtis Samuel. I like Dalton Kincaid. I like Keon Coleman, and Brandon Bean brought up the idea like Keon Coleman is the X from day one. Anything outside of that, I'm not buying into. So, a couple names to kind of throw out there that have been drafted. I'm gonna rip through them. Livy Drake Rodriguez, Texas A&M Commerce, defensive tackle, picked at 232 for the Vikings. Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle for Louisiana, drafted 233 for the Cowboys. Jonah Lalu, defensive tackle for Oklahoma, drafted at 234. Devon Vale, wide receiver, drafted from Utah for the Broncos. Miles Cole, edge rusher from Texas Tech, drafted at 236 for the Jaguars. Matt Lee, center out of Miami, drafted at 237 for the Bengals. Solomon Byrd, drafted at 238, an edge rusher from USC for the Texans. Josiah Ezrim, and drafted an offensive tackle from Eastern Kentucky at 239 for the Saints. Michael Barrett, drafted at 240, a linebacker out of Michigan for the Panthers. Taj Washington, a wide receiver, drafted at 241 from USC for the Dolphins. James Williams, a safety, drafted at 242 from Miami for the Titans. Jawan Briggs, drafted at 243, a defensive tackle from Cincinnati for the Browns. And Justin Rogers, a defensive tackle, drafted at 244 from Auburn for the Cowboys. We only have a handful of picks left. And I need another bottle of wine. What else we got here? This draft for the Bills legitimately been good. Good. Not great. Not awful. They just are filling spots of need, right? They found spots where they can put a guy in from the draft where they can fit him in. They can say, hey, you can contribute this year, whether that's defensive tackle in a rotational aspect, whether that's wide receiver in a Keon Coleman who can go out and play as an X, and they don't necessarily need him to win jump balls, but they have him there to win jump balls. You talk about the Van Patten as center. He has a chance where he could start week one if there's an issue with the whole McGovern thing. Ray Davis, he's not going to start over James Cook. James Cook was a Pro Bowl caliber player, but James Cook has been plenty good enough to actually dominate the NFL. You can have Ray Davis, though, spell him to an extent. I do like this tweet. Clayton from England was interviewed on Good Morning Football this morning. He's a big boy. Yeah, dude. He's a absolute massive monstrosity of a man. Never played football, but the Bills essentially banking on the idea that he's going to work out. He's going to play some football for the Bills. Haven't read this yet, but I seriously don't understand the love affair with Higgins. Trading for Higgins, in my opinion, only further justifies the criticism of Bean not drafting young wide receiver talent. Walter, I'm on the same page as you. I don't think T. Higgins is as good as people make him out to be. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know who created this idea that T. Higgins is elite. T. Higgins is a solid 2. T. Higgins is way closer to Gabe Davis than he is to Stephon Diggs. Like that should be obvious. I don't understand this idea that he's some elite wide receiver. If T. Higgins wants to play for the Bills at a much lesser contract than what a wide receiver one wanted to play for, I would sign up for it today. He doesn't want to do that. I'm out on T. Higgins. If you were to say to me, you can rank Ayuk, Higgins, or Jefferson in order. It's obviously Jefferson first, Ayuk second, and Higgins third. And Higgins is so far away from Ayuk that it doesn't matter. And Ayuk is so far away from Jefferson that it doesn't matter. These conversations don't matter. It's the Bills, I think, have told us essentially in this draft that we are comfortable with wide receiver. We know what we have in Curtis Samuel. We know what we have in Khalil Shakir. We know what we have in Keon Coleman. We know what we have in Justin Shorter. We know what we have in Mac Hollins. We know what we have in Dalton Kincaid. We know what we have in Dawson Knox. We know what we have in James Cook. They just aren't in this wide receiver market in the same way that Bills fans think they should be. Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because at the end of the day, all that matters is that Josh Allen can throw the fucking football. And that's fine. Scott, man, I agree with you 100%. Forget this bullshit. That's the way it is. Like, and it's saucy to hear, salty to hear, but like, we're not in the Bills could have drafted. They could have traded up for Troy Franklin today. They could have got Javon Baker. They could have got Jamari Thrash. They could have done all these things. What the Bills are telling you is they're like, yeah, we look at a receiving core and we're fine. We like Curtis Samuel. We like Khalil Shakir. We drafted Keon Coleman at 33, and we like Justin Shorter. I think that's a big hint here. They like Justin Shorter. I'm not saying Justin Shorter is going to be the end all and be all, but at the same time, like the Bills are comfortable with what they have. So sit, like go get players. Go get players at other spots. And lo and behold, like if they don't have some dudes at wide receiver this year, what they'll do next year? They'll take those 2 seconds they have next year, the Minnesota, which is going to be an early, and the their own, which is going to be a late, and they're going to take that and couple it with their first round pick, which is going to be a late. And they're going to move up to the top 10 with those two. They'll go get a dude. So this year it's a test run. Keon Coleman, yo, you a baller? If you aren't, we'll find a guy. We'll get him next year. If you are a baller, makes our life much easier. So, yeah, just smart moves from Brandon Beane. It's not going to excite Bills fans, but plenty good enough, brother. Since 2022, the Chiefs, despite not having many decent wide receivers, still tried. They used 4 day 2 or better draft picks at wide receivers until. I mean, yeah. The Bills are us as fans are overvaluing what wide receiver means to the Bills. The Bills are valuing it as what they see not only on the board for the draft, but also just in general for this position. If you look at the Bills and look at their preference for playing football this year, you have Keon Coleman, you have Curtis Samuel, and you have Khalil Shakir. That's 3 wide receivers. I expect the Bills to play a lot of 12 personnel with Dawson Knox involved and Dalton Kincaid. So right there, all of a sudden, I've created a situation where there's at most going to be 3 wide receivers on the field, if not 2. Then it's Mac Hollins. So now I've also added another blocker to adding another receiver to this organization. The Bills don't need that player. They simply don't. They don't need them right now. Next year, there is the feasibility that Dawson Knox is not on this team, and in which case, you're looking at Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Justin Shorter, and Keon Coleman. And then you can also add a tight end on top of that. It's fine. Like, the Bills are going to be fine, and Josh Allen's still going to dominate. We can calm down about that because in the playoffs, they're not losing because of Josh Allen on a consistent basis. They're losing because Josh Allen puts up enough points and the defense doesn't. That's simply where it is. interesting, greater than chart. Isabella Hamler Shorter is greater than Hardy. I don't think Shorter fits on the list, but like, is Isabella and Hamler greater than Hardy? No, I'd say equal. Maybe slightly worse, Isabella and Hamler. Samuel's not greater than Diggs. Like, let's come on, man. Be honest about that. Curtis Samuel's not better than Stephon Diggs. Holland's greater than Sherfield. Yes. He is. Shakir is greater than Shakir. I don't get that. Who's Coleman is greater than Davis. I think Keon Coleman can be the same type of player that Gabe Davis is. You have a blocking wide receiver that can make some contested catchability down the field. I like Coleman and Davis comp. I think Coleman could, in theory, be better than Davis. I like Collins better than Sherfield. I don't like Samuel better than Diggs, but I do like the idea of talking about Isabella and Hamler in the Hardy conversation. Not necessarily that that'll be better. Yeah, the Bills are going to be just fine. There's been a lot of picks so far this draft where I think the Bills have improved their team quietly from a youth perspective. But I'm going to name out a couple picks that I haven't talked about on this thread here. So we're going to start with the Panthers selected Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan at pick 240. The Dolphins selected Taj Washington, wide receiver out of USC. The Titans selected James Williams, safety out of Miami. The Browns selected Juwan Biggs, defensive tackle out of Cincinnati. The Cowboys selected Justin Rogers, defensive tackle out of Auburn. The Packers selected Michael Pratt, quarterback out of Tulane. The Buccaneers selected tight end Devin Culp from Washington. The Texans selected Marcus Harris, defensive tackle from Auburn at 247. The Chiefs selected C.J. Hansen, a guard from Holy Cross at 248. And the Texans selected Ladarius Henderson, offensive tackle from Michigan at 249. We got 8 picks to go. And then I can go eat dinner. I'm starving, dude. So Knox is going to have a tough job to prove himself with how Kincaid looked last year. They're two different positions, like in theory, right? Kincaid plays slot. He's a slot wide receiver that can play inline as a tight end. Dawson Knox is an inline tight end. That's where the differentiation occurs. I think Dawson Knox is plenty good enough. I don't like his contract. I don't think any Bills fan likes his contract because he's well overpaid. I think Bills fans are going to be pleasantly surprised next year when he has 400 plus yards. He might have 500, 600 yards and like 6-7 touchdowns. He's going to be an important part of this offense. And meanwhile, Dalton Kincaid will continue to dominate out of the slot, out of the inline tight end position. And he's going to put up, I don't know, 110 receiving receptions. I would go with 1,250 receiving yards. I think that's a good number. And 6 touchdowns. I don't think he's going to be a touchdown merchant, but I think he'll do just fine. But Dawson Knox, like, buy into that. Like, he's going to be better than many people think he is, because he's going to be an integral part of this offense, deservedly so. The Ravens at pick 250 drafted safety Sinusu Kane out of Purdue. That's a Sean McDermott pick if I've ever seen one. Yeah, we got 7 picks to go. Bills aren't on the board. If the Bills do see a guy that they want in training camp, it's very easy for them to trade the 6th to come up into the 7th. That's all you do. I don't expect them to do that per se. They're going to try to get a couple of UDFAs in for very specific position groups where those positions are easier to get in for them. Those positions would be offensive tackle. They would be defensive end. They're not going to be linebacker. They're not going to be DB. They're not going to be quarterback, obviously. Yeah, the Bills are in a good spot here. They had a solid draft. We'll see where they go from here. I think there's an important part to this. That's on June 1st. They will be able to kind of free up some money, and they'll be able to sign some dude. And there's going to be players that are going to be cut. And those players that are cut could be players that the Bills want to bring in. You're talking about like a Leonard Floyd last year, where Leonard Floyd was a free agent post the June 1st cut down deadlines, and the Bills could go get him for essentially nothing in their standards. That's something that could very easily happen today or on June 1st. The 49ers drafted at linebacker from Florida State Tatum Bethune at pick 251. So we got 6 picks to go. And I'm tired, dude. I'm really tired. I guess if you're still here, hit me up in the chat your favorite pick. It doesn't have to be the Bills. Hit me up with your favorite pick for a team so far in the past 3 days. On top of that, I appreciate you all hanging out with us. I know David covered the first half of the day. Sincerely appreciate Max coming on. Kyle, who's the ex-head or ex-co-anchor of the Roundup, coming on. He is great, even though he is in a Crayola costume. It's just been the draft is fun. I used to do on Twitter Spaces every day a full-on entirety of day 3 chat about the NFL draft, and to an extent that was easier when you're solo because you could bring people on to talk. And right now I'm just talking to talk essentially. This comment by Scotty Monahan, Cooper DeJean to Philly. Yeah, man. Cooper DeJean was my guy. That's who I wanted. I wanted him at 33. And I thought that would have been phenomenal for the Bills. And I thought that Sean McDermott could have created a situation where Cooper DeJean could have been more a stud than even the idea of what we thought he could have been. Bills fan 783. I just think that if you take into account only the Joe Brady Sierra and factor in how little you got from your wide receivers, it's stack your roster 1 to 53 last season to this season. This is the better roster. I've been thinking on this. 1 to 53, the better roster this year or last. I think the concern a lot of Bills fans will have in saying that is the Mike Edwards and Taylor's Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. Are they going to be that good? We have no idea. We have no idea. They could be better. They very well could be, but we don't know. And then you throw in Cole Bishop to that, though. And now I'm starting to think they might be better. The entire team as a whole might be better. I don't like the idea of Mitch Morris being gone in favor of Connor McGovern, but I like the idea of Dalton Kincaid getting better, Josh Allen getting better, James Cook getting better, Khalil Shakir getting better. And on top of that, you have Matt Milano coming back and Terrell Bernard. I think by the end of next season, we're going to look at Terrell Bernard. We're going to say, this kid's special, and he's the next big signing we're going to have. We're going to have to sign him to a long extension because he deserves it, because he's a very good football player. And he'll be the heir apparent, essentially, to Matt Milano, who, closing in on 30, is probably set to retire sooner than we all want to. I'm not going to say his name because I'm not going to say it properly. The Bears getting Roma Dunze at 9. Roma Dunze was my guy. I don't like the idea of trading up, but I would have traded up for a player of his caliber. Which is saying something because I don't do that in my head outside of quarterbacks. He was that good, though. My theory is that the Bills were willing to trade up. They just simply couldn't because the Bears knew who they wanted and they wanted him. And so when that pick 9 came, the Bears were like, we want this player. You have to wow us. And the Bills weren't willing to go way beyond the expectations of what a trade for a wide receiver would be. And as a result, they couldn't get Roma Dunze. And then after that, the board kept falling kind of against them to a point where they said, we go get up and get Brian Thomas. They couldn't. The price was too much. And they had to move off of that. And that's not the end of the world. They got Keon Coleman. I think the Bills like Keon Coleman. And from talking to Max and talking to people that are well more in the know about college football than I am, they were kind of excited about Keon Coleman in that he can improve. Like, he can be better than he is today. You're not drafting a stagnant asset. He can improve. That's exciting for us. Saying our wide receivers are better is based on nothing but hope. That's perfectly fair. One decent year of Secure isn't predictive of the future. I would love to eat crow and be wrong, but I don't see it. I simply hope it. You, Walter, you are 100% correct. I literally could not agree with you more. Stephon Diggs is an elite wide receiver, legitimately elite. Like, when he was on the Bills, he was the top of the food chart, let's say. The idea that the Bills are banking on a wide receiver group that doesn't include an alpha is very concerning to me. But I don't need them all to be alphas. All I need is for the trio to produce 2,400 yards. That's the number I've created. That's Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, and Keon Coleman. Can you give me 2,400 yards? And that could mean one of them, let's say, for instance, Curtis Samuel creates 1,200 yards. He's just getting bombed like it's great. And the other two do 600 apiece. That's fine. Because I think that Dalton Kincaid is going to go for 1,000. I think that the combination of James Cook and Dawson Knox are going to go for 800. At that point, I've reached my 4,200. And 4,200 yards for Josh Allen's a really good number. So I don't need the one. I just need a group to do well and Dalton Kincaid to keep getting better. Jason L., who the number 1, number 2 wide receiver now, and Stephon Diggs replacement, and Gabe Davis as well. Gabe Davis replacing Keon Coleman. It just fits too easy it's just easy to say that. Who's the number 1? There is no number 1. The true number 1 receiver for the Bills is Dalton Kincaid. Like, Kincaid is the number 1. If we're going to receivers, it's a combination of Samuel and Shakir. Like, they should be able to produce the same that Diggs Diggs produced. It's not necessarily going to happen, but that's the goal. Like Diggs is a special talent. I think we have to back off of that idea that like we need to replace Stephon Diggs. No, we need to replace him in the offense. We need to replace the production. We need to replace the concept. It doesn't mean you have to replace Stephon Diggs because you don't just in a single season replace Stephon Diggs. There also is this rare possibility that the Bills, via Keon Coleman, replace Stephon Diggs. I don't think that's going to happen, but Keon Coleman has the ability to the upside to replace Stephon Diggs. Real quick, kind of closing out this NFL draft, some players that got picked. Jalen Harrell, edge out of Michigan, 252 to the Titans. Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver from Michigan, to the Chargers at 253. KT Leviston, offensive guard, Kansas State, to the Rams at 254. Kalen King, cornerback from Penn State at 255 to the Packers. We have 2 more picks to go, and then I can hang up and hopefully go find a way to eat some nachos. I'm starving. I need to. I could use a beer, is what I could use. Bills fans, 7883 makes a good point here. The idea of Gabe Davis not getting targets, it's a legit concern, though, with Keon Coleman in the lack of separation ability. Will he be able to separate enough where Josh Allen will want to target him on a consistent basis? Nick Gorilio, a center from South Carolina, drafted at 256. And now we're down to 257, Mr. Relevant, which the Jets wanted to be a little babies about, and they wanted to pick that pick. So let's ride through 257. Then we'll end the stream. Then you can go cover all the cover one picks. One more pick to go. And then I can be done with this. I just hope that this is not the equivalent of Brock Purdy, which it won't be because even Brock Purdy is not that good. I honestly have no idea who the Jets are going to pick. They were adamant about keeping this draft pick, and that makes me think they have a plan like they're going to draft like Woody Johnson or something. That'd be hilarious, though. I think the Jets have had a fine draft. Something special. It's just is. Good for them. I would if I was going to compare the Jets, Dolphins, and Bills drafts, honestly, I would think the Dolphins have had the worst. Probably the Jets and Bills are equal. It hasn't been significant either way. A really fun thing for the Bills, too, is the fact that we've had, going into next year, we have 2 second-round picks. We have 2 fourth-round picks. They're going to have such a really great ability to move around that board. And I truly believe if there's some dude way up, they can trade that 1-2-2 and go get him. In theory, they could also do the 1-2-2 and the following year's 1 or the following year's 2 to go up even further. And they'll be able to get, they have the assets to go get the best guy. Not the quarterback, because they got their quarterback. They have the assets to go get the best football player, the best non-quarterback football player. And I think that's going to be really beneficial for them come next season. So the Jets pick is in. We're gonna go through the whole ceremony about the whole nonsense of like Mr. Irrelevant. And then the funny thing is we're never gonna hear about this player again. But the Jets wanted the camera and the fun for this. That's fair. As they announce it right now. I feel like Mr. Relevant should be a quarterback every year. Quarterback, kicker, punter, like that style. Not a you can't draft it like a defensive tackle. That's a good point. Casey didn't have a number 1 last season. That has a name on it. Mr. Relevant, 257. Jalen Key, safety out of Alabama, drafted to the Jets as Mr. Relevant. And I'm feeling as irrelevant as ever after 2 bottles of wine and a couple cans of beer. It's time for me to sign off. It's time for Cover 1 to sign off. There's some other shows going to happen tonight, probably happened already. Go watch them on the Cover 1 network. We really appreciate all of you kind of hanging out with us through the draft days. Yeah, man. We got a show on Monday night, Cover 1 Roundup. Watch us. We're going to be dropping knowledge on every single draft pick that night. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Appreciate you. And in the great words of David Foxy, bye-bye.